You tell me, this plan isn't obviously stupid. Using armies to push an enemy to a certain location is foolish if you're the weaker party. If you're weaker, you should be luring, not pushing. Isn't this basic logic? Yes. I agree. Completely agree. Diane nodded seriously. The overlord snapped her neck back, a look of horror coating her expression. Diane didn't know exactly what race she was, but she was extremely short and had gray skin. The look of her frozen in shock made her look no different from a statue, albeit a miniature one. How did you get here? The band of overlords were in shock. There were over 200 of them here. How had he appeared in their midst without a single sound? Isn't this where you wanted me to be? Don't tell me I'm not welcome. Diane sat in the air, his legs crossed and Reaper leaning over his shoulder. After a moment of silence, a slight laughter came from a certain direction. You really are just as arrogant as he said you were. Diane didn't bother to look over. It was just another nameless overlord who would likely die under his blade any moment now. The only reason he hadn't already was because Diane was waiting for the other foot to drop. Why did they want him to come here? Diane had learned this reality long ago. Before absolute power, no amount of schemes mattered. The overlord, clearly not used to being overlooked considering his status, was instantly infuriated by Diane's attitude. But that didn't mean he was foolish enough to attack. Since so many of you overlords have gathered here, this makes my job easier, no? If I just kill you all, there's no need for the second phase. Diane slowly gripped Reaper's polearm, his momentum climbing. You! The burning gazes of the overlords seemed to try to imprint themselves upon Diane's soul. It's a shame you all haven't realized yet. There's no difference between you and subordinates in the distance. Diane disappeared. In an instant, he appeared atop the overlord's head, his scythe swinging downward casually. It was an incomprehensible scene. The soles of Diane's feet rested upon the overlord's head while his scythe's curved blade pierced the latter's chest. The dense fog spilled both into and out of his body, devouring his very being. He could only try his best to look up, but Diane's body weight was too obscene. Under the pressure, his neck snapped, his body crumpling to the ground like cheap tinfoil. A bloody massacre was unleashed. One-facet overlords fell like blades of grass. Two-facet overlords couldn't last a single strike. No amount of treasure or chi or seemingly strength was able to stop Diane's blade. It reaped one life after another, snatching their souls and corroding their bones. There was no doubt that this was the greatest blade on the mortal plane. Still, the quiet, ever-looming presence didn't make a move, even after Diane had slaughtered half of these rarely seen overlords. The blood of overlords splattered. It was only now that there was so close to so many of them that Diane understood what being almost immortal truly meant. In the past, even if he was facing a higher existence, having your body dissected was a death sentence. Maybe only Diane had the alchemy chops necessary to bring someone back from the brink of death in such a state. Either that, or you would have to rely on some obscenely rare treasure like the Lifestone. However, these overlords could be mistaken for undead at times. Diane saw quite a few who still had battle prowess even after being bisected at the waist, even attacking Diane after the cut was made. Of course, this didn't faze Diane much, but it was a thought he buried deep to keep at the back of his mind. He couldn't treat overlords like mortals. In a sense, they were already half immortal. Their vitality couldn't be compared to everyday cultivators. Still, the more enemies Diane cut down, the more he felt that something was wrong. What do they get out of sacrificing so many overlords? Diane's scythe stopped. He looked toward the cowering overlords with a dull gaze. Diane's arm swung backward, taking Reaper with it and slicing through what should have been a sneak attack. The overlord responsible gagged on his own blood as he tried to breath. His body cut diagonally from his shoulder to hip. He hovered in the air weakly, his gaze burning with ill intent. A deity? Diane thought for a moment and seemed to remember that it was true that much of the overlord of the deity clan hadn't shown up back when they eradicated them and brought what remained to the mortal plane. Huh? Diane suddenly realized that his diagonal cut hadn't been clean. This reality actually stunned him for a moment. Ever since he got Reaper, he had never failed to completely cut through anything before. Though it was only the thinnest piece of flesh on the deity's opposite hip, something that anyone else would ignore as a fluke, Dian's own brows furrowed for the first time. With another flick of his wrist, he finished the diagonal cut, slicing through the rest of the deity's hip. Dian, however, wasn't in a hurry to make another move. Had he misjudged as used too little power? No, that was impossible. The melding of his presence and immortal sense was too potent. There didn't exist a situation on the mortal plane that he couldn't perfectly analyze and react to instantaneously with the perfect amount of force. Though he had only trained with Reaper for a few weeks, and it had only just evolved to a higher grade, this still didn't make much sense to Dian. Reaper had upgraded, not downgraded. If that was the case, shouldn't he be accidentally using too much force and not too little? Dian swung his scythe once more and suddenly felt that he was making a lot out of nothing. He didn't adjust the force needed at all, yet he sliced through the next overlord with ease. It was likely a freak accident. The deities were known for modifying their bodies. Maybe Dian had only made a slight error in judgment. The massacre continued. Since you don't want to appear, I'll just slaughter all of them first. To Dian, two-facet overlords were already not too much trouble before he took the world trial. It may have only taken him some minor effort. However, now they fell too easily. Unless three-facet overlords began to appear, he really would kill them all. A cyclops standing at over 100 meters tall gripped its hands over its massive sledgehammer and swung down toward Dian. It was the kind of blow that could obliterate a mountain range even within the ancient battlefield. Dian waved his scythe, beheading another first-facet overlord just as that very massive shadow appeared above his head. Instead of moving, Dian reached his hand upward, his chi surging as he activated the abilities of his silver mirror constitution. He palm struck upward, stopping the sledgehammer in its tracks. The Cyclops was sent flying, leaving Dian, who was only a fraction of its size, standing completely unscathed. In fact, even the earth beneath Dian's feet wasn't so much as scratched. The tragic screams of the grayish-green-skinned Cyclops overlord rang over the battlefield. Its forearms snapped in two, its dark bones piercing out through its steel-like muscle fibers and skin. Maybe he would have screamed for even longer had Dian not ended his misery with a scythe strike to the neck. In that moment, Dian suddenly paused again. "My wrist is numb?" Dian was certain that the Cyclops overlord's blow was well within the limits of his body. Though he hadn't become an overlord in body, that was only by his own standards and not that of others. His bodily strength already didn't lose out to most overlords of the body facet, and only became more devastating now that he fused his blood and chi. Not to mention the fact he had already circulated Titan Emperor's will. Once is a coincidence. Twice is. Dian's gaze narrowed, his head turning to sense several more auras rushing toward him. To now, only 2 overlord clans had been involved. But judging by what his immortal sense saw, many more were coming. Dian couldn't help but find this tactic odd. Who was treating overlords like cannon fodder? Did Kaori really have the ability to do so? And also, wouldn't it be normal for his enemies to attack his family as a threat to him? Yet they were actually completely ignoring his wife and daughter and focusing entirely on him. Dian didn't believe that these failed clans were so chivalrous. Maybe the reason they were entirely focused on him was because they believed that their only hope was to throw everything they had at him. They didn't have the luxury of splitting their forces. But did the overlord clans really fear him this much? He hadn't done enough to warrant this kind of reaction. It didn't make sense. Seeing the approached throngs of overlords, Dian was suddenly speechless. Massive golden 3-legged birds, minotaurs hundreds of meters tall breathing fire, snake-haired men and women, phoenixes of red and blue. Dian felt as though he was being pranked. At least in the past, when he became public enemy number 1, whether that be in the Epistemic Tower or in Sprite Alliance, he had actually done something to warrant it. Now, however, he was at a loss. On one hand, he found this to be greatly convenient. With all of the overlords gathering in this way, as long as he killed them all, this would be effectively over. However, on another hand, this was baffling. He doubted these overlords even knew his name. Why was he suddenly being targeted by so many of them? Had he underestimated the impact of his actions in the last almost decade? Dian thought for a moment. He and his wives appeared with several aliases, wreaking havoc. However, in order to paint a more realistic picture, most of the personas that Dian created were far weaker than his true self. So, the damage they caused wouldn't be enough for overlords to make a move at all. More importantly, there was simply too much time left in the first phase. Though no one knew exactly how the rules of this ancient game worked, even the shortest time frame the first phase had taken place went on for several decades. But it hadn't even been 7 years yet. This was all to say that it didn't make sense that these overlords were so eager to make a move now. The only explanation was that they really were fearful of Dian's improvement speed. But in order for them to know how fast he could improve, they'd have to speak to someone like Kaori. However, this once more led to the very first problem Dian faced in this line of thought. What right did Kaori have to speak to entities on such a level? This was the same reason Dian hadn't shifted his attention away from Kaori. There were numerous individuals from the mortal plane who had the same knowledge of Dian's abilities that Kaori had. But how many of them had the actual means to make use of this knowledge? Would a three-facet overlord listen to the ravings of a Tao formation little boy or girl? Would even a higher existence care to listen? Even worse, even someone of the same cultivation level wouldn't bother to listen because they'd be too busy trying to kill the invaders. Dian was certain that most of his fellow invaders only survived so long precisely because he was taking so much attention away from them. Of course, Dian wasn't naive enough to think that they'd be grateful for this. They were likely dreading a future where the mortal empire was all there was. However, at the very least, the vast majority of them wouldn't dare to or even have the ability to provoke him. It can't be the Sapientia either, right? I sent little Aluna and Luna off to scout them for years. I've also kept close tabs on the young they sent in. After a moment, Dian's confusion dissipated, replaced by a calm aura. Since he couldn't figure out what was going on, there was only one explanation. Whatever was happening was elevated to a level beyond his means. The truth behind it all, why these overlords were intent on attacking him, why he failed to cut through that deity, why it was his wrist was numb, they were currently beyond his understanding. Others might think they were simply missing something, however Dian was confident to the point of arrogance in his own intelligence. Whatever was happening had a scope so vast he wasn't yet capable of seeing through it. However, that didn't dampen his mood. Instead, he grinned, a fierce aura rushing through his veins. War chi erupted from his body, coating the black fog of Reaper in the slightest red tinge. A halo appeared above his head, 6 pairs of black wings unfurling to his back. Titan Emperor's Will. At 3. Stage 2. Titan Emperor's Will had 3 acts, each of which had 3 stages. The first act's first stage provided a 20 times multiplier to Dian's body and chi. However, the third act's second stage had an amplification of 2,560 times. Dian had already been using the third act's first stage. But now that more enemies had come out to play, why not go all out? His skin glistened like diamond, his pale blue eyes blazing with fighting intent. Dian launched himself into battle, countless judgment. Arrays surging to life around him. Sage's decree. Patience. Modesty. Brotherhood. Illusory golden palms appeared in the skies, each more powerful than the last. Like a god descending, they condescendingly struck outward with forces that created kilometer-long trenches in the once blemishless flat fields of the ancient battlefield. Dian was keenly aware that his battle prowess continued to drop subtly. However, he always reacted by pouring in more strength. Like a madman who could only use brute force, he charged and charged again, his heart lighting up to illuminate the world. This large, looming hand that seemed intent on stamping out his resolve. Dian really wanted to see which would happen first. Would it be he who ran out of strength? Or would the hands of this puppeteer be severed by his blade? Dian breathed hard, the butt of his scythe stamped firmly into the ground. He stood tall among what seemed like a mountain of corpses. But whether this was due to the obscene size of the dead or the sheer number of them, Dian couldn't be bothered to decipher. In the end, his days was quite dull. He had a few scratches on his body, but nothing as terrible as what he experienced during the world trial. However, the fact he had these minor injuries to begin with was a massive red flag he couldn't ignore. These overlords were too weak. What right did they have to harm him? You know what's happening, don't you? Diane's words were very obviously targeted toward little Yang and Yin. The two of them were the only ones around him right now. But oddly enough, Diane could only faintly feel his connection to them, as though it was weakening. However, Diane's connection with the beast babies and Chunglei hadn't weakened at all. It's related to time, isn't it? Diane looked up at the red sun above his head. The grass plains beneath his feet were soaked with the same crimson that painted the skies. It was as though the more he killed, the lower the ceiling above his head became. Eventually, there was no difference between it and the ground beneath his feet at all. I was thinking about it all already. Diane spoke as though he was speaking to himself. The timeless library. Jade used it to come back and help set me on a better path. But wasn't the timeless library a creation of this world alone? Even worse, the abilities of the timeless library aren't that of a treasure, but is rather the handiwork of a heaven's child. But how could the ability of a heaven's child extend beyond this world? They can't even transcend to the immortal plane, so how could they so easily manipulate the timeline? Changing the timeline on the scale of one world may be possible, but what if the timelines of several other worlds are contingent on what happens here and vice versa? Is it possible to forcefully bend the timelines of countless other worlds based on this one mortal plane alone? Maybe I should have thought of it earlier, but I actually didn't notice until I realized my connection with the two of you was waning. The fact you two haven't said anything could very well mean you already can't. It isn't a coincidence that I couldn't find that damned library. Huh? Celestial hamsters always existed outside of the timeline. It was their partners who acted as anchors that allowed them to freely appear and make a mark on history. But what if their anchor was compromised? What then? After days of battle, it all finally clicked for Diane. He realized that he had been too correct about the scope of everything. If it hadn't been for his having the twins as his partners, he may have died before he even understood what was happening. If things were really happening as he thought, it was quite the funny joke the past century had been for him. Diane took the twins from his shoulder, smiling as he lightly stroked their fur. This rudimentary existence of simply having forms, but no ability to speak or act, was the current state of these twins. Other than the fact only Diane could touch them now, they were no different than a normal pair of hamsters, looking up toward Diane with sparkling eyes. Since they had already chosen Diane as their anchor, there was no undoing it. Diane himself was being rejected by this timeline. As such, they themselves didn't have a place here either. Time was a complex thing. It wasn't linear as everyone believed. However, what it did have were penultimate nodes in history, checkpoints, if you will, that had to be passed. The details could be scrambled as they pleased. However, these keynotes in history must be met without fail. How could the fall of the mortal plane not be one of these keynotes? Luna and their daughter had already informed Diane of their speculations. They believed that whatever it was that sealed Diane's loss in the previous timeline most definitely occurred during this first phase. In that case, didn't that also mean that this first phase was the penultimate moment? Diane found it all quite amusing. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted to avoid the most? Being a puppet, pulled along by the string of some faceless, emotionless being. Maybe the heavens were also a jumping clown just like death, but this may very well be a jumping clown that was undefeatable precisely because this clown wasn't the heavens Diane knew at all. It was an even higher existence, one that controlled the flow of existence of all worlds. The reason he was losing his strength was likely because this timeline wanted to reset itself so that it could continue to follow the larger designs it had planned. It treated Diane's previous efforts like a joke. It watched on as he struggled and smiled down smugly, knowing it could undo everything on a whim. In the previous timeline, around this time, Diane was skulking around like a rat in the shadows, too weak to take part in this phase. He could only watch as the armies descended and the landscape of the mortal plane changed as he knew it. This was exactly what it wanted. It wanted him to go back to the weak little rat. You live up to your name, truly. An unfamiliar voice filled Diane's ears. He looked up to see two young men, only one of which he knew. The 7 swinging black tails to his back were immediately noticed by Diane. However, Kaori was immediately disregarded by him entirely. In fact, he wasn't paying attention to the unknown young man either. All he had eyes for was the small beast on his shoulder, a little hamster with glistening white fur and beady white eyes. A celestial hamster. Diane's eyes narrowed slightly. I know this person. I've definitely seen him before. Why is it that I can't remember? The young man had an extremely normal appearance. Diane had become so used to seeing handsome and beautiful people at higher cultivation realms that this young man could almost be categorized as ugly by comparison. However, Diane was able to keep proper perspective. In his mortal world, this sort of young man was one you could see every day simply taking a walk on the streets. He was too normal, abnormally so. This wasn't just a little odd. The deeper one's cultivation, the closer to perfection you would grow and the more beautiful you would become. If one's talent was exceptional, this was even more apparent. It could be said that Diane's handsome appearance was directly proportional to his talent. But this young man didn't seem to conform to any of these truths. Diane suddenly felt the lightning willow mask in his inner world stir violently, crackling with agitation before settling down with an enraged thud. It was as though it felt that it too could do nothing. Realizing something, Diane's gaze narrowed. He had thought that this curse had stopped affecting him a long time ago. However, to think it would rear its head like this. The heaven sparrow. It was a beast cursed due to its beauty with speed that existed beyond the realms of reason. It was so fast that even it couldn't slow itself down. As a result, no one could ever observe it. There was just one of the cursed creatures. The unicorns were another, cursed to be forgotten the moment one took their eyes away from them. It just so happened to be yet another beautiful creature. But what did any of this have to do with this normal-looking young man? Diane slowly petted little Yang and Een again before gently placing them on his shoulder once more. The guilt in his heart hadn't subsided. Little Yang and Een had been by his side for so long and had helped him through so much. They were key to his battle strength in the Golden Flame mystical world. They were the reason Clara was able to survive the sudden onslaught of the Sapientia guilds. They were the reason he survived Chaos Universe and found Amphrey. They were the reason why he could battle Ancestor Giant and Scholar, laying the foundation for what was his mortal empire now. They were always silently by his side. Even when they didn't speak, he felt assured by the slight weight on his shoulders. But now, thanks to his own failure in a past life, they were suffering. No matter how you tried to explain it away, that failure was still Diane. It was a different version of him, but it was still him who failed. He didn't kill the entity, he didn't protect his family, he failed himself and the mortal plane. There was no simple press to undo button he could use, no plan B to fall back upon. It seems that one of your subjects is eager to take your place. Little Yang, little Een. Big Bro will teach it a lesson in your place. The normal-looking young man gazed at Diane's shoulders. However, it was clear that even though he was looking down from on high, the difference between little Yang and Een versus other celestial hamsters was clear. He had no ability to see the twins at all. Just as arrogant as always. I only call myself arrogant to appease the masses, Diane said emotionlessly. The truth is that I am only supremely confident and nothing else. Arrogance would imply that I overestimate myself, when the reality is that you, whoever you are, will only be another stepping stone. Ah, you're unaware of who I am, yet I've competed with you for so many years already. It seemed like the young man was lamenting something, but his equally as expressionless gaze gave way to the truth that he truly didn't care whether or not Diane knew him. He was obviously just as arrogant. To him, Diane was nothing more than an ant. It was quite curious of him to have this stance considering the fact his cultivation was only of the lower Dao formation realm. The third Dao stage, in fact. You may not know who I am, but I am well aware of who you are. Diane Sicharo. Born to a family of mortals. Husband of 5 and father of 1. Didn't begin cultivating until he was 15, yet didn't enter the essence gathering realm until he was 29. is the successor of the celestial deer sect, the emperor of the mortal empire, and the only one who remains in memory to succeed in building such a large hegemon in a single lifetime. However, what many don't know is that this isn't the first time he's done this. It's in fact the second time. For a single man to succeed in such a goal not once but twice. What a grand feat, indeed. The young man repeated these words without much emotion, though much of these truths shocked Kaori to his core. Do you want to know why we had you kill all of these overlords? Simple, really. The more powerful you are, the more important you are to a timeline. For an anomaly like you, your backlash was coming in due time regardless. You just happened to help us speed it along. Since you've killed the only woman I've ever loved, I'm currently in need of a few sows to rebuild my clan. With you soon to be out of the picture, I'll soon have several top-quality ones. Oh! Diane's voice was as steady as the blood-soaked ground beneath his feet. I guess killing you will be somewhat enjoyable now. Diane gazed toward the young man as though he was looking at an ant. His scythe rested on his hand, his back straight enough to pierce the skies above. Seeing that Diane didn't ask any questions, nor lose himself in a fit of rage, Kaori began to feel extremely uncomfortable. He had an itchiness in his heart he was eager to pour out. It was as though he was punching toward nothing but air. It had been 100 years. 100 years since that battle. Diane was both his nightmare and his obsession. Yet, after tempering himself for so long, the object of his rage hardly spared him a glance. In fact, he could feel that it wasn't just him who was being ignored. Even though Diane's gaze was focused on the normal-looking young man, it was as though he was looking right through him. It was obvious that Diane was focused on this young man not because he took him seriously, but only because he was currently the biggest threat. Nothing more, nothing less. Are you going to continue to waste my time? Or are you going to bring those 13 out? No, it should be 11. No matter what tricks you used, it would be impossible for you to control that clan. Diane's emotionless words caused Kaori's heart to tremble. It didn't seem that it was necessary for any more to be said. 11 more figures appeared, each representing the pinnacle strength of the three-facet overlord. The ancestors of the Orcs, the Medusa clan, the Cyclopes, the Taurus clan, the Undead clan, the Cerberus clan, the Insect Royals, the Golden Crow clan, the Griffins, the Unicorns, and the Phoenixes. Diane neck cracked as he slowly rolled it. Even with his aura weakening, even with him being the only one on the ground, he seemed to look down on them all. Various auras swirled around the battlefield. Any one of them could intimidate an empire, yet it was all for a singular young man. One could say that Diane didn't even look all that impressive. Aside from his looks, he wasn't very imposing in other aspects. He dressed casually, without even a shirt for his bare chest. His cultivation wasn't very high, only being at the peak Dao realm. And, on top of this, it seemed that he was already at the end of his rope. Was he really already burning his soul? If he had to go so far for their subordinates, was there really a need for them to go all out like this? However, as time passed, their expressions grew more serious. The burning of one's soul was supposed to last an incredibly short period of time. Why was it that this youth didn't seem eager to attack them at all? Wasn't he running out of time? Also, wasn't the intensity of this soul burning too low? And why was it so controlled? After going all out to burn one's soul, it should have been impossible to keep it so restrained. Yet, they couldn't even tell what Diane's true level of soul strength was. Still not attacking? Diane tilted his head as though curious. Ah, are you still waiting for my strength to lower by more? This still isn't enough for you, HM? Well, I don't mind waiting with you. Diane's nonchalant attitude filled them with unease. We can have a nice back and forth while we wait. What do you guys want to talk about? Seeing that no one responded, Diane continued unperturbed. Ah, we can talk about how the mighty overlord clans became the dogs of Tudao formation cultivators? That's a little embarrassing, don't you think? What would your daughters and sons think knowing their parents were scuttling rats? Rage couldn't possibly encompass what these 11 overlords were feeling. To reach their cultivation realms, they should have long since gained hearts as calm as a lake. Yet, simple words from Diane completely infuriated them for some reason. They didn't realize that they had subconsciously placed Dian on their level, and in some cases, above them. This was the only way his words could have possibly affected them so easily. Let me guess. You feel aggrieved? The fluffy-tailed one probably dangled a nice piece of meat in front of you all. So you couldn't resist? HM? If I were to make a guess, he probably used the Goldine and Crow clans, am I right? The blazing gold flames of the Golden Crow sent out a raging torrent of heat. Maybe if Dian's body wasn't so powerful, he really could have burned to ash just from this temper flare. Seems I hit the nail on the head. Oh, this is fun. Let's keep going. He probably brought in a few of them, and like a kitten to catnip, your Golden Crow clan scurried over with your tails between your legs, right? You were probably so eager to seek revenge against that pitiful human clan who betrayed you all. So blinded by your own stupidity, you didn't even realize it was a trap. Well, at least you got what you wanted, right? You might be a dog instead of a mighty mythical bird, but I'm sure the Goldine and Crow clans are gone now. HM? Maybe that'll help you sleep a bit better at night in your little puppy bed. I'll kill you. TSK, what a temper. And here I thought dragons had anger management issues. Dian's amused expression turned cold. Since you're still too cowardly to take action, I'll help you out. A palm suddenly shuttled through the void, breaking through space and slamming against Dian's back. However, the latter didn't move forward even a single inch. At that moment, even the normal-looking young man's expressionless gaze widened with shock. Dian's cultivation plummeted. No, it didn't plummet. It was completely severed. Those in the surroundings were stunned to the point where they no longer had words to speak. Dian's chi cultivation was completely gone. It was as though he had never cultivated energy a day in his life, as though he had gone back to the young boy who first set foot into Focus Academy. Years of cultivation disappeared in a flash. But what was maybe even more shocking was that none of them could understand just what that palm was. Where did it come from? Who executed it? They were inclined to believe that this was just an act of further suppression by the heavens unto Dian. But the timing of Dian's words and the palm were simply too conspicuous. Still not enough for you? Okay. A crackling array of lightning appeared to Dian's back. It was absolutely massive, stretching kilometers into the skies and turning the somber world of red into one flooded with bright light. The imposing might of the lightning Tao made the 11 overlords tremble. Those who broke through with the comprehension facet were simply too rare. Yet, these were still 3-facet overlords. Many of them had achieved this breakthrough, but somehow a mere Tao had actually shaken them so much. This was a difference between depth and breadth of comprehension. This was also the difference between quality of will. However, Dian raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next instant, that array shattered into countless reflective pieces. The overlords stood frozen in time. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Was this the kind of man they could provoke? One who could do such a thing without blinking an eye. Another array appeared to Dian's back. This time it was one of light green, emitting a strong wind chi. The overlords felt that they were absolute fools. Never did they believe that a wind Tao could be so powerful, yet its suffocating presence was only marginally weaker than that of the lightning Tao from before. Yet it too shattered. One after another, Taos that alone could make the world tremble appeared and broke into tiny shards of space and reality, causing a dimensional storm that made the ancient battlefield quake. Dian's meaning was clear. His Tao heart was so far above their own that they couldn't even fathom it. If the heavens wanted to abandon him, he would abandon the heavens first. The overlords didn't register however many dozen Taos shattered before their eyes. Even as their hearts were aching toward this incomprehensible scene, they had become completely numb. They stopped asking how could such weak Taos be so powerful? How could a single man comprehend so many of them? How could they fight such a battle? In the end, the final Tao appeared. Just after a mighty comprehension of death left the world, a blazing array of one half white and the other black appeared. It was absolutely gorgeous, a sight that seemed to embody the absolute beauty of balance and existence. This was none other than Dian's fire Tao. The faint heat and chaotic energy it exuded was undeniable. The overlords almost uncontrollably called out and begged. They couldn't bear to see such a perfect Tao vanish from the world. It was a sin of sins. However, Dian finger raised once more, with a snap it completely shattered. The torrential current of space and time seemed intent on shattering apart their reality. The self-implosion of such a strong Tao was undeniably powerful. The limit of the mortal plane was the 9th Tao level. Had this not been the relatively sturdier ancient battlefield, Dian's actions would have caused a catastrophe. But in this place, it struck an unerasable fear in the hearts of those who faced him. For any normal individual, the destruction of even one Tao meant death. Even if it was an intent or will, it would cause irreparable harm. Yet Dian only stood casually as though nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the small streak of blood falling from the corner of his lip, one would think that he had shattered the Taos of someone else entirely. Dian's aura was far weaker than it had been just a few moments ago. Yet somehow he felt more dangerous than he had ever been. For the first time in his life, the normal-looking young man felt a pang of inferiority. It was such a novel feeling that he didn't know how to deal with it. He had been hearing about Dian almost all his life, yet he had never felt any sort of pressure. To him, every genius was bound to be tread beneath his feet. They were all grand and lofty when they faced a situation they felt they could easily handle. But, when push came to shove, and they realized that their lives were truly on the line, without fail each and every one of them would fold. This went for the true gods of the epistemic tower, the legendary ancient constitution wielders of old, and he had thought that Dian would be no different. What this young man didn't understand was that he wasn't necessarily wrong. Dian was just like these other geniuses. It was just that he had never come across a scenario he believed he couldn't conquer. "I'm weak enough for you all now, right?" Dian somehow felt both weaker than he had in a long time and the most powerful. Fundamental runes of bronze, silver, and gold manifested around his body. But this time they began to grow and multiply. These were no longer just the fundamental runes of the Blue Sun world, but also the runes of this mortal plane and, more importantly, this battlefield. Dian slammed his scythe into the ground, sending tidal waves of earth in every direction. His gaze was a blood red. He wanted to destroy everything in sight. Ancestor golden crows and raged roar shook the battlefield. He wasn't able to hold back any longer. With a single flap of his massive golden flame-coated wings, he charged toward Dian. However, the result was far beyond what the fear in his heart had tricked him into believing. As grand as Dian's display was, he soon found himself flying in the air in the complete opposite direction he had charged in. And, considering he had no chi cultivation, it was definitely not a controlled flight. The key to Dian's overwhelming battle prowess had always been the fusion of his chi and vital chi. When his energy and blood became one, it would supply a multiplicative strength to his body, allowing him to battle several realms and stages above his own cultivation level. However, now his chi was gone, and, though his body was about as strong as a supreme's now, a one-facet overlord could defeat a supreme with the wave of a hand, let alone a three-facet overlord. The difference was so extreme that it was a miracle Dian hadn't been blasted into a rain of meat paste after a single strike. What was even more maddening was that Dian wasn't satisfied. No, this had nothing to do with his strength. He didn't care that he was being treated like a ragdoll, nor did he care that their initial fear had dissipated into the wind after realizing he could hardly take on a single strike now. Instead, what was truly shocking about Dian's current state was the fact he wasn't satisfied with cutting himself off from his chi and wills. He wanted to be rid of everything. Wasn't this Titan diamond body gifted by the heavens? He didn't want it. His eternity's balanced constitution? He didn't want it. His silver mirror constitution? He didn't want it either. However, he didn't have the means to rip them from himself. He simply didn't know how to without ending his own life. So for now, he let them be. But the intent remained. There would come a day where he relied on himself and nothing more. To try and back him into a corner by snatching the things it believed it had gifted him. Dian had believed his was arrogant. But it seemed that the heavens were even more so. To look down on him from on high and pass judgment as it pleased. Such a thing really pissed him off. Dian roared. meeting the Golden Crow ancestors' attack with a sudden vigor. Fundamental runes surged around his body, Reaper expanding several times over in the blink of an eye. A shrill cry left the golden bird's beak. Red-gold blood flickering with dancing flames fell from the skies as the bird ancestor's third leg was cut off. Attacking alone? Dian sneered. If you want a chance to live, you'd best attack together. Just one of you is no match for me no matter how weak I am. This land is mine. The sky is mine. Your life is mine. If you want to struggle against the will of a god, you think you can do it alone? Ancestor Golden Crow was stifled. In fact, in the very next moment he sent Dian flying once more, but the words kept reverberating in his mind. Damn it! It is you who is struggling against a god. The heavens will pound you into the ground for your arrogance, and I'll be here to witness it all. Die! Yet these words remained in his mind. For some reason or another, he couldn't find the conviction to speak them out loud. He felt a weighing, tearing pain in his chest. Blood flew from Dian's lips. It felt as though every bone in his body was broken, and maybe that was the reality. However, his gaze remained calculative, as though he was seeing through everything. Cut it all away. I want nothing to do with it. Dian's fingers stabbed into his own right eye, tearing his eyeball away. A wave of backlash assaulted his body as the meridians were severed completely. If he had the strength to destroy a treasure of the 33 heavens, he would have crushed this eye where it lied in his palm. All of it. Dian's arm pierced through his own belly, ripping a golden seal from within him out. The overlords trembled. The moment those two treasures lost Dian's shroud, their true fluctuations shook them to their core. Heavenly treasures. The treasures of the 33 heavens. Get away from me! Dian threw Hell's right eye and the seal. In a blink, they had soared over the horizon, out of sight of their gazes and out of range of their senses. Greed filled the gazes of the overlords. Once they got rid of this threat, wouldn't they have a path to the immortal realm? If they had such a treasure by their side, their rise would be guaranteed. Right now, they were nothing but ants to the immortal plane. But if they had such backing, it would only be a matter of time before they grasped true strength. Kaori and the normal young man stood in the air rooted in place. Looking down at the Dian who had blood running down his eyes and body, they felt more shaken than they ever had in their entire lifetimes. To think that he wouldn't even want such weapons purely because they had been blessed by the heavens. Just a single slight and he wanted nothing to do with it anymore. Ancestor Golden Crow immediately gave up pursuit of Dian, chasing after the throne treasures. Didn't I say, to fight together? Dian's scythe rose into the air, ripping through the skies and the clouds above as swirls of bronze, silver and gold fundamental runes spun around its blade. Pay the price for your own ignorance. His blade descended, beheading a might Golden Crow with one clean stroke. Dian's gripped Ancestor Golden Crow's severed head. His fist clenched, sending a tidal wave of force through the dead overlord's skull and causing a rain of flesh and blood. Dian observed the red gold bead that remained in his hand apathetically. Though he seemed to be holding it casually, it radiated a level of heat that matched the surface of a star. Even with its vital force cut off, it felt an innate desire to burn the world to the ground. Beast cores. They were a natural phenomenon that mortal beasts didn't have the right to form. In fact, even Ancestor Golden Crow only barely met the requirements to create one. Still, even then, his was only the size of a fingernail. These were very different from the infernal cores of the infernal and embryonic infernal beasts. While infernal cores only contained a dense chi, true beast cores contained not only an immortal beast's cultivation, but also their comprehension. Everything it was that made Ancestor Golden Crow as powerful as he was hidden within this very fingernail-sized crystal shard. On the immortal plane, such a beast core was invaluable. The truth was that not every beast could form one. Only those with deep enough bloodline talent or those who had experienced lucky mutations could form one. The number was at only about 10% of beasts. Oh? Dian dropped down heavily from the skies, unable to sustain flight without his chi. Though he was sure he could figure out how to using vital chi as a substitute, he couldn't be bothered. After all, he still had his wings if he was really in need of flight. Do all of you have one of these? Dian moved his head toward the 5 remaining beast overlords as though they were meat on a platter. Suddenly, greed they had toward the soaring treasures in the distance vanished, replaced with an ingrained fear that penetrated their marrow. They couldn't understand what they were seeing. Why was Dian's battle strength fluctuating so wildly? Sometimes he would be as weak as an ant, and at others, he could behead a 3-facet overlord with a single strike. Dian's senses turned back toward the small shard in his hand. It was quite beautiful in a morbid kind of way, especially since he could see Ancestor Golden Crow's soul screaming in agony from his vantage point. How interesting! With a thought, Dian crushed it. Ancestor Golden Crow's last horrified scream filled the air, turning into particle-sized red-gold dust that sparkled between Dian's fingers. The white flames around Dian blazed to life. They jumped from a gentle simmer to a raging typhoon, spiraling around Dian with an illusory light. The world around him shook and quaked. A moment later, wavering runes began to appear within the dust particles. They seemed similar to the ones that perpetually floated around Dian, except they were far more complex. In fact, there were also many more of them. The bronze runes that appeared were a deeper bronze. The silver runes that manifested were a brighter silver. The gold runes trembled the space around them were a more lustrous gold. Dian had been thinking for a long time already. If he really were to break free from the heavens entirely, just what would his path be? He had already completely discarded his inner world. And now that he had abandoned his chi, it might completely collapse any time now. However, he wasn't worried. He felt that his own path was far more powerful. It was a path so unprecedented that even if another had thought of it, they would abandon it immediately. Dian's master had opened up a whole new world to him by passing on her legacy to him. He realized that he had been too tunnel-visioned in the way he viewed array alchemy. Even after that, Madeline's words truly woke him up. His lovely wife understood him better than even he understood himself. Array alchemy was about snatching heavenly laws as you pleased. This was what reigned supreme at the core of it all. Who said it had to be executed with heavenly herbs? Why couldn't he do it with the flesh and blood of beasts? Why couldn't he use the human body as a cauldron as he did with Re? Why couldn't he use the beast core in his hands at this very moment? Give them to me. The laws that made you a golden crow. The source of your strength, your blood, your flames. The runes around Dian trembled as though fighting against his command. The small spark of a golden flame flickered into existence before disappearing. The cycle continued again and again, endlessly. It seemed for a moment that it really might never succeed. The overlords didn't understand what was going on, but they could feel the skies screaming. Tribulation clouds swarmed above, sending strikes of lightning downward that bombarded Dian's body. They seemed greedy to kill him where he stood, burn him completely to ash. Dian's empty eye sockets turned up to the skies. Even without pupils, his disdain was clear. Fuck off. It seemed the heavens had forgotten that they gave this ancient battlefield to Dian to control. To anyone else, everything was far more difficult in this place. However, to Dian it was the exact opposite. This battlefield was where he reigned supreme. Dian realized the heavens didn't have full control over his constitution precisely because it wasn't the original Titan diamond body to begin with. Dian's constitution was the fusion of 2 Titan diamond bodies. The tribulation clouds froze. As though playing a backdrop to the birth of something new, it could only watch as golden flames erupted around Dian's body, incinerating the corpses and fields of blood for miles. Dian indifferently sensed the golden flames around him. Even the corpses of the numerous overlords around him, corpses that wouldn't have decayed for millions of years if left alone, were incinerated to ash. Yet, what weak flames! Dian extinguished the golden flames as though he disdained to use them. Compared to his chaos and purity flames, the proud flames of the Golden Crow were more than just a single level inferior. Ancestor Golden Crow had comprehended his flame to the lower realm, yet it was still weaker than Dian's Tao flame. If anyone understood Dian's thoughts, they'd be astonished. The gap between a Tao and law was a massive chasm that many didn't cross in their lifetimes. One shouldn't take the case of overlords as the example. It should be remembered that to the immortal plane, there was no overlord realm. There were only the half-immortal higher existences and the true immortals which began at the immortal essence realm. On the immortal plane, even an expert at the peak immortal essence stage might not necessarily have comprehended a law. It could be said that the only reason overlords of the comprehension facet existed on the mortal plane was because those in this prison had nothing else to focus their attention toward. They had no choice but to try and improve in the only paths they had left. It could be said that the aspirations of these overlords weren't a fairy tale. If they found a way out of this prison and truly transcended, they would be among the most powerful immortal essence realm experts on the immortal plane. It was just a shame that they made an enemy out of Dian first. The fundamental runes dispersed, floating obediently around Dian. The overlords felt that Dian's figure had somehow stretched out of their reach in that moment. It was a truly odd feeling. He hadn't moved a single inch, yet he was somehow continuously becoming further and further away from them. The thoughts they had of chasing after the treasures were completely eradicated. If they didn't band together to face this monster now, they somehow felt that even if they had those treasures by their sides, it wouldn't matter. Charged together, Dian suddenly vanished from where he was standing, appearing on Ancestor Cyclops' shoulder. His fist careened through the air, smashing through the Overlord's temple as though wading through butter. Devour! The 9 remaining overlords froze. Ancestor Cyclops' struggling soul appeared in Dian's palm. His nascent form was a mere baby, a far cry from Dian's own mature soul. It could actually be considered quite adorable, even with its singular eye. However, Dian crushed it into motes of light just as unfeelingly. It didn't feel like he was crushing an overlord at all, but rather than he was swatting an annoying insect out of existence. Pay the price for your own ignorance. Dian's words reverberated in their minds like an endless echo. It resonated with their souls, causing their hearts to pound uncontrollably. He had already given them a warning, a benevolent chance that they didn't grasp. They should have taken the chance to attack as one while his strength was still fluctuating, while it had still yet to stabilize. But instead, they delivered Ancestor Golden Crow to him on a silver platter. The moment they allowed Dian to find a catalyst to snatch more of this world's fundamental runes, they had already lost. Dian didn't even need to verbalize their mistake. His actions were enough for them to know how foolish they had been. He had given them a chance to fight back, yet they had completely squandered it. What truly shook their hearts to the core was that Dian's strength had taken 2 massive dives downward. Once after he killed Ancestor Golden Crow, and another after he slaughtered Ancestor Cyclops, a giant hundreds of times his size. It was clear that the heavens were still trying their best to expunge his influence, to squash his existence and pretend as though he didn't exist. But Dian was improving even faster than the heavens could suppress him. Such a reality shook the 9 overlords to their core. The space around Dian trembled once more as the fundamental runes began to form. Ancestor Cyclops had comparatively more golden runes than Ancestor Golden Crow had had. Dian still wasn't entirely sure what this meant quite yet, but he could subconsciously feel that it was more useful to him. Just when the fundamental runes barely stabilized, Dian's body explosively increased in size, the fibers of his body becoming like taut metallic filaments. Each muscle fiber was so powerful that every individual line forged of their path could be seen through Dian's skin. Dian shrunk down a moment later, dispelling the runes to add the rotation of them around him. Inconvenient. Dian dismissed this ability as well. Hadn't he forcefully entered the Bronze Silk realm precisely because he had no interest in becoming so large? Why then would he accept such a result for the sake of becoming a Cyclops? It wasn't like the muscle filaments of the Cyclops race could be more powerful than his current Diamond Silk muscle filaments. Dian curiously observed the trembling overlords. Their legs quaked beneath them so severely that they had seemed to lose the ability to move. What maybe even Dian hadn't realized was that this wasn't only due to fear, but rather because Dian's presence was growing at an exponential rate. And due to the sovereign flame, Its strength became the embodiment of each and every one of his actions. After Dian absorbed the Pride clan's pool of blood, there was a sudden change to his presence, but he had never been able to truly understand what it was. Following that day, he could no longer tell what his presence's grade was. In addition, it didn't seem limited in the cultivation realms it could affect any longer. The only faint understanding he had was that his presence had become a martial intent. But the truth was he still wasn't certain even of what this was. Things like martial intents and concepts were too rarely used on the mortal plane, and Dian had no one but himself to guide him. Regardless of what the truth was, it was undeniable that his presence was taking blazing leaps forward in the moment. If before it was entirely reliant on his body, now it seemed to stretch outward in a perpetual domain that covered everything. Still not coming? Dian disappeared, reappearing in the skies above the ancestor unicorn. His crushing weight fell on the overlord's skull even as his scythe swept forward, cleanly cutting its singular horn from its head. The slaughter was devastating. With every life Dian took, his strength seemed to surge to a new height. Following in kind, the heaven's suppression of him would multiply several times over, but he would improve once more in the blink of an eye. Kaori and the normal young man watched as Dian snatched and disdained the abilities of 11 individuals who could reign over the world. Dian's body, coated in flame of white, seemed like a god come down to pass judgment. Every swing of his scythe, every clench of his fist, every flicker of disdain that corrupted his visage, seared into their minds and their hearts as though chiseled in by the heavens themselves. The fundamental runes fluttered around Dian. Their growing number seemed proportional to his every increase in strength. The more there were, the more laws he snatched away. The more laws he snatched away, the more his battle strength relied solely on himself and nothing else. His battle strength fluctuated as his tug of war with heavens raged on. The more power Dian snatched away, the more he understood what he must do, what his true cultivation path was. The fundamental runes were a nice parlor trick, but it still fundamentally relied on the heavens. This system of fundamental runes he was snatching away would always rely on the heavens. Even if there came a day where he took it all away, it would only make him untouchable in this one world. This was no longer his goal. His aspirations were far beyond this. He needed to refine his own foundation. He needed to create his own sense of self, his very own body. He would rebuild every cell of his body, refining himself as though he was a pill from the ground up. His proof of concept already existed. It was his very own wife. Hadn't he used Ri's body as a cauldron? Why not take it one step further and use his own body as a pill? Maybe the creator of Inner World, Sanctuary, had a similar path. He likely wanted to create a world within himself, effectively becoming free from the constraints of all others. However, that was his solution. This solution was Dian's own, one he would follow to the very end. This was only the beginning. The battlefield fell silent. Dian sat on the ancestor orc's forehead, not seemingly registering the foul smell coming from the latter's body. After spending a few moments lost in thought, he leisurely stood, hopping down from his spot on the orc's corpse. His casual actions left a crater in the ancestor orc's skull, causing an ooze of gray, white, and red brain matter to drip out. Are you going to continue pretending to be Nameless, Emithius Olympus? Emithius, who had regained his apathetic expression after a while, suddenly froze once more. You? Oh? Are you surprised that I've remembered you now? You're quite brazen with it too. I remember then an Olympus clan appeared during the Federation's first mission. Yet no one seemed to remember you at all. You'd think that with the reappearance of a clan like the Olympus clan, it would be world-shattering news. The mighty angels who saved us from the hands of the Titans making a return. Yet, not a word was said about you. Dian shook the blood from his scythe. His strength continued to plummet, and having run out of overlords to snatch strength from, there was only these two remaining. But it didn't matter, this battle was as good as over. I wondered what race could curse an entire species of people. It makes sense that it was you angels. Since you created magic, it isn't a surprise that you would also create its opposite in curses. My little sister Maying happens to know a thing or two about curses. You know, I'm a bit hurt. You said that you knew everything about me, but how could you not know something so simple? Do you think I would be stupid enough to realize the effectiveness of curses and never make contingency plans on them? I went so far as to hide my father-in-law's return even from his own daughter purely to keep this a secret, but I had no idea I didn't need to go so far. The palm strike that hit Diane's back before the battle began was precisely from his father-in-law and Rhee's own father. Emithius may have been prepared to make contingency plans against little Lila, but what would he do against another true empath that had been gone for over 100 years? Diane learned of the potency curses could have the moment he forgot about the existence of his unicorn corpse puppet. He went through so many battles where it could have been greatly helpful, yet he completely forgot about it. It was then he made a few contingency plans. Who better to see through tricks of the mind if not a true empath? However, that was contingent of the true empath, him or herself, not being compromised in the first place. This was where his father-in-law, who was currently sitting within his crumbling inner world, came in. You were planning for me for over 100 years? Don't flatter yourself. Diane yawned, a bit bored. I just don't like surprises. You can also stop pretending to be backed into a corner. Your acting is terrible. I've known you were in Olympus for a long time, yet I still destroyed you clan's last universe spirit. Do you think I fear you, or your ancient constitution? Emithius' wide eyes slowly calmed, growing ever colder with each passing second. His hand flashed to the side, a bloody blade entering through one side of Kaori's head and exiting out the other. Diane hardly batted an eye to this sudden change. You know I have such a constitution, yet you dare to stand before me? There's nothing I don't dare to do. Emithius suddenly began to laugh. His body swirled with 12 different auras, each drastically different from the last. These are words you'll soon regret. I didn't become the first of my kind to reach the Tao formation realm by fluke. Your only remaining path is death. For the sake of Aritzia, I'll bury you. Diane slowly brandished his scythe, his gaze incomparably calm. The ancient constitution was a legend that had existed since the dawn of the mortal plane. Diane wasn't certain of how powerful they were or even of how many there had been since the creation of this world. But what he was sure of was that not a single one of them had ever successfully cleared the celestial realm to enter the Tao realm. Their tribulations were simply too fierce. Yet, here was Emithius, his aura bold and imposing as though he was a son of the heavens. Diane knew how powerful Emithius must be. Even the sky god Zeus was able to end the reign of the Titans single-handedly despite being a mere celestial. How great must the battle prowess provided by an ancient constitution be in order to allow a celestial to push what must have been thousands of supremes to the brink of extinction? To make matters worse, Diane had a bad feeling about the 12 auras circulating around Emithius. It might not have been a coincidence that he was the only one to succeed. Diane couldn't help but wonder, why had he succeeded in this timeline but not the last? Could his weaker self have ever defeated Emithius? Diane didn't think so. Diane was certain that aside from the entity, Emithius was the most powerful existence on the mortal plane. What Diane didn't know was that it was his fault that Emithius could stand here today. No matter how great Diane's planning was, it was impossible for him to account for every factor. Ironically, this event was only happening due to a spell of bad luck. Back when Overlord Asselin Madeline's Mount and Ice Phoenix was just planning on attacking the dwarves, he received a report about a young man entering the center of the ancient battlefield. Back then, he had asked his subordinate to keep tabs on this young man and to inform him if he ever came out. In the previous timeline, Emithius, beaten and bloodied after successfully crossing his tribulation, was instantly caught by the Overlord Ice Phoenix, where he was likely wrung dry for his secrets. Emithius spent over a year in a coma after exiting the battlefield, only to be killed when he showed signs of waking up. Reason being, Asselin realized that he was too dangerous. Yet, in this timeline, Diane had caught the Ice Phoenix for the sake of giving his wife a proper mount. Like this, Emithius was able to spend a year completely unnoticed in these very planes he faced off against Diane on now. In fact, not only did he go unnoticed, but he was able to heal himself back to 100% of his strength in the following years. Just like this, Dian dropped a rock on his own foot. As for why Emithius had to enter the center of the ancient battlefield, he didn't know. That said, the reality was that he was excited. His blood boiled and his bones crackled, releasing a tremendous amount of pressure. This ancient constitution, wasn't it the prized child of the heavens? It was probably the heavens' greatest regret that not a single ancient constitution had survived to this point. Dian even had a sneaking suspicion that all this fanfare about evolution was actually the heavens misdirecting them all. The true pinnacle creation of the heavens were those like Emithius. Maybe heaven's children were only failures that didn't manage to meet the necessary requirements. Dian wondered, how would the heavens feel if he beat its precious child into the ground? Dian's scythe slowly dragged along the ground, carving the charred soil beneath his feet with an apathetic expression. You say you want revenge for Aritzia? While I can't allow you that, I don't mind sending you to her. Ha ha! Emithius laughed. Even in the face of a true god you speak words as though you can still pass judgment as you please. You have not a single idea the kind of strength you're facing. This is the difference between you and I. You seem to think it matters the level of strength you have, when in reality you'll die just the same. Don't say I didn't try to help you. Your Aritzia confessed her undying love to me just as she breathed her last breath. If I didn't kill her, wouldn't she come running to my arms instead of yours? At least this way, while you're both in the land of the dead, you're the only choice she has left. Emithius' eyes widened with rage, boiling over with a crimson tide. The earth beneath them sunk. Dian could feel it. It wasn't just a small section of land that shattered, but rather the whole of the ancient battlefield sunk by an entire inch. Dian frowned, his grip around his scythe tightening slightly. Since you still don't understand, I'll be sure to slowly show you what the true difference between you and I is. Maybe if you were born in another era, this would be your world. But since I am here, it will be mine. I've only let you keep the fame and fortune you have on hold for me. Even when I was a celestial, I could have already swept through the mortal plane. There wasn't a single person who was a match for me. The only reason I did not was because my goals and aspirations were much higher. This would not be my limit. Until I successfully crossed the Tao realm, none of you were worthy of my attention. Today, I will show you the true strength of Emithius. 12 wings spread from Emithius' back, but they were absolutely massive. They shone a platinum color, looking like they had been forged of very delicate silver paper as they blanketed the skies of hundreds of miles. They stood detached from Emithius' back, their every slight quiver flattening the earth as far as the eye could see. The skies trembled, the crackling of fierce arcs of lightning coursing through the darkening clouds. They struck downward, fusing with Emithius' enormous wings. Emithius stood at the center of it all, his expression without emotion, his gaze lofty. He stretched his finger outward, an arc of platinum lightning following his intent to streak toward Dian. Dian quickly dodged to the side, not having the mind to care for the collapsing earth behind him as he shot into the skies. His own 12 golden wings appearing to his back as he met Emithius' palm with his blackened scythe. You dare use my own ancestors' abilities against me? When will you understand that there's little I don't dare to do? Dian unleashed a flurry of maddening strikes. He and Emithius seemed like two guardian deities battling it out in the skies. With the size of the latter's wings, it was likely that maybe every inhabitant of this prison was aware of this battle. Though they might have not exactly understood just why it was happening, they could all innately feel its importance. Ignorance. Your silver mirror constitution. One of the 12 swirling auras around Emithius shone. Dian's sudden scythe strikes were reflected and amplified by Emithius' next palm strike. It felt as though all of his strength had suddenly doubled and come crashing into his chest, intent on turning him into a cloud fog of blood. Is nothing but a cheap imitation of my ancestor Demeter. This is the true silver mirror constitution, the goddess of harvest, capable of accepting all and giving back more. Your eternity's balance constitution. Another aura surged from within Emithius, pursuing Dian as the elements seemed to bend and fuse to his will. Flames surged and blended with water. Earth moved and fused with wind. The skies and the ground became one. Reality became illusory, and dreams became corporeal. Dian felt like a Mythius strike was coming from the bottom, his immortal sense latching onto it completely, but a sudden palm strike struck his head from above. Is nothing but a knockoff of my ancestor Hera. This is the true eternity's balance. Birthed from the goddess of unions, capable of balancing all things to make yin accept yang, to make yang accept yin. A perfect matrimony of the elements, of existence itself. In the next instant, a bombardment of cold and heat assaulted Dian from the right even as something sharp and blunt bombarded him from the left. Dian reacted quickly, his scythe spinning in his hands and following the flow of momentum to extend outward hundreds of meters, reaching toward Emithius who stood behind his bold attacks. Weapons arrays spun to life around Dian, curving a path around the building assault of torrential attacks to impact Emithius directly. You still don't understand, Emithius said with a clear disdain. His hair became a blazing red, a massive hammer appearing in his hands. Your comprehension of war is nothing but a cheap understanding of my ancestor Ares' abilities. This is the true will of war. His hammer swung downward, arcs of lightning and fused flames shattering the black spears of Dian's rays. Dian's brow raised. That hammer, it was stronger than even his Reaper. How was that possible? Reaper had become an Empyrean-grade weapon. Even on the immortal plane, such a weapon was highly sought after. Maybe only those of the immortal low realm would frequently wield one. Were you very proud of your scythe? It's nothing but an inferior weapon from an inferior world. With the legacy of my ancestor Hephaestus, there is nothing in the world that cannot be forged into a treasure. I can turn the soil beneath my feet into the crown jewel of an empress of nations. I can forge the feather of a common bird into an arrow that could pierce the sun. I can temper the heavens and the earth themselves, refining them to my liking. We are not the same. This is the difference between you and I. Emithius roared into the skies, his 12 auras revolving around him madly as he tapped into one godly ability after the next. Weapons appeared in the skies one after another. There were godly spears, sharp swords, jagged tridents. Each was no worse than the venerable grade, forcing the space around them to quake and tremble. The skies shattered as though they were made of glass, trying to reform on themselves only to shatter again. A world of reality and pseudo-reality formed. It was the kind that looked like a dreamland, the kind of land Emithius could do with as he pleased. Dian could feel his strict control of the ancient battlefield slipping away. As it did, the plummeting of his strength accelerated. It seemed the heavens were intent on suppressing him to the extreme. This only confirmed Dian's theory. Why was it that he was being suppressed, but Emithius, who must have died in the previous timeline, not experiencing this? If not a case of playing favorites, what exactly was this? Dian's grin turned savage. Indeed, Emithius lived up to his name as an ancient constitution wielder. But Dian had still never expected that he would have all 12 abilities of the 12 gods of the Olympus clan. Zeus was the sky god. Emithius not only seemed to have the ability to control the weather and the air currents, but his wings were simply obscene. Dian had to fight with all his might just to not get blown away by a single casual flap. Hera was the goddess of union. Emithius' ability to balance was far beyond Dian's comprehension. It was to the point where he could bend reality with fiction, making it impossible to tell what was real and what wasn't. Demeter was the goddess of harvest. Never would Dian have thought that this was related to the Silver Mirror Constitution. He would have been more inclined to believe that it was related to botany, but he should have realized that he wasn't allowed to have nice things when the heavens were involved. Hephaestus was the god of the forge. Dian didn't dare imagine the kind of level of weapons Emithius had created. Being assaulted by immortal-grade weapons that seemed to manifest from thin air left Dian feeling incomparably aggrieved. To make a horrible story worse, when this sky filled of weapons was fused with Ares' abilities, Dian wanted to complain furiously, but simply had no one to complain to. To make matters worse, this was just the start. There was still Poseidon, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Aphrodite, Hermes, and Hades. Considering Emithius' maddening speed, Dian was certain that this was related to Hermes. His self-replenishing and endless supply of chi was most definitely related to Apollo. His ability to curse was either related to Athena or Aphrodite, the latter of which Dian believed was more likely. The trouble was that Dian didn't dare to make too many assumptions about Emithius' abilities based on the legends he was aware of. He didn't want to get blindsided by something he had never expected simply due to him drawing uninformed conclusions. Who knew how many odd abilities Emithius had that were like Demeter's silver mirror of Apollo's healing factor? Dian most knew Apollo for his relation to the sun. Apollo's connection with healing and archery was comparatively weaker. Yet, it was this healing ability that Emithius gained. Dian had no choice but to be cautious. Despite Emithius' abilities, Dian fought boldly in the skies. He unleashed what he had of his strength without reserve. As endless as Emithius' strength seemed to be, Dian matched him step for step, blow for blow. His soul burned furiously, spiraling an illusory white flame around his body as he went all out. Enlightened lines of efficiency. Dian's vacant sockets were replaced with a golden glow turning with clicking gears. His battle style became more direct and blatant. However, the effect was strong. Every churning muscle within his body seemed to fuse as one, melding with the golden halo above his head to produce a fighting machine. The seventh degree of freedom of soul aid evolved under Dian's use, transcending use for just arrays and becoming one with Dian's body. The freer Dian became from the heavens, the looser previously impossible to hurdle restrictions became. As the ease increased, so too did Dian's creativity. Even facing a god chosen by the heavens, he felt that he could do anything. Dian and Emithius' battle crossed thousands of miles. Sometimes there was land beneath their feet, and at other times, there were the dark oil waters of the ancient battlefield. Where Dian went, it seemed as though he wasn't just battling Emithius alone, but rather the whole world. In the skies, the clouds above would strike him down. On land, the earth would shackle his feet, trying to swallow him whole from below. Above the oceans, dragons formed of thick pillars of black water would attack him from all sides as though willing to drown him where he stood in the air. Dian soon understood that this wasn't just his own personal bias, but rather, exactly what was happening. He wasn't just fighting Emithius. He was fighting the heavens that brought him into existence. The Olympus clan that built the foundation he stood upon. His own lofty ideals and the mountain he must climb to achieve them. Dian dodged another streaking venerable great spear, knocking against its body as it flew by him to send it into the distance. He closed in on Emithius. Maybe if he still had his eyes, they would be blazing with fighting intent. Even as his aura grew weaker, his will grew stronger. His Tao heart thumped madly, surging with an endless intent. He would cut this ancient god down. He didn't care how many abilities Emithius had, nor how favored he was by the heavens. The only thing that remained were his thoughts of victory. His body grew toward an ever-worsening state while Emithius seemed to be replenished to his perfect self every passing moment. But Dian hardly batted an eye. He knew Emithius had limits. If he didn't, how would he had died in the previous timeline? But there would be a difference this time around. He would slaughter Emithius at his very best. He would topple this god who tried to look down from him on high with nothing but his own strength. He would show Emithius the true difference between them. Dian's scythe swept forward. Even as his shoulders were torn apart by the weapons flying through the air, he met Emithius' palm strike head-on. Such a small thing could never shake his resolve. A deep reflective impact surged as Dian was almost thrown away by Hera's ability. But he had been fighting Emithius for too long to fall for such a thing again. His golden wings flapped mightily, sending a torrent of winds forward that supported him. His intent blazed, pushing onward to force Emithius back. Dian's assault was relentless. The moment he gained even the slightest advantage, he pressed forward. His kick followed the swing of his scythe, a slew of judgment arrays manifesting to his back. Even though he was well aware that even his strongest judgment, Azura, wasn't able to match up against even a single one of Amithius' weapons. So what? If one wasn't enough, he would send 10. If 10 wasn't enough, he would send 100. Dian didn't believe for a moment that Amithius had an endless supply of immortal-grade weapons. However, when it came to his soul, the things he could create would keep coming for as long as he continued to manifest them. As long as his will held on, he would be the undeniable victor. Amithius met Dian's kick with a knee of his own, a savage glow lighting his eyes as a streak of lighting following his counterpunch. Dian's reaction was quick, the butt of his scythe swinging forward to deflect it. Space shattered and crumbled under their might. Each of them had already surpassed the normal boundaries of the mortal plane. Each of them was a god in their own right. Reality was formed by their wills. The illusory was manifested under their thoughts. Even the heavens could only bear witness to their clash. Their battle was a sight that captured the hearts of all. Even those observing had a difficult time forming thoughts of their own. Their minds were enraptured by the moment of history before them. Dian's strikes, Amithius counters, Dian's arrays, Amithius' vault of treasures. They clashed in the skies, golden wings to one side, platinum wings to the other. Land of the undead, heed my call. Amithius' cry shook the earth below. A splintering valley that ran for thousands of miles opened up, running horizontally between Dian and Amithius' clashing figures. Thousands of skeletal hands the size of cities creeped upward, grasping the sides of this fissure. They slowly pulled themselves upward, rising from hell's abyss. Dian sneered. He flashed backward, allowing Reaper to float before his as he clapped his hands together. The impact of his palms meeting shook the ancient battlefield, causing no less of a cataclysm than Amithius' underworld fissure. Illusory flames billowed around him, a roar escaping his lips that overshadowed the creaking bones below. Thousands of blooming flowers appeared in the skies, each as large as a person and overflowing with a bloody aura. Dian's clones rushed outward, each of them pressing their hands together and roaring in unison. Sage's degree. First arm, patience. Thousands of golden palms rose into the air, the skies quaking beneath their might. The rising corpse puppets were struck simultaneously, a singular palm stay behind to keep Amithius at bay. Second arm, modesty. Another golden palm appeared to Dian's opposite side, his fighting intent blooming. The more he fought, the quicker his heart pounded. To go all out, to crush his enemies no matter how high above him they stood. This was what he lived for. Third arm, brotherhood. Fourth arm, calm. Fifth arm, charisma. Sixth arm, magnanimity. Seventh arm, courage. Eighth arm, justice. 9 arm, truth. Dian's palms slapped together once more, 9 arms of a prayer Buddha stretching out for hundreds of miles to his back. He tapped into the magic of blessings within his golden wings, slowly coming to understand the fundamental runes that powered its holy aura. Change. He tapped into the 5th degree of freedom. To change the fundamental element of one's technique, this was the true power of change. And Dian chose to empower himself with the strength of blessings, creating a 10th arm that had never existed before. 10th arm. Cleanse. 10 palms struck outward at once. No, it was more accurate to say that it was tens of thousands. Each as large as tens of miles across, they blanketed out the skies, shattering the earth below under their pressure before they even landed. The undead creatures of Amithius Hades' ability were eradicated one after another even as Amithius himself was forced back several steps. Dian's golden arms grabbed the chi in the skies, taking control of them and bombarding Amithius from all sides. His scythe expanded in size, entering the hand of the 10th arm with embodied the first blessing Dian had ever learned. Cleanse. It swept through the skies, clashing with Amithius' massive platinum wings and forcing him to retreat again and again. Dian's attacks grew more furious, more vigorous. His relentless pursuit toward victory caused the skies to boom with endless rains of thunder, as though expressing the rage of the heavens above. However, Dian himself only laughed uproariously, his strength blooming to new and greater heights. Come, Amithius, Give me everything you have. Emithius countered Dian's undying pursuit again and again. His gaze continuously blazed as though searching for Dian's limits. Then I'll show you my true strength, that of the creation god. Emithius. Dian knew well that Emithius' abilities weren't so simple as copying his ancestors. Or rather, he had been prepared for this to be the case. Emithius used these abilities too freely and without reserve. To now, he had already tapped into the strength of all 12 Olympus clan gods with the exception of Artemis. And maybe the only reason he hadn't was very likely because Artemis' abilities were probably related to beast taming. Creation. It was a concept that ironically introduced Dian to concepts. His first true interaction with it was within the Golden Flame mystical world where he found a book of creation kept by Orcus during the second phase. Back then, he had given the book to Madeline since she relied on some abilities of the concept creation in order to compose the pieces she used in her music. The deeper her comprehension of creation, the better her music would become, and thus the greater her battle prowess would be. However, this was only the short of it. During his time in the Golden Flame mystical world, Dian had also concluded that his flames didn't have many characteristics, but rather each had only one, that of creation. Knowing this, Dian had unlocked many abilities of his chaos and purity flames over the years. So, hearing Emithius' words, he immediately understood why it was that Emithius could use the abilities of his ancestors. It wasn't that he was born with them, but rather that he could manifest them at will. He could create them from thin air. But this only made Dian's intent blaze fiercer because he realized that Emithius had just made a very foolish mistake. He could have never imagined that his singular cocky line had revealed so much to Dian. Or maybe, he simply didn't know how deep Dian's comprehension of creation already was. Knowing that Emithius' true ability, Dian could also see through his limitations with ease. It was very likely that Emithius' 12 ancestor abilities weren't as strong as they were when his ancestors wielded them. He could also see that Emithius very obviously needed a reference for his creations, or else he wouldn't have been limiting himself to his 12 ancestors all this time either. Maybe if Emithius was like Dian wouldn't be sneering at this realization. For a person like Dian, it simply didn't matter to him whether his enemy knew his true abilities or not. However, for Emithius, things were different. With how arrogant Emithius had been from the start, wasn't he trying just a little too hard? If he was so confident in his own strength, why did he go through all the trouble of using Kaori to round up the overlords? Obviously, it was so that Dian's strength would fall at a faster rate. The more Dian impacted this timeline by killing its most powerful experts, the harder the heavens would fight back against him, and thus the more his strength would plummet. Did this sound like something an overly confident person would do? Dian knew the truth. Since Emithius knew the truth behind these dual timelines, that means he knew that he died before reaching his full potential in that timeline. And this reality filled him with fear. This was the difference between Emithius and Dian. To Dian, the matters of the previous timeline had nothing to do with him. He had a one-track mind aimed toward victory. Yet, Emithius continued to think about a failure he hadn't even personally witnessed. In Dian's eyes, no matter how strong Emithius was, he was weak. A flash of rage filled Emithius' heart as though he could feel Dian's disdain. Under his anger, the world trembled, the already collapsing skies imploding in on themselves to reveal a sea of black. It was no longer a world of red soil, skies, and sun. It had become a land that existed between reality and illusory, a world built by the hands of Emithius himself. Dian's laughter played a backdrop to Emithius' surging aura. It felt that no matter what Emithius did, his momentum was being stifled again and again. Dian flashed forward, attacking from the front as his clones continued to bombard Emithius' ever-growing abyss of the dead. However, his gaze turned serious when he realized that Emithius, who he had thought was before him, was actually to his back. The cycle seemed to flip and continue. Time inexplicably ran backward at times while strikes Dian believed were levied to his left went to his right and vice versa. The world turned upside down and inside out. Like a house of mirrors, Dian's immortal sense bounced and reflected off of surfaces, sending images that were almost impossible to interpret in his mind. "Why don't you attack personally, Emithius, the great Olympian?" Dian's expression remained calm, his calculative mind spinning at ungodly speeds. "Isn't it because you know that this world is meaningless to me? You're nothing but a dog of the heavens. Do you really expect me to believe that you can disregard its rules as you see fit? All you can do is—" Dian's muscles tensed, his bare back rippling with strength as he sent a strike backward. The reverberating impact of his scythe meeting Emithius' palms traveled across worlds. "Work within the confines of your little hamster wheel." Dian had already seen through Emithius' weakness. Wasn't it too foolish for the latter to believe he could trick him in this way? Dian realized in these recent months that no matter what kind of strength you gained, as long as it was handed to you by the heavens, you would forever be in its grasp. The reality was that they were all heaven's children, wiggling around in the chains placed around their necks. Emithius seemed big and powerful, but he could only play within the confines the heavens allowed him to. He seemed to be bending reality and creating worlds as he pleased. But the truth was that he was only shifting around puzzle pieces the heavens themselves had already built. Dian's comprehension of the fundamental runes were far deeper than any mortal on this plane, including Emithius. These slight shifts might confuse someone else, but to try and confuse him? Emithius was asking for death. "Is this the strength of the creation god?" Dian's voice boomed, his disdain for the world shining forth. His and Emithius' formed flashed continuously throughout the black, shattered space. Every time they met, reverberating booms concentrated in concentric circles would blast outward, dispelling reality all the more. "Show me more." The longer the battle continued, the more fundamental runes Dian snatched. Every time Emithius manipulated a new law of reality, Dian's immortal sense would see through it in an instant, adding it to his own strength in the blink of an eye. He could still feel the heavens trying to temper his strength down, but he was improving at an even faster speed. If his power halved every minute, he would improve by more than double. If his power dropped but a third, he would improve by more than 3 times. Every one of Emithius' strikes seemed followed by a torrent of elements. In one moment, a pillar of sharp ice would assault Dian from one side. In another, a piercing lightning would come from another. Flashes and booms careened across the air. If either wanted, they could even directly step out from the ancient battlefield as they pleased. Its barriers were no longer able to keep them constrained, nor did it seem that the mortal plane itself was worthy of their presence. Still, every attack Emithius levied seemed to come with the perfect response from Dian. His movements were perfect and free-flowing, the elegant arcs of his scythe coming with a trance-like rhythmic ease that followed the beating of one's heart. Fundamental runes of bronze, silver, and gold warped around his body. Sometimes they could fuse and breathe new life where there was nothing there before, and at other times they would collapse in on themselves, shattering the fabric of reality and the void for a devastating attack. Dian met ice with flames and lightning with earth. He met reflective palm strikes with a immovable wall and devastating counters with relentless attacks. His momentum embodied the world and his aura transcended planes. He stood above it all, facing a god that blotted out the skies with his wings with an arrogant smile that made the latter's heart tremble. Dian's fist seemed to vanish, only to appear on Emithius' cheek. The satisfying feeling of deforming skin and bone reverberated through the black, collapsing space. The concentrated air blasted Emithius' hair backward, his face seemingly collapsing to one side before quickly reforming under his mighty healing factor. Dian followed up quickly, his speed surpassing the bounds of reason as a kick slammed into Emithius' side, shattering the latter's arm and crumpling his body at an awkward angle. "Ha!" Dian's roar expanded out from his chest, his scythe descending from the skies to meet Emithius' quickly crossing arms. A crisp slicing sounded, chopping Emithius' forearms off. Reaper's blade followed through, cutting into Emithius' chest and out through his leg. Emithius retreated explosively, his chest mending and his arms manifesting new appendages from thin air. He countered Dian without missing a beat, his palm striking against the side of Dian's ribcage and shattering an elbow he used to block the following strike. Diane's own body recovered in a flash with a simple heal. However, unlike Emithius, he didn't retreat at all. His maddened dash forward, continuing onward unceasingly. He wanted that fear in Emithius' heart to grow fiercer. He wanted this so-called god to know that to him, he would always be nothing but an ant. He was a young man born from two mortal parents, but today he would cut down a god and enrage the heavens. He wanted the skies above his head to know that they couldn't oppress him as they pleased. They would be above him for only as long as he allowed it. There would come a day where even the heavens themselves were trampled beneath his feet. Ruler of the skies, ruler of the sea, ruler of the underworld. Emithius' brown eyes flashed so brightly that they became gold. You truly live up to your name, Diane Sacharo. Emithius didn't know when, but he had long since stopped caring about Aritzia. This was no longer about a woman. This was about his pride, his Tao, his heart. He refused to allow himself to be trampled beneath the feet of another. This victory, it was going to be his, it was destined to be his. I command the 3 layers of the firmament. Obey my decree, heavens, earth and sea. Emithius' platinum wings stretched outward for hundreds of miles, pulling out on themselves taut. For a moment, they looked no different from 12 blades of judgment with edges sharp enough to sever worlds. His aura skyrocketed, chi surging toward him from all sides. Middle Tao realm, higher Tao realm, peak Tao realm, Archangel's descent, true judgment. It was just the first technique Emithius had used since the start of the battle, yet the result was devastating. The creation world Emithius formed disappeared, revealing the ancient battlefield that acted as the backdrop for their battle. Diane subconsciously moved to one side, just barely avoiding an apocalyptic blade he could hardly perceive. And that was when it happened. The strike descended upon the ground below, burrowing deeply within the ancient battlefield's plane and shattering a portion of it as though it was nothing. The ancient battlefield hung in the skies like a pie with a slice taken out of it, Emithius' singular strike taking out almost a quarter of the expansive eastern region to reveal the depths of space that surrounded this plane. Before Diane could take in what happened, a second imperceptible strike came. Diane's body tensed, his strength blooming to its greatest heights as his scythe swung downward. He pushed its weight to its maximum potential, increasing the size of its blade to stretch of tens of miles. The moment their strikes met, Diane felt Reaper quake, its blade chipping under the strain. If it wasn't for the support of Diane's strength, Reaper would have been sliced in half completely, unable to hold its true form. It was only now Diane truly understood why Emithius had all these immortal weapons, yet only used them as auxiliary long-ranged attackers. His own bodily strength, especially that of his platinum wings, were far beyond anything Diane had ever run across. If he hadn't been lucky enough to find Reaper and entered this battle as he usually did with any old weapon, he would have suffered greatly. Diane could feel Reaper's agitation and rage. His pristine body had actually been chipped. It wasn't strong enough. If it were, it wouldn't matter how sharp Emithius' attacks were. In that moment, Diane flew backward, unable to restrain Emithius' strength any longer. However, he had done his best and succeeded in stopping the attack from ravaging the ancient battlefield any longer. Diane could tell that this wasn't Emithius' intention. He wasn't trying to hold Diane's family hostage by obliterating this prison. Rather, he was simply attacking with all the vigor he had. Whether or not the world crumbled beneath his might was of little consequence to him. Something within Emithius had bloomed. A pride that had been tempered down by his fear blossomed forth, filling his heart with an unending desire for victory. You look down on my fear, but in my eyes, you are the one who is wrong. Emithius grew stronger. His will, like finely tempered iron, was being forged into steel. Diane could feel that his Tao heart was evolving. Fear is what gives me strength. I fear losing here. I fear losing my life. I fear not reaching my goals. I feared losing my Aritzia. However, facing you, so many of my worst anxieties are bubbling forth. You've already taken the closest thing to family I had. And now, you want to stand before my path to pinnacle, to stifle my life and end it all here. I will not allow you to do so. Emithius' roar dispersed over the ancient battlefield. Under his emotions, ocean currents climbed to the skies, mountain ranges collapsed, and valleys splintered, becoming deep chasms without end. Fear gave him strength. Dian looked down on him for feeling it? Well, he looked down on Dian for not understanding how he felt. He could vaguely feel that Dian's origins weren't so simple as they seemed. Yet, Dian sat before him, bloviating about he was battling against a child of the heavens. Was he the one blessed by the heavens? Was he the one destined for victory? Was he so infallible that he stood at the top of the world? Hypocrite. This was the singular word Emithius had to describe Dian. If he was so blessed, why had he died in his previous life? If he was so destined for victory, why had the love of his life died at this enemy's hands? If he was so infallible, standing at the top of the world, why was it that he hadn't trampled Dian beneath his feet yet? But this man who didn't understand fear dared to look down on him. This man whose origins shook even the immortal plane dared to speak of being underestimated, of being disrespected, of being looked down upon. These thoughts filled Emithius with such disgust that he wanted nothing more than to cut Dian down where he stood, to take that arrogant smirk off of his face. Emithius' emotions spilled over, his Tao heart blooming. I will wield my fear, and cut you down. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded. Emithius' Tao heart state soared, stepping into the Tao awakening stage and shooting past to climb into the Tao liberation stage. A controlled flame flickered behind his eyes as he sent forward yet another attack. Dian reacted quickly, deflecting attack after attack. The chips on Reaper's body continued to grow. Dian's body was crumbling beneath this unbridled strength as he tried to dissipate the reverberating impacts. Dian's gaze turned serious. Couldn't continue on like this. Suddenly, Emithius was improving as well. Though Dian himself was improving faster, he also had to deal with the heavens slowing him down purposefully. In that case, he would go all out. Since you like fear so much, I'll give you something more to be afraid of. Dian aura surged, a shadowy figure slowly manifesting to his back. In the blink of an eye, the whole of the eastern region collapsed, crumbling to ash beneath its mere presence. A god standing had hundreds of meters tall manifested. It stood arrogantly in the skies, looking down on the world with a carefree expression. Though it was far smaller in size compared to Emithius' platinum wings, it still seemed to dwarf the world. You still dared to hold back while fighting me? Emithius' pride filled him with an endless rage. Seeing Dian bring out such strength that even seemed untouchable by the heavens, he was absolutely seething. If Dian brought out this level of strength before he affirmed his own Tao, he would have been crushed. Are you something particularly special? Dian replied blandly. Emithius' jaw clenched. It wasn't a petty anger toward Dian's words, but rather an undying resolve. Was he something particular special? Did the title as the only ancient constitution wielder to reach the Tao stage mean nothing? Was his strength not worth a second look? Was his resolve not special? Emithius began to laugh. He was so enraged that he ultimately became amused. You truly have a way of pissing people off. Emithius spoke no more words. He had decided. Until he gained this victory, he had no more to say this man. Dian's Vajra body stood as a copy of him in the skies. Its looming golden wings, its black gold rings of corporeal images, that sinister singular pupil that hung silently at the very bottom. A golden crown slowly rotated to the top. The moment it clicked into place, radiating lights shot in every which direction. In that same moment, 12 swords appeared around Emithius. Facing outward from his body, they rotated slowly in the air, radiating the same platinum as his wings. With a flash, Emithius' wings disappeared, 12 arcs of silver light curving through the air to combine with these 12 swords. These 12 swords were the pinnacle creations of his ancestor Hephaestus. Today, he would use them to kill the greatest enemy he had ever faced. The swords expanded outward violently, becoming hundreds of meters long in an instant. Ha! Emithius roared. his body shooting forward to meet Diane's as his sword clashed with the Vajra body's palms. It was a clash that seemed to suck all of the sound and air out of the world. However, unlike in previous times, the two didn't destroy the world around them. Diane's crown radiated out fiercely, taking control of the world and containing their power. Now Diane could fight to his heart's content. As Amithia's strength increased, so did Diane's. A battle of improvement shook the skies, each fighting with their prides and lives on the line. As much as Amithius didn't want to lay down and accept defeat, Diane's resolve was just as tall. It was no longer a simple battle of strength. It was one of wills. Diane's body glistened with illusory white flames for a moment before being enveloped by a sea of white, black, and gold. His chaos flame, his purity flames, his golden arcs of lightning, each subconsciously fused with his motions, becoming one with his attacks. Diane couldn't fully understand this. He had already severed his Daos, yet these three elements seemed more powerful than ever. It was as though his Daos had actually restrained their power, as though they were never meant to be comprehended as Daos to begin with. Amithius' blades seemed to be an extension of him. Even though they were clashing with Diane's Vajra body, his own palm strikes were inexplicably sharp. Even while meeting Diane's Reaper with flesh and bone, the nicks and chips continued. There were many times where Diane wanted to switch Reaper out to protect his partner's body. However, he could feel a fierce unwillingness emitting from Reaper. It wanted to fight, even if it meant it would become nothing more than a useless scrap of metal after today. Countless thunderous strikes shook the skies, but it was slowly becoming apparent that Diane was too much to handle. The more strength Amithius brought out, the more Diane unleashed. As though he was the lead in a long-distance race, Diane continuously pushed the pace, suppressing Amithius to the point where he couldn't breathe. Amithius couldn't understand it. However, he retaliated with a tenacious grit, digging deep into reserves he didn't know his body had. He pushed back, the flurry of attacks unleashed by his 12 blades increasing with each passing moment. Ancestor Athena's wisdom. Amithius' gaze glowed, his mind reinforcing itself several times over as his improvement speed quickened all the more. He saw the world in different shades. Suddenly, the unexplainable became clear and the impossible entered an arm's reach. His mind flowed freely, all of his worries dissipating as he focused on the battle at hand. He entered a selfless state of selfless states, one Diane couldn't even have touched before his Tao heart reached its current unprecedented level. A tenacious grit empowered him. He wanted to prove Diane wrong. He wanted to look his disdain in the face and sneer back with an undying confidence. In the past, he looked down on everything and didn't care for fame. Even when Diane's name shook the mortal planes, he ignored it, believing himself to be superior in every way. But on this day, he wanted the mortal plane to know his name. He wanted them to know that it was he, Amithius Olympus, who struck Diane Sicharo down. He was the man who toppled this emperor of the cosmos, this immortal of immortals, this god above the skies. Diane's movements synced with his Vajra body, an unprecedented power coursing through his veins. As his Vajra body pulled chi, he too subdued this chi. As his Vajra body conjured seas of flames and skies of lightning, he too manifested fires and unleashed thunderous streaks of gold. His fist slammed into Amithius' chest even as Amithius' palm struck against his own. His scythe hooked around Amithius' head, pulling backing viciously as he used the momentum of Amithius' own palm strike against him. Amithius' gaze flashed, the laws of the mortal plane distorting. Suddenly, his neck, which had just been before Diane's scythe, suddenly appeared behind it, causing Diane's attempt to miss completely. Diane didn't miss a beat, his scythe suddenly vanishing to appear in his still outstretched left hand, cutting off Amithius' path to retreat. A surge of aura erupted from Amithius' body. He circulated the abilities of his ancestor Demeter, a barrier of thick chi appearing around him that deflected Diane's sudden strike. Blood flew from the lips of both young men. They paused for barely a split moment before they charged toward one another once more. A flurry of exchanges erupted, but the cycle seemed to be endless. Diane would force Amithius into a defensive position, only for Emithius to dig deep into his reserves, wringing his talent dry and pushing himself past his limits. Both were relentless in their pursuits, but Dian's soul strength seemed to be endless. It was unknown when, but Emithius ceased using his ancestor Apollo's ability to heal himself fully. As long as he could keep going, it was enough. Whether it was torn muscle or shattered bone, he would only spare the effort to heal them partially as he poured his everything into his combat strength. It was then it happened. With a sudden clang, Reaper's blade was sliced in half. Though Dian felt a pain in his heart as he heard Reaper's scream echo through his mind, he could only send his partner into what remained of his inner world, continuing to unleash his attacks in a rain of fists and knees. Emithius' gaze brightened. He had known that Dian's Reaper wouldn't last for much longer. With it gone, a good portion of his fundamental runes had become useless. Dian's battle prowess dipped, but his battle intent blazed, nonetheless. In fact, the flames and lightning that coated his body seemed to grow more intense, as though they were resonating with his more primal, vicious approach. Emithius and Dian's elbows and knees met through the air, the sound of their shattering bones completely overshadowed by the booming cacophonies of their resonating strikes. Neither flinched for even a moment. Palm met fist, leg met elbow, forehead met forehead. Emithius' golden-brown eyes stared toward Dian's closed eyelids as though to draw a line of fire through his skull. Their clashing heads rebounded, Dian's hands reaching out through space to grab Emithius' neck. Emithius clenched a fist, bombarding Dian's torso with 3 quick strikes that completely deformed his ribcage. Dian's forearm flexed, crushing Emithius' neck completely. With a quick retreat, Emithius bounded through the air, ignoring the flesh ripped from his neck in his hasty escape. His head hung at an awkward angle, but the fire didn't die from his eyes as he snapped it back into place. But by the time Dian had already crossed the distance between them. The 3 concave cavities on his torso painting a ghastly picture. Dian could feel something churning within him. Reaper wanted to erupt. His partner was infuriated beyond compare. It wanted to be out there, it wanted to be by his side, taking part in a battle that would be spoken of for several eras to come. Emithius' gaze flickered. He knew that his strikes had shattered Dian's heart and completely disrupted the flow of Dian's vital chi, the only chi he could even use currently aside from his soul chi. Yet, Dian hadn't taken the time to heal himself. It was too late for countermeasures. Emithius rolled his shoulder forward to block Dian's coming strike, his arm nearly flying from its socket under the load. A stomach-churning white mass protruded from where his shoulder once was. Dian's pursuit was relentless. A second fist flew forward, forcing Emithius to roll to his other shoulder forward, only for it pop out through his skin as well. A roar escaped Emithius' lips, his blade-like aura manifesting from his leg as he countered. Dian flew backward, allowing Emithius to forcefully flex his arms, snapping them back into place. Not even bothering to heal the torn ligaments completely, he pursued Dian, slamming him downward with a 2-handed hammer fist. "You will lose." Caught up in his own emotions, Emithius forgot his own oath to not speak another word. He chased after Dian's rapidly descending figure, making eye contact with the latter's expressionless face. However, it was in that moment that Dian smiled. "Even if the heavens want me to lose, I won't." Dian's closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a depth of black. His eyes were still missing. The leaking blood from his sockets alone proved this much. However, a dangerous feeling enveloped Emithius. How Dian's eye sockets remained empty, yet he still seemed capable of seeing, Emithius didn't know. But his instincts hurried him into an explosive retreat. Just as Emithius retreated, the place he was standing in suddenly warped, disintegrating into nothing. There was not a single molecule of air left remaining, just a hole of endless black that seemed to absorb everything. Within Dian's inner world, Reaper's crippled form roared with pride, the last of its strength seeping outward to project the very eye it formed during its evolution into the Empyrean grade. It seemed that it wasn't only Dian and Emithius improving, but even Dian's own weapon as well. Its grade surged to a new height, entering the Middle Empyrean grade. Dian battled Emithius into a bloody retreat. Gaining Reaper as his eyes, his perception suddenly came into play once more, allowing the perfect union of his immortal sense and gaze. In an instant, his battle prowess took a massive leap forward. Emithius' ability to manipulate the laws of this mortal plane took a dip in their effectiveness. Dian seemed to see the shifts before they happened, assaulting Emithius in the very places he chose to dodge to. Emithius countered, two of his massive 12 swords descending from their assault of Dian's Vajra body to coat his hands with a murderous silver hue. His attacks became sharper, tearing Dian's flesh in two wherever they came into contact. However, his actions caused the bloody battle between his swords and Dian's Vajra body to instantly become lopsided. The less energy Dian's Vajra body had to expend on battling itself, the more strength seemed to flow into Dian. They were as one. Their limbs, their chi, their minds. It was as though two Dians were simultaneously battling across the skies. This is the end, Emithius. Dian's aura blazed, his empty eyes surging with a fiery chi. Emithius dodged to his left, but it wasn't enough. A bloody circular swirl was bitten out of his shoulder and even a part of his chest. Dian followed up, pulling his right arm back tightly against his body as his left palm slammed into Emithius' chest, shattering his ribcage. Even if you feel aggrieved, you will still lose today. Dian unleashed a flurry of attacks, a bloody rain falling upon Emithius' body. Emithius roared, his blood essence churning. He burnt it all without hesitation, knowing his ancestor Apollo's heaven-defying abilities would repair his foundation perfectly in the end. His strength surged once more, reaching unprecedented heights. However, Dian calmly faced it all. His Vajra body fell into perfect synchronized movements with him. Their torsos tensed, their legs cocking back and flashing forward in a vicious whipping motion. Dian's strength surged once more. It seemed as though the whole world was bowing to his needs. When he punched left, the world shifted to the left. When he punched right, the world slid to the right. Emithius' already bloody chest caved in from the other side. A violent cough emitted from Emithius, his aura wavering. You seem to think that I looked down on you for your fear, but you couldn't be more wrong. Dian's gaze flashed once more, a bloody swirl of black cutting into Emithius' frantically dodging figure. My wives probably feel fear knowing I'm battling here. My daughter feels fear knowing she might never see her father again. My family, my friends, they feel fear even if I do not. Dian knew it well. How could he look down on Emithius for feeling fear? Wouldn't he then have to look down on his own family and friends as well? Wouldn't he himself feel fear if it was his daughter fighting this battle and not himself? What was worry if not fear? Dian aura surged, his fist only barely missing Emithius' head. However, the very same corrosive emptiness that came from his gaze followed up toward his elbow just as it passed by Emithius' neck, taking a piece out of it. Even I have felt fear before. The day I gazed into the black flames that now coat my body, my mind shook and my Tao heart shattered. I was weak just like you are now. In fact, I was even more cowardly. I chose to try to kill myself while at least you scurried around trying to preserve your life. What I look down on you for isn't your fear, but rather the fact you allowed your fear to grip your mind, to affect your heart, to dull your blade. My Dian Sacharo's blade will never be dull again. Boom! Emithius crashed heavily into the ground below. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time either one of them had touched the ground. To now, they had been lofty kings in the sky. Dian's aura faltered. The moment he felt victory was in his grasp. A wave of fatigue overwhelmed his body. It wasn't a sudden change, but rather one that he had simply perpetually ignored to now, using his tenacious will to continue onward. Dian landed on the ground below, feeling what was left of the eastern region beneath his bare feet. Or rather, this was the very edge of the eastern region, the very same central plains where it all began. Emithius lied weakly just 100 meters from him, a distance that was the blink of an eye to those at their level. A sudden laughter came from Emithius' lips. Maybe you're right. I was too cowardly before, but my Tao heart is now firm. There's nothing you can say to shake me. My fear will always be my strength from this day forth. There won't be another day past this one. Dian forcefully gathered chi from the skies using his Vajra body, sending a blazing palm forward. Unfortunately for you, Dian Sacharo, my cowardly self will be the reason there is. Dian's expression flickered as a section of the tall, looming mountain ranges of the core region no one dared step foot into collapsed. He was inwardly astonished. What did Emithius' words mean? Why did those mountain ranges collapse? Even more odd, those collapsed mountain ranges were actually rapidly reforming before his eyes. Dian suddenly felt a strong suction force on his body. The already strong suppression he had been weathering multiplied several times over. A terrible pain he hadn't felt in a long time assaulted his mind, overshadowing even the battle injuries he sustained. The last time he felt this pain was the immortal plane. In the distance, the figures of several Sapientia came into view, their sorry figures rushing out from the core region and just over the rapidly reforming mountains of black. Heed my call, beasts of Artemis. The only of the 12 abilities Emithius hadn't used suddenly appeared. Numerous mythical beasts long thought extinct appeared, yet Emithius actually used them as cannon fodder to block Dian's palm strike. Emithius' laughter sounded. You are oh so intelligent, aren't you, Grand Sir Sacharo? Did you already forget that I purposely lured you here to these central plains before this battle began? Did you never wonder why? Before you go, I don't mind enlightening you. The core region of the ancient battlefield isn't such a grand secret. Your legacy is just too shallow to know the truth. You take pride in being born of mortal parents, but this will be your downfall. I'll give you a hint out of the kindness of my heart, since you were also kind enough to inform me of why you disdain me so. The immortal plane has an ancient battlefield too. Dian's heart stopped beating. All this time, he hadn't used his Vajra body for fear of being rejected by the mortal plane. He had only been forced to as a last resort due to Emithius' power, but he managed to use his crown to hide his energy fluctuations from the mortal plane. The mortal plane seemed to allow his strength as long as it came from his own body, but his Vajra manifestation was inherently a being of the immortal plane. Suddenly, the barrier between the mortal and immortal had been shattered via means completely unknown to Dian. In that instant, Dian no longer only had to hide his strength from the mortal plane, but the immortal plane as well. And he simply didn't have the strength to do so. For the first time since the battle started, Dian's calm expression vanished. He could only complete one action before his body disappeared completely, leaving nothing but a half-dead group of Sapientia and a laughing Emithius. By the time Dian's immortal sense cleared enough for him to sense his desert-like surroundings, he fell to his knees, his fists pounding into the ground as a furious roar escaped his lips. He had been sent to the immortal plane. A deep rage bubbled up within Dian, causing the land around him to quake. But it became very apparent very quickly that as devastating as his strength was on the mortal plane, even with him unleashing uninhibited emotions here, he barely moved the sand around him to create a 10-meter deep pit. It was then a familiar pain set in. Dian felt like a sickly, diseased man, going from an overlord of the skies to a frail boy in the blink of an eye. Black flames uncontrollably flickered within Dian's empty eye sockets. His heart was seized with a searing heat he found impossible to temper for a long while. He had known that the immortal plane had an ancient battlefield long ago, but he had never thought to think that the untouchable central region of that prison was where it was located. Even with his abilities, he hadn't been able to see through the fact that the mountain range that separated the flat plains from that core region was actually a seal. It was likely this very seal that impeded the immortal failed clans from interfering with the mortal failed clans. Yet, it seemed it didn't stop mortals from crossing over into it because it hadn't stopped Dian. Dian immediately realized his mistake. He thought he had entered the mountain range before. Since he hadn't felt the familiar suppression of his mortal body he was feeling now there, he had never connected the fact that the central region was where the ancient battlefield of the immortal plane was located. However, Dian hadn't taken into account that he hadn't traveled even a single mile into that mountain range. He couldn't have been considered to have entered that world at all. Rather, he was still within the seal that separated both worlds. It was no wonder he hadn't felt any suppression back then. As for how the Sapientia could possibly impact a seal of that caliber, Dian had no idea. He could hardly figure even a guess, let alone the truth. The only explanation he could think of was that it was either related to the entity, or there was a possibility that the Sapientia had a network of strength working for them on the immortal plane. Dian knew that someone had to have coordinated with the entity in order to help him descend. It was obvious to him that that power was the Sapientia. However, he simply didn't have enough knowledge about the immortal plane to even know where he was currently, let alone comprehend its complex power structures. Dian's fists bled as they grinded into the sand below him, his breathing heavy. He was already in a sorry state after battling Emithius for so many months on end. But now this suppression and his emotions weren't making things any easier to deal with. This may not be the best time, but you should probably run. The Dragon King's ancient, wizened voice sounded in Dian's mind. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but my true body most definitely knows that you're here now. Even if he isn't exactly powerful on the immortal plane, compared to you, especially in your current state, you'd definitely take a massive loss. Dian clenched his jaw. If he comes, I'll use his scaled coat as a doormat. I'm not in the mood, old lizard. Dian's voice sounded little different from the growl of a beast. The Dragon King fell silent. Seeing that Dian wasn't willing to listen to reason in such a state, he could understand how he was feeling. Even if he put contingency plans in place, such a thing would never put him at ease. It made it even worse that he was caught off guard like this because it meant that there were things even he couldn't predict. Such a reality put him family in even more danger. However, that didn't change the fact that he was being reckless. Emithius and Dian's battle was more definitely elite within lower immortal essence experts. But the gap between cultivation realms was even more exaggerated on the immortal plane. A singular average middle immortal essence expert could battle 10 lower immortal essence experts with ease. With Dian's combat prowess, he might be able to face someone of the middle immortal essence realm, but his true body was of the peak immortal essence realm. The Dragon King knew exactly what his main body wanted to do. In the past, he might have gone all out to kill Dian due to his pride. He hated the fact a portion of his soul had been subdued by what amounted to a human pup to him. But after seeing Dian's talent, he had most definitely changed his mind. He would likely go all out to catch Dian and lock him up to refine pills for him every hour of every day. If such a thing happened, Dian's already slim likelihood of ever seeing his family again would plummet. This was the truth of the immortal plane. There were countless bubble worlds, each housing an ecosystem of their own. Those capable of traveling between them were only the absolute most powerful. Your only chance was if your ancestors had already established a power. Then, there were many avenues you could take to reunite with your family. However, if you had no backing like Dian, you were on your own. Even if Dian's wives managed to transcend immediately, who knew which bubble world they would be transported to? With the vastness of the immortal plane, was Dian even guaranteed to see them again? Dian's only hope was his grand teacher. But his grand teacher had no idea that he was here, and even if he was aware, Abraxas had never set up a power himself. He didn't have a network of clans under his charge. He had always relied on his own strength. His disciples were all just the same. Dian was essentially stranded. He had no immediate way of going back. Dian gradually calmed down. This wasn't because he had forgotten his rage, but rather because he had already decided when he set out on his path to transcend the heavens that he was tired of feeling angry. At that moment, he realized he was feeling something else besides the painful reality of suppression. This desert sun had a scorching heat that sizzled upon his skin like oil in a skillet. If it was scaled down to the experiences of a mortal, Dian felt that it was nearing 150 degrees Celsius. It was then Dian realized that his fists weren't bleeding purely due to his grinding into the sand, but also because of the scorching heat. If his skin felt like 150 degrees, the parts that contacted this sand were at least double that. In fact, there were bits and pieces of melted sand all around that had become shards of glass that Dian only now noticed. It was clear that this place was a hellscape. Dian slowly stood up. Walking under such suppression was no longer as difficult as when he first entered his realm. He had spent 80 years refining pills in his realm. He was very much used to controlling his chi on the immortal plane already. He could function normally. In fact, Diane realized that though this endless desert of nothing but sand, glass and dunes was hellish, its suppression was comparatively less to the black cabin realm that housed one above all. Diane closed his eyes, sealing off his immortal sense as he took a deep breath of scorching air. He could feel his lungs screaming in protest, but his diaphragm only continued to expand. Diane suddenly disappeared from where he was standing, finding himself standing at the edge of a familiar mountain range. His hand slowly stretched out, but, as he expected, he found an insurmountable barrier, one he could go all out to attack yet not even shake. One didn't need to guess to know that Diane had once more entered the ancient battlefield. And the mountain range he was facing was none other than the very same mountain range that had collapsed before he was forcefully teleported out. The only difference was, he was standing on the opposite side of it. To his back, the immortal plane's ancient battlefield stood. An ancient forest not unlike the one he had seen the first time he entered this prison. Maybe if his immortal sense could penetrate this barrier, he would find Emithius still lying down injured on the other side, laughing uproariously. In that moment, realizing that he had lost, setting aside the result of the battle entirely, Diane's heart became as still as a lake. His anger and rage vanished, his expression becoming apathetic to point of being emotionless. If Emithius could see this scene now, his heart would tremble in fear, knowing there would be a day in a future where he suffered for this result. Since the entity can return to the mortal plane as an immortal, so can I. What Diane needed was a plan. He didn't know how many thousands, maybe even millions of years it would take to succeed. But he would. There was no doubt in his mind. Although his family could transcend, Diane knew that they never would. Though the problem of finding them after they did was an issue, Diane felt it was a small one. He didn't care that this was the immortal plane. He planned to one day crush it beneath his feet just as he had the mortal plane. In such a case, eventually finding his family was an inevitable result. No, the reason he knew they wouldn't transcend wasn't because of this small issue, but rather because the entity still remained. Diane knew his wives and daughter well. Since he couldn't bear the responsibility to defeat the entity any longer, they would bear it for him. This was what truly spurned on Diane. The danger of the sapientia, of Emithius, of the entity. He wanted to be there to take on the burden for them. But now he wasn't. The only thing he had managed to do before he was forcefully sent here was send his father-in-law out of his inner world. At least this way, his wives would know what had happened to him. Just hold on for a little while. I'm coming. At that moment, the sound of booming thunderous feet sounded from Diane's back. Diane turned to find a half-rhinoceros, half-ostrich creature running toward him violently. Kukuawaha! It bounded toward Diane, bouncing off of tree after tree as though a ping-pong ball in a slot machine. It couldn't control itself at all, the massive gray horn above its nose weighing it down severely. Diane could instantly feel its overwhelming strength. Its body alone was that of an immortal's. While it couldn't use chi, its every footstep carried the strength of over 1 trillion gene. Or, Diane supposed that this trillion gene was known as a cauldron of strength to the immortal plane who didn't bother to weigh things with such a minute unit of measurement. However, despite its weight and overwhelming power, it couldn't put a dent in the dry ground, nor could it splinter the bark of the trees it ran into. Still, it bounded toward Diane with an endless fury, an uncontrolled savage aura that seemed to want to tear him apart for nothing other than existing. Diane took a step forward. Fuck off. His palm struck the rhino ostrich's horn from above, slamming its chin into the sturdy ground below. The land for hundreds of meters quaked, a slight splintering appearing below the beast's shattered jaw. Ignoring the knocked-out, mutilated beast, Diane walked past it, entering the depths of the thick forest. He would definitely be back. Diane sat silently in a den of beasts. Not that any of them were left alive. Anyway, a bloody cut of meat hung from his lips. It wasn't that he hadn't cooked it, but rather that he preferred it a bit on the rare side. Plus, that seemed to maximize the nutritional value of his meals. These days, he needed more food to sustain himself without the use of his qi. He had practically gone back to being a mortal, needing to eat several times a day to not feel the pang of hunger. For a person like Dian, this meant committing hours a day toward devouring thousands of jin of food. It had been a few days since he entered the immortal side of the ancient battlefield. However, he hadn't returned to that endless land of desert since he left it. With his immortal sense, though he didn't use it as wantonly as he had on the mortal plane, it was quite easy for him to avoid big trouble. If Dian burned his soul, his senses were slightly stronger than an average 5th grade world seer. Even if he didn't, he was at the very peak of the 3rd grade world seer level. The highest level spiritual sages were only of the 9th grade. Such individuals could see through 9 world barriers at once. Yet, Dian's soul could already touch the 5th grade and cross 5 world barriers. Such individuals were already inconceivably rare. Simply put, Dian was actually being overly cautious. But, within the ancient battlefield, it was warranted. There were definitely individuals here who surpassed him even if the only criteria tested was his soul. There was another problem Dian faced as well. One's immortal sense allowed to see details impossible for the eye. However, the details of the immortal plane were far beyond anything the mortal plane could provide. This was where Dian ran into a sudden problem. He could theoretically observe any world within 5 barriers of him simultaneously. However, his mental energy drained far too quickly. He wouldn't be able to keep it up for even a single second. It was just like he was observing the entity's origin source all over again. However, these setbacks weren't what Dian was focused on at all. The simple solution to his immortal sense problem was to just rein it in. He could maintain a few hundred meters without issue. And he could observe an entire world for about a minute. It wasn't like he absolutely needed to observe so many worlds at once anyway. Rather, Dian was focused on something else entirely, his inner world. After dispelling his qi cultivation, his inner world had been in a perpetual state of collapse. In fact, the only reason it hadn't completely crumbled yet was because Dian was protecting it with his soul. His inner world had been constructed by both his qi and soul. During the years it was slowly being built, his energy and soul cultivation had been sealed away. So, having lost one of its pillars, it was no wonder it was in such a sorry state. Dian understood why this had been necessary. In the beginning, his inner world relied on the heavens to exist. This was why teleporting into his world from anywhere on the mortal plane had been possible, because they were fundamentally on the same plane. As a result, one's qi, the path the closest to the heavens, was used to establish this connection, while the soul, which acted as a bridge to connect to the heavens, was used as the proxy to strengthen it. It made sense that qi was the closest to the heavens. After all, weren't all tribulations reliant on the strength of one's qi path cultivation? But now Dian had run into a dilemma. He didn't want to lose his inner world, but he didn't want to recultivate his qi via normal means either. For Dian, reaching the peak Dao realm again would only take a matter of weeks, if that. He only needed to swallow a few half-immortal grade pills. However, while Dian was certain that he wanted to regain his qi cultivation one day, he was also certain he didn't want to follow the same path he had before. He wanted a qi path cultivation that existed outside the control of the heavens. The good news was that the heaven's suppression of him had stopped after he came here. This was probably because if he was here, he wouldn't be able to affect the timeline of events on the mortal plane anyway. So there was no need to continue suppressing him. The bad news, however, was that he somehow needed to rebuild the greatest cultivation technique ever created to suit his needs. This was a tall task indeed. This was the true reason Dian hadn't returned to the world of desert quite yet. He wanted to reconstruct his cultivation technique first. He already had a plan in mind too. He couldn't qi cultivate without relying on the heavens. But, in order to qi cultivate without the heavens, he needed an inner world that produced its own qi. But, he couldn't rebuild his inner world without qi cultivating. There was only one way to end the cycle. His inner world had to be built on something completely different, an opposing existence in comparison to qi. The only solution, then, was his body. This was how Dian slowly began building his plan to refine his body. With a sigh, Dian tossed a bone to the side. Picking up a stone that laid to his side, he rolled it between his fingers. It was obvious by the stone's golden color that it was filled with holy type qi. It was actually the first Tao-grade holy type stone Dian had ever run into. Having seen it now, Dian understood why it was he never found one on the mortal half of this prison. It was simply too precious and powerful beyond Dian's estimates. Dian realized now that his so-called essence, saint, celestial, and Tao grades weren't very appropriate at all. He vaguely categorized them based on a system he understood. But this placed him in a box that limited his thinking. This stone was the very reason Dian had yet to begin. His battle with Emithius had ravaged his body completely. In fact, until yesterday, his ribcage was still bent inward. It was only now that he finally gained the ability to begin healing himself in earnest. A familiar comfort overwhelmed Dian as he took control of this Tao-grade holy type qi. Heal! He circulated that qi through the meridian pathways of his wings, feeling his body reconstruct itself cell by cell. After several hours, Dian exhaled a foggy breath. He felt that he had recovered by about 10% now, leaving him with 90 or so percentage points to go. Dian could faintly feel that his bottleneck to the Fate Silk realm was far looser than it had ever been. But, much like when he refrained from entering the celestial realm, something inexplicable was holding him back. Should I go find the old man? Dian mumbled to himself, stroking little Yin and Yang silently. They hadn't spoken since Dian's ability to anchor them faltered, but he knew they had helped him greatly regardless. Thanks to them, Emithius' own celestial hamster made little to no impact on the battle. Where exactly is that desert world, old lizard? And do you know where that old man is located in relation to it? My main body has narrowed it down to a few hundred possible bubble worlds. How useless. I gave him so much information yet he still can't find out what needs to be found out. The Dragon King's second half would have smiled bitterly had he had the lips to do so. Only Dian would think of such an idea. He actually purposely fed information to the Dragon King about his location so that he could use the Dragon King to understand just where he was. It's not easy for my true body to move between worlds. We're too low ranking despite being members of the sovereign hegemon. In fact, a normal immortal essence realm expert has no business leaving their world. The fact my main body can even think of doing so is a testament to the strength of a true hegemon. Apparently the highest-ranking organizations of the immortal plane were known as hegemons. Faith didn't play as large of a role on the immortal plane, actually, a fact that Dian found curious. But after thinking a moment, he felt that it made sense. Those who left tales of their exploits on the mortal plane were only the weakest to ever transcend. Those who were truly powerful perfected their mortal bodies and took their faith seeds with them. Still, this was as far as Dian deduced. He wasn't certain of the specifics, but it may be that faith was more personal on the immortal plane. Sovereign hegemon, huh? It seems that even without the shackles of the heavens, dragons are still arrogant beyond reason. Aren't you the last person who should be saying these words? Your arrogance got you into this situation to begin with. Bullshit. Maybe that might have been true in the past, but I was meticulous this time around. It's just impossible to consider every factor. Forget it, I'm not arguing with a spirit wisp. Just tell me more about the Dragon King's secrets. Maybe if he's more pissed off, he'll work faster. You already know my main body's greatest secret. That dragon and phoenix dual cultivation technique that my true body was chased after for is something you're already aware of. What a useless old lizard, Dian mumbled. Has been up here for millions of years, yet hasn't even stepped into the immortal saint realm on top of having nothing else to show for it. No wonder he's angry all the time. Dian waved his hand and forgot about everything else, focusing once more on his healing. Maps were simultaneously some of the most valuable and dangerous things on the immortal plane. They were valuable in that they were rare, especially star charts that mapped out bubble worlds. But, at the same time, they were dangerous in that those with power refused to allow those without to wield them. Knowing the layout of a network of bubble worlds was as good as having a floor plan for war. So Dian was pressed into a corner. He had no choice but to use these petty tricks to siphon away information about this world. The Dragon King was too weak and knew too little. Like this, the weeks ticked by. Finally, after the second month, Dian felt his body was back to 100%. Dian took a deep breath. A ripple of an inexplicable sharp aura danced along his bare skin, his nude body radiating with a vibrant bronze color. An instant later, his immortal sense unleashed in full force. But it was immediately constricted and reined in by Dian, its concentration increasing several times over. Just what did it mean to take senses that could touch dozens of worlds at once and compress it to focus on a single human body? Even Dian hadn't known before he did so. However, the result was so shocking that his vision went black. Dian didn't know how long he had spent unconscious. But when he awoke, the reddish daylight of the ancient battlefield had become pitch black. If it wasn't for the fact he had taken over the territory of a fairly powerful beast, who knew what could have happened to him? After clearing his headache, Dian slowly began to realize what had happened. He had concentrated his immortal sense into such a small space that the level of detail it saw within his body was far beyond what was within his abilities to intake. Trillions of individual cells, tens of trillions of individual organelles. He couldn't even bother to count the number of chemical bonds. But, to make matters worse, he had suddenly seen his body as a collection of electrons and protons, and then ultimately quarks and leptons and preons. Dian felt his head spinning. As someone infinitesimally close to building an immortal body, the density of the particles that made up his body vastly outweighed that of a mortal. He thought trillions of cells, but the truth was that he easily had several folds that amount. Trying to take in so many details at once was far more difficult than even observing dozens of worlds. This is no good. How am I supposed to refine my body into a pill if I can't observe it properly without passing out? The only method Dian could think of was increasing his mental energy. But he had never heard of a method to do so. In fact, even with the Tao of array alchemy by his side, the only pill he had ever come across capable of replenishing mental energy was one personally created by his master. And obviously, that pill was only to replenish what mental energy already existed. Increasing it wasn't within its abilities. The only way to raise one's mental energy was with time and diligent cultivation. Only by cultivating for millions and billions of years would one's mental energy reach astronomical levels. This left Dian at a loss. His talent had ironically handicapped him. His mental energy had rarely come into play on the mortal plane. It seemed like many things were different here. If it's possible to replenish it, it's also possible to grow it. I don't believe that there's not a single method that exists. Dian didn't want to waste so many years. Though it technically wouldn't be wasting them considering he would have to cultivate, it still didn't sit right with him. There's another way, Dian sighed. Since it wasn't possible to refine his whole body at once, he would just focus on individual parts. Dian knew that perfecting his body all at once wasn't possible anyway. Even if he could refine his body all at once, the result would be limited to his current knowledge of array alchemy. Obviously, with his limited soul strength and knowledge, this wouldn't be the best result. So, Dian had planned from the beginning for his body to undergo several refinements, slowly pushing him toward his goal. Since I've confirmed that refining all at once isn't possible, what is the exact path I will take? While healing himself, Dian had thought about this question to the point of madness. He had a general idea of what he wanted to do, but wasn't even certain if he had enough knowledge to just find the starting point, let alone begin the journey. The more Dian thought about it, the more confused he became. Was it really possible to refine his body such that it could support his inner world? Dian shook his head. Maybe this was the wrong approach to begin with. The only part of my body that truly seems disconnected from the heavens is my soul. I'm able to shatter my Taos and burn me nascent soul without regard, while my body still ultimately relies on constitutions gifted to me by the heavens. When Dian's thoughts reached this point, he understood that it wasn't just his chi he needed to bring to independence, but his body as well. Maybe one day he would ultimately have to do the same for his soul as well. Still, he had made up his mind. Since that's the case, forget it. I'll shatter my inner world and concentrate it into a small piece of land my soul is capable of sustaining on its own. Then, I'll rebuild its laws to my liking using my fundamental runes. Once Dian decided on something, he wouldn't change it. He had no idea that 10 years would flash before him after he made this decision, yet it was exactly what happened. His vast inner world shrunk from the size of tens of planets to a small 1-meter diameter. It was a pitiful sight, but Dian smiled brightly, sweat pouring down his face. No matter how small it was, Dian had created his own independent world. Well, whether it could truly be considered independent was another question. After all, he still had to use his body as an anchor, and his body existed under the purview of the heavens, ultimately. But it was still a start. Still, Dian could have never expected what happened next. He was stunned to the point of silence. Took you long enough to fix that nonsense. I was stuck in the void with these two for the longest time. Do you know how dangerous it is, teleporting into a collapsing world? Who told you to throw the seal away? Dian's jaw all but dropped. Junior. After his shock settled down, Dian suddenly stood abruptly in a rage, grabbing Junior's collar. What the hell are you doing here? Just because Dian was brooding every moment of every day, it didn't mean that his heart wasn't constantly in a state of turmoil. It was simply that his Tao heart was incomparably firm, having reached the very pinnacle of the mortal plane. However, seeing Junior here, he still flew into a rage. A part of the reason he had been able to settle his heart was because he felt he could trust his clone. If everything went to crap, at the very least, Junior would be able to follow in his footsteps and grow powerful enough to keep Emithius at bay. Dian knew the state he had left Emithius' body in. Unlike him, Emithius wasn't a body cultivator. The Olympus clan was a clan of chi cultivators. After all, they were all angels. Him healing in just 2 months like Dian did was absolutely impossible, especially considering it was he who technically lost their battle. With this in mind, Dian believed that using their connected memories, Junior would be able to improve enough in the time it took Emithius to heal to threaten him. It was also next to impossible for Emithius to improve any more without being sent to the immortal plane as well. Thinking to this point, Dian was able to put his heart to rest. Yet, the very Junior he had pinned his hopes on had actually appeared here on the immortal plane with him. To make matters worse, he had taken Saru and Lilith with him. Saru was the only of 3 body facet overlords his mortal empire, so she was among the most powerful who could defend what his Sicharo clan had built there. Madeline and Ree couldn't exit the ancient battlefield. In addition, his daughter, with her talent, likely wouldn't be able to appear there either soon unless she wanted to be sent to the immortal plane as well. Junior really was the key reason he had been able to remain calm. Yet he was actually here? Hey, you need to calm down, Junior said with a slight smirk Dian had never been on the receiving end of. He suddenly realized that his face, despite how handsome it was, truly had a way of pissing people off. Dian slammed Junior into the cave walls, causing the den he had called home for so long already to quake and tremble. Calm down. You should know exactly why I can't. Dian. Saru and Lilith tried to separate the 2 men, but despite their vast improvement, they were still several levels beneath Dian despite the fact Dian hadn't improved even a single step in the last 10 years. However, they couldn't just stand around and do nothing. They could tell this wasn't a joke. Dian really was pissed off to the extreme. Their eyes watered, able to understand the torrent of emotions coursing through his heart. Looking at the cave around them, they could tell that Dian hadn't moved a single inch in pursuit of his goal. There was nothing on his mind besides returning to his family. But the only way for that to happen was if they could remain safe in his absence. 10 years of seclusion was nothing to most Tao experts, but this was contingent on their great age. Dian was ultimately still barely 200 years old. Such a fact only applied to Tao formation experts who lived hundreds of thousands of years. They knew well that Dian's mental energy hadn't been tempered to such a level yet. The only way he secluded himself so long without losing his mind was purely due to his own willpower, a reality that made their hearts tremble. Damn it! Dian's arm flexed, shoving Junior further into the wall. Maybe if he still had his eyes, they would be blazing with fury. If you were going to come and could even take 2 with you, why didn't you take them all? What are you playing at? Junior hardly reacted to Diane's rage. In fact, all he did was sigh and shook his head. Was I always so brash in my youth? Junior mumbled. Lilith turned her head to avoid rolling her eyes. This same Junior obliterated a solar system before her just a few years back in a fit of rage. What did he mean by in my youth? He was clearly still just as brash. What did you just say? Diane frowned. Nothing. It doesn't matter. All you need to know is that I'm here to help you. Junior, even if I call you brother, there's a limit to everything. Even if I don't have the heart to kill you, don't think I won't shove you in a cell for a few thousand years if you keep pissing me off. Since when did I need your help? I'm here to give you my death god body, Junior said plainly. Diane's grip involuntarily loosened. What did you just say? Junior didn't respond, slapping Diane's hand away. Stop saying stupid things. Diane's frown deepened. I've already decided to sever my path from the heavens. Adding another constitution tied to it will be of no help to me. I also have no intention of accepting such a thing even if it wasn't like this. You're wrong, Junior said calmly. The bones of a death god are exactly the last piece you need. What are you talking about? Maybe these were the most questions Diane had ever asked in his lifetime. He wasn't used to being confused or having others lead him by the nose. Even those far more powerful than him usually danced on his palms to his own rhythm. Titan diamond body for your flesh. Silver mirror constitution for your meridians. Eternity's balance for your soul. Death god body for your bones. Junior poked Diane's chest and forehead with every line he spoke as though reminding Diane just what part of his body was where. He didn't seem to notice that Diane froze completely. Wah! Before you speak, put on some damn clothes. There are 2 innocent fairies here. Diane looked down at himself, seemingly only now realizing that he hadn't actually bothered to wear much of anything in the last 10 years. But, considering his personality, he wasn't exactly embarrassed by the fact. He only casually conjured some sweatpants up for the sake of Saru and Lilith's blushing faces. Diane had too many questions. Why was it that they were here? Even if this was Junior's reason, what was the point of bringing Saru and Lilith? Also, why did the 2 women seem to weather the suppression of the immortal plane just as easily as he did? Saru being an overlord would make things a bit easier, but Lilith was still at the peak Tao realm. However, he didn't ask about any of these things because what Junior had just said was too shocking. What is that supposed to mean? What is the purpose of these things if they're all connected to the heavens one way or another? Obviously it's so that you can fuse them into one, creating a new constitution that's not under the control of the heavens at all. Create a new constitution? Are you insane? I just spent 10 years creating a 1-meter wide world that amounts to nothing more than a big rock. I pass out every single time I try to observe my own body with the highest detail. How the hell am I supposed to create a new constitution? Tough luck, it's your only choice. No matter how much you want to tear yourself away from the heavens, talent ultimately matters. It's the cruel truth. If you really did something as foolish as stripping your constitutions away from yourself, you'd become even more of an ant than you already are to this place. In truth, you've already partially done it. You technically have 2 Titan Diamond Body constitutions, 3 Eternity's Balance constitutions, and 10 Silver Mirror constitutions. They're already mutated versions of themselves, which by extension weakens the control the heavens have over them. However, I only have this singular death god body. After we fuse, if you don't take that opportunity to accelerate your evolution into something new, then the grip the heavens have on you will actually tighten. You're not making any sense. Every constitution is fundamentally created with the same runes. If I combine them, no matter how many, the fundamental runes aren't going to change. They'll just rearrange themselves differently. You're an idiot. How can fundamental runes work by means of normal common sense? In the mind of a mortal, ice and water have the same chemical structure and are therefore the same substance at different temperature points. But, if you observed the fundamental runes of each, you'd realize that they were drastically different. It's the same concept as quantum physics. On a macro level, everything works by means of normal logic. However, when you observe things on the smallest of levels, you suddenly have substances acting as both particles and waves, all while they can randomly leap and switch places as they please. Fundamental runes act on an even smaller scale than what quantum physics encompasses. What are you doing wasting your time applying normal reason to it? Dian froze for the second time in such a short period. His mind began to work through things at warp speed. A lot of the questions he had were suddenly solved in an instant. Junior said nothing, simply waiting silently. Even though Dian inexplicably remained in this state for half a year, Junior, Saru and Lilith didn't even so much as breathe too heavily. I understand. Dian hadn't cultivated in this time, but the three of them could feel that he was much more powerful than he had been just half a year ago. If he were to battle a fully healthy Amethyst now, the battle wouldn't last more than a handful of exchanges. About damn time. My face really is too annoying. Put that smirk away. Many people hate me because I was born too handsome. I didn't think my own self would fall into such a category too. Self-hate and self-awareness come hand in. Wait, what did you just say? My own self? Junior's palm pressed itself flush against Dian's chest. TSK, too smart for our own good. Just be sure to not fuck this up. There aren't any other versions of us to sacrifice. Be sure to call our new constitution something cool and flashy. Junior turned his head and winked toward Saru and Lilith. In the next moment, he turned into numerous motes of black light, swirling around and eventually into Dian's body. Even though the two women knew they were one in the same, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Dian didn't know what to say for a moment. Maybe to Saru and Lilith, Junior was just him with a few extra memories. However, to Dian himself, Junior was a brother he had come to know for over 100 years. Watching him disappear just like that for the sake of perfecting his body left Dian at such a loss that he didn't react immediately to the change. It was only after a moment, when the barriers to Junior's mind almost perfectly fused with his own, did he understand that Junior had never been another person to begin with, but had always been him. Still, the bitter taste in his mouth remained. Dian didn't spend much time philosophizing. However, he couldn't help but think. Was every version of him really the same person? Was it different to get to know a 10-year-old version of himself versus a 100-year-old version of himself? What about if this version of himself had more than 100 years' worth of memories and experiences that were completely separate to his own? Unfortunately, Dian didn't have a chance to brood on this matter for very long, because he could immediately feel that his skeleton was being reforged by a dense black chi. Death God Body had always been one of the top 3 defensive constitutions. However, unlike Titan Diamond Body, which relied on flesh and diamond skin, or the Silver Mirror Constitution, which relied on chi, the Death God Body reforged the bone into a deep black that made steel seem comparatively malleable. This was precisely the reason why Orca's skeleton remained even so many trillions of years beyond his death, and why it was the perfect catalyst for Junior's birth. Now that Dian's body was changing once more, he had to take hold of this opportunity. Ironically, he would be using the heavens' help to break away from its existence. In a state of awakening like this, Dian's body broke down into its most elementary pieces. It was now that his chance became the most optimal. It was simply impossible for him to continue thinking of Junior in such a state. If he wanted to honor Junior's memory, then he could only maximize this gift he left behind. During this past half-month, Dian's comprehension of fundamental runes had reached an astronomical level. He already believed that he could perfectly control every fundamental rune that constructed the mortal plane. In fact, if he had the time, he could rebuild a much better inner world for himself. However, at this moment he turned all of that knowledge toward himself. What he wanted wasn't the perfect refined body. That was impossible with his current strength and knowledge. But what he could do was lay a malleable foundation that he could build upon in the future. Dian already had the perfect blueprint. Inner world. Sanctuary. What made this the best technique of their world wasn't only its great chi reserves or even its godly domain. Rather, it was its ability to improve a foundation one had already laid. Dian latched onto his small 1-meter world, undergoing countless calculations a second. Junior's words hadn't fallen on deaf ears. He had a constitution for his soul, his chi, and two for his body. At the same time, his mortal body was the perfect fusion of the three paths. Thinking to this point, Dian didn't hesitate to make his sovereign flame-infused perfect fusion meridians as the foundation of it all. He realized that his Titan diamond body was powerful, but it lacked versatility. Aside from crude power, it didn't provide much else. However, Dian remembered that before he reclaimed his energy cultivation talent, his Titan diamond body had been able to improve the robustness of his meridians. It was only after Luna helped him take back his talent that this effect disappeared. What if he combined his energy cultivation talent with the great defense of his Titan diamond body? Dian quickly broke down the fundamental runes, taking hold of his meridians and reconstructing them cell by cell to the point they shimmered like diamonds. In these moments, Dian inadvertently broke into the Fate Silk realm. But he was so focused on his task that he didn't notice this subtle shift, nor the fact that when his body was once again fully constructed, that he would regain his normal appearance. Dian had no idea that the smoothness of this process was precisely related to the fate-stealing abilities of his Titan diamond body. His constitution was far from just the crude muscle brain he thought it was. In his defense, Dian had no idea that such a watershed moment could possibly cause such a small change. In addition, he had already shifted all of his focus to his silver mirror constitution. Not only did this constitution thicken his chi, but it also thickened the walls of his meridians. This function may have seemed useless since Dian already fused his Titan diamond body with his meridians, but this was far from the truth. The silver mirror constitution required the movement of large amounts of chi in a short amount of time. By extension, thickening the walls of the meridians was only one part of what it did. Its true function was to widen the meridians. Dian homed in on his Titan diamond body to strengthen his meridians. But, in order to widen them to the extreme, only his silver mirror constitution could do this. Though Dian's inner world could store chi, not to mention the fact it was much smaller now than it had been in the past, his meridians ultimately acted as a bottleneck. He could swap chi from his inner world into his meridians, but it was ultimately his meridians that sustained his attack strength. As such, the thicker his meridians, the stronger his attacks would be. If his meridians were on the thinner side, it didn't matter how much chi he had in his inner world, there would be a limit to his strength. However, there was an even deeper reason for all of this. Dian didn't just want to widen his meridians, but he also wanted to widen his blood vessels. Unlike chi, there was no such thing as atmospheric vital chi. All of Dian's bodily strength came from within his body. His Titan diamond body helped in part, but it was called Titan diamond body for a reason. It was ultimately a defense constitution first and foremost. Though this was also the case for his silver mirror constitution, its widening of meridians had greater applicability as an auxiliary talent. Like this, Dian became to break down the fundamental runes of his silver mirror constitution and apply the laws that should have only fused with his meridians to his blood vessels. He was determined to create a body that could one day surpass even those lucky bastards who were born directly into the immortal law realm. Dian's meridians and blood vessels soon became thick, raging rivers. In the past, his blood vessels and meridian pathways were almost like thin capillaries running through his body, barely 1/10 of a centimeter in width. The largest were only about 2 centimeters wide. Only his 117 meridians were slightly larger, having about 1 inch to 2 of diameter to them. One can see how shocking such a thing was. Dian was able to display so much despite their exaggeratedly small size. Just how much power would he have if they were only a small percentage point larger? What if they doubled in size? The reason one had to improve the quality of the chi from essence to saint to celestial and finally to enigmatic was precisely because of this small size. There was a little to how much power they could produce. As such, one had no choice but to raise the grade of their energy. Unfortunately, vital chi both couldn't be pulled from the atmosphere, and only had one level of quality to it. One can easily see, then, how body cultivation was even more limited in this regard, meaning that the widening of blood vessels would have an even more pronounced effect. Theoretically, if one's meridians were thick enough, you could produce just as much power as a Tao expert even while within the essence-gathering realm. It was here that Dian ran into a problem. He obviously couldn't expand in meridians and blood vessels infinitely. After all, his body had limited space within it. Even if he suffered a loss and built himself larger, he'd run into the same problems giants did. The larger his body, the more chi and vital chi he needed to produce the same force. It was a simple principle even mortals knew about, known as the square cube law. For every proportional size increase, volume would increase by a cube, but surface area would only advance by the square. This meant that mass increased exponentially even in relation to the surface area of a body, which meant large bodies lacked the strength to move themselves. Giants circumvented these laws with their own special methods, but in the end, it only gave them a marginally higher average strength in comparison to normal-sized humans. Dian's mind continued to spin, calculating madly. Saru and Lilith, seemingly knowing that he would stay in this state for maybe even longer than the past half-year, made their way to the entrance of Dian's den. They couldn't allow anything to disturb him during this time. Dian's thoughts blinked away almost as soon as they appeared. He sifted through and threw out dozens of ideas in split seconds, focusing his entire mind on his task. In a moment, he suddenly thought of his mind's eye. His mind's eye was where his soul chi was stored. Over time, it had evolved from a world of golden fog to one filled with a thick ocean of what looked like melted gold. With the exception of when Dian activated his halo, his soul didn't have bottlenecks like what his chi did with his meridians. However, this was because he directly expelled his chi from his mind's eye to his surroundings, and only then manipulated it into the technique or array he wanted. It was impossible to do this with normal chi because it wasn't as pure. In addition, chi techniques required very specific circulations within the body. If it was expelled first, it would be very crude. This was because, once again, normal chi was not as pure and as such could not communicate with the heavens as easily as soul chi could. Wait! My halo! Dian's mind grinded to a halt as he finally found a solution. He kept thinking about increasing the volume of his meridians and blood vessels. But why not focus on increasing its surface area simultaneously? The square cube law only applied if the same shape was maintained while size increased. But what if Dian didn't bother maintaining the same generic tube shapes of his meridians and blood vessels? When Dian managed to reach this line of thought, he acted immediately, thanking his soul halo. He had managed to reach this conclusion in a rather roundabout way. When Dian formed his soul halo, was he not pouring soul chi into his brain? Why was it that his people's minds could withstand soul chi, but if other species attempted, they would be essentially committing suicide? Dian remembered how panicked he became when his little girl poured her soul chi into her mind for the first time. He had never been so scared in his life. It was only after he calmed down and investigated that he understood. The folds in the brains of his mortal people were far beyond that of normal humans and even the Sapientia clan. As a result, their ability to withstand on hold chi in their minds was at an unprecedented level. If Dian thickened the walls of his meridians and blood vessels, widened their passageways, and manipulated their shape to increase their surface area by several fold, the results would be beyond his wildest imaginations. Dian didn't hesitate. Taking inspiration from the folds of his brain and even some from his digestive tract, he remolded his meridians and blood vessels from the ground up. By the end of it all, he had only widened the passageways of both by about 10 times, reaching a single centimeter. But the space within was as if he had expanded them to 10 centimeters instead. These matters only took a short time to describe, but it took Dian another 10 years just to lay this proper foundation down. At the moment, where his and Junior's bodies once stood, there were only a beautiful mesh of shimmering diamond meridians and blood vessels. In addition to maximizing their surface area and volume, in the middle, near where Dian's belly button would be, there was a deep red ruby-like structure. With a single glance, any expert could tell you that it was a dantian. Dantians were an existence only immortals had. However, Dian had technically had one for a very long time thanks to his inner world. In fact, his inner world was far more functionally useful in comparison to a normal dantian. However, Dian didn't simply want to disregard his dantian entirely. Since he was so close to perfecting his mortal body, unlocking his dantian was as easy as breathing. Still, he wouldn't do something as useless as using it for his chi. There was simply no point. However, why not give his dantian over to his blood vessels? Since vital chi was so limited without ability to evolve or come from the atmosphere, this was the best method Dian could think of to fully maximize its power. Like this, Dian gained 2 dantians. One with his inner world, and another for his body cultivation. By this point, Dian was finally content with this layered foundation and moved onward, starting to build up his skeleton. The motes of light from Junior's death god body surged, building up Dian's now deep black bones. Dian didn't want to change much about his new skeleton structure and didn't particularly care that it was now black. It wouldn't shine through to the surface regardless. In addition, these bones were already perfected to the pinnacle of the mortal limits of death god body. However, Dian did want to make a small shift. Combining his Eternity's Balance Constitution's ability to equilibrate and his Silver Mirror Constitution's reflective abilities, Dian extended his defensive abilities from just his chi. Now, any strike that managed to land on his body was dispersed through his whole skeleton. In addition, it would be reflected back by a certain percentage depending on its power. Like this, the Death God's skeleton's defense prowess raised by several folds. Like this, a skeleton of black, standing at almost 6 feet 10 inches, manifested itself. The beautiful structure of meridians and blood vessels penetrated deeply within it, the rest of the mesh network hanging like a gorgeous work of art from its frame. The colors of black, red and diamond looked particularly enticing. With that, yet another 10 years passed. Dian then turned his attention to his flesh. Organs were always the most sensitive part of the body. They simply couldn't be freely turned into diamond or tough flesh as easily, both because of their sensitivity and the fact they wouldn't function properly if their properties were changed too much. The best body refinement techniques could account for both factors, changing the function of organs such that they wouldn't miss a step. This was something Dian now had to consider for himself. In the end, he decided on a few things. Firstly, he increased the robustness of his digestive system. From their normal smooth muscles, he replaced them with strong, robust muscles. In fact, it wasn't just his digestive system. Dian replaced all the smooth muscles in his body with ones he could actively control. For a mortal, this would be a nightmare. However, for Dian, who had such strong soul strength, it increased the efficiency of his body to godly levels. Now, he could at will control how fast his heart beat and how fast he digested food. Like this, he could not only use them to greater extents when he needed them, but when he didn't need them, he could completely turn them off, saving his energy from being wasted. The last thing Dian did to his organs was apply the very same defensive abilities he gave to his bones, allowing them to disperse attacks with greater ease without becoming injured. Finally, he shifted the place of his organs from their original locations as a minor life-saving measure. With this step complete, having taken 20 years, the beauty of Dian's constructing body plummeted. It was hard to see the art now that his organs had been added, but there was no one around to mind as Dian continued to build his muscle structure. Taking inspiration from his previous deductions, Dian already knew what he wanted to do. How much strength would increasing the surface area of his muscles give him? He wanted to maintain his lean appearance, but he also didn't want to be too weak either. If his muscles only expanded and exploded with power in the instant he attacked, his strength would be far beyond what it was now. In addition, with his vital chi dantian now created, he needed muscles far more robust than normal, or else he wouldn't be able to contain its power. Fate silk slowly spun, manifesting from what seemed like thin air to slowly coat Dian's skeleton with a healthy reddish-pink color. The strong filaments even an immortal essence expert couldn't rip apart, intertwined with Dian's meridians and blood vessels before covering his organs in a layer of impenetrable protection. It was only in that moment that Dian suddenly realized that there was no resistance against him reconstructing his eyes. He finally understood that he had broken through. Dian felt a strong pressure emitting from his eyes. No, it wasn't a pressure. Rather, it was an eagerness, as though a wait was finally over. Dian could feel the vacant meridians that once hid behind his right eye. After he ripped Hell's right eye from himself, they had been severed completely, losing the power they once held. However, Dian hadn't cared. He would rather harm himself than forge another connection with the heavens. He wanted nothing more to do with it. But in those moments, his Vajra body quaked and tore through space, appearing without his consent. Lands for thousands of miles around fell into an eerie silence. Not because there were no life forms, but because those that did exist didn't dare to breathe. Even the most powerful existences in this immortal ancient battlefield froze in place, hoping not to alert this absolute expert. Dian's Vajra body was an existence of the immortal plane to begin with. Its power on the mortal plane was heavily suppressed and wasn't even remotely comparable to the strength it had now. In fact, the truth of the matter was that Dian hadn't unleashed the full strength of his Vajra body even during his battle with Amithius for fear that he would be sent to the immortal plane. If he had known he would be sent here anyway, he would have immediately gone all out just to make sure that Amithius died a horrible death. This aside, a Vajra body was already a godly existence on the immortal plane. Those who had strong enough Tao hearts to manifest it were simply too few. Even those geniuses directly born into the immortal law realm had to slowly build up their hearts for millions and billions of years before finally crossing this barrier. It was no wonder no one dared to approach Dian now. Dian wasn't just as the Tao monolith realm one had to enter to form a Vajra body. His Vajra body was far beyond the base level, having entered the Tao vanity realm. It was an existence not even 20 other individuals had touched in this era. Who would dare approach a land a senior had so very obviously claimed? Dian's empty eye sockets began to tremble fiercely. The black gold and flaming halos of his Vajra body turned slowly, clicking into place to leave a singular lofty eye at the top of it all. In that moment, all of Dian's calculations stopped. It was no longer a diligent calculus, but instead, he rode the ebbs and flows of his own emotions. Dian had been 15 years old when he awakened this eye. Today, he was over 200 years old, having experienced more than 300 years, and only now did it finally open a door to him. Dian's eyes rapidly constructed themselves. Compared to the 40 years he had spent to reach this point, it only took a few days. Yet, considering the speed at which his fate silk spun to form them, the fact it took several days was shocking in and of itself. With how small his eyes were, and fast the silk spun to form them, just how complex was the structure to still take so much time. In the end, Dian suddenly felt that Hell's right eye had never left his side. His eyes gained an inexplicable link to his soul, fusing his perception and immortal sense as one. Dian felt like his gaze could pierce through time and space, observing regions normal eyesight just couldn't reach. Its functionality was far beyond his immortal sense. If Dian wanted to gaze at a place millions of miles from himself, he had to extend his immortal sense that far first. Even if he manipulated its form and formed a straight line as he had done in the past, his immortal sense would still need to cross that whole distance. However, his eyes seemed capable of directly leaping over that distance, as though placing an eye in the sky at the exact locations he wanted to observe. Dian could faintly feel that the abilities of Hell's right eye had come back to him, but he didn't understand why. Hell's right eye was a treasure. How could he reconstruct something so powerful by instinct? Did that perhaps mean that his left eye already emulated Heaven's left eye? If so, what were their true abilities when paired? Unfortunately, Dian didn't have time to see through any abilities beyond his jumping sky vision. He knew that if he stalled any longer, he would lose the ability to properly reconstruct his skin. If that happened, he would be walking around like a freak. Still, there was one thing Dian had to do first. It was something he had been partially dreading: his nervous system. But now, with his eyes, he suddenly felt that mysteries that had been eluding him before were clear, as though he could see through to the root of things with ease. Dian had planned on taking at least a century to reform his brain and nervous system network, but in the end, it only took him a year. Powerful lightning circulated around Dian with every step closer he took. Everyone knew the nervous system worked via means of electrical currents, but it was ultimately a chemical process. Dian did away with the chemical process entirely. It was simply too slow. Just like he had done with his digestive system and heart, he gave full control of everything to his soul. His nerves became a third-layered network. One were his meridians, the other were his blood vessels, and the final were his nerves. In his youth and even till now, Dian had an infuriating issue to deal with. His soul was able to react to almost everything, but his body was too weak to keep up. Over time, he learned to compensate for this. And, eventually, his strength grew great enough that it was no longer such a pressing problem. But, now that he was on the immortal plane, it would no doubt become a massive problem once more. But like this, with his soul directly controlling his nervous system, though a lag would still exist as he tried to remain within the limits of what his body could handle without imploding, it would be far less than it had been in the past. Dian finally turned his attention to his skin, reforming it with the best defenses he could and finally regaining his formerly handsome, albeit bald, appearance. However, since he was now in control of every aspect of his body, with a single thought, his hair had grown back rapidly. When Dian finally homed in on his soul, it being the final part to completing his evolution, he realized that he simply didn't have the qualifications to reconstruct anything about it. Like this, Dian's nameless constitution became both complete and incomplete. Dian looked down at his hands, a light smile playing his features. He had finally gone back to his original body. Every step forward in Titan Diamond body was a great boost to his strength, but it always gave him a pretty boy look he wasn't very fond of. Was there really a need for his skin to glow like diamond all the time? However, now that he had stepped into the Fate Silk realm, he reclaimed his true appearance. The same hazel green eyes, the same caramel tan skin, and the same short, brownish gold hair with the slightest tints of red when the sunlight hit it just right. There was something comforting about the idea that his parents would actually recognize him as their own if they were still alive today. For a moment, it brought a smile to his face despite the long road ahead of him. With a thought, a comfortable pair of black sweatpants and a crisp white tee covered Dian's body. He stretched his limbs out, getting used to his body's new functions. The reconstruction of his muscles had not only left him with more power, but also far more flexibility than he had once had. The stiffness that had come with his Titan Diamond body was a thing of the past. Dian suddenly sent a fist forward. A sharp whistle of air sounded as Dian suddenly found his arm embedded elbow deep into his cave den's wall. With a slight lag, a loud boom shook the earth. The sound was so loud that Dian knew a normal Dao expert would feel their brain turn to mush if they had stood too close to him. Dian blinked. He had expected a decent result, but definitely not to the point where his arm was comedically stuck in such a place. After some effort, Dian managed to pull his arm out. But the reverberating impact sent waves of power through the cave, causing the wall before Dian to crack and crumble, collapsing outward. Oh? Dian looked toward the collapsed wall with an interesting expression. Though, that look on his face didn't last very long before it came with a flash of happiness. Behind the wall, countless energy stones poured outward. Some had been damaged by Dian's strike, causing a dense, swarming chi to fill the air. Though there were a few celestial grade stones mixed in, the vast majority were of the Dao grade. With quick movements, Dian casually drew a modified star-grade concealment array capable of hiding the quickly becoming violent energy fluctuations. The sound of footsteps caught Dian's attention. With a turn of his head, he noticed Saru and Lilith's figures flash into view. Maybe it was due to Junior's fusion with him, but Dian felt his inhibitions toward these two had subtly lowered. In the past, he purposely locked away his feelings and didn't confront them, both because he found them inexplicable and also because he owed his wives too much. However, it seemed to have suddenly gotten much harder to do this. Luckily, the side effect of heavy lust his Titan Diamond body gave him had been expunged. Since he could amplify the good, why couldn't he expel the bad? But it was ironically this very thing that lowered Dian's inhibitions all the more. He had always been worried that he was subconsciously lusting after these two, confusing what was a disgusting primal want with the love they desired. However, with it now gone, why exactly did he still feel this way? Seeing their haggard appearances, Dian's heart twitched painfully. Both wore what amounted to nothing more than rags. Torn fabrics formed short mid-thigh length skirts and strapless bras on them, their delicate skin covered in dirt, cuts, and bruises. A single long sword with a thin 7-foot-long blade was strapped across Lilith's back. Her white hair was seemingly the only part of her that managed to remain unscathed. As for Saru, brass knuckles wrapped around her small hands. She was much shorter than Lilith, but her body brimmed with power. The faint outline of a strong core became more pronounced every time she drew a heavy breath. Though she wasn't as chiseled as Diane and managed to maintain a mouth-watering feminine aesthetic, the power of her body was obvious. Diane felt like kicking himself. Just because he found the ancient battlefield to be no big deal, that didn't mean it was the case for the two of them. Who knew how much they had struggled in the last 50 years? It might be fine if the overlord of this region didn't appear for a year or two, maybe even 10 years. But what if they didn't appear for half a century? Wouldn't the beasts of other overlapping regions grow restless? Though Diane's Vajra body had been a deterrence, it hadn't been manifested the whole time. Diane took a deep breath, restraining his wandering eyes from greedily taking in the details of their exposed skin. Diane, you succeeded. Neither Saru and Lilith seemed to mind Diane's gaze, though he, himself, was embarrassed. Though if it was someone else, they likely would have drawn their weapons by now. They didn't wear these clothes out of choice, but rather necessity. They hadn't been able to bring anything with them on this trip. Lilith's sword was actually crudely forged of a few tree branches, while Saru's brass knuckles were just a few tough rocks bound by string. Diane took a deep breath. Come in and wait for me for a moment. I'm going to rebuild my inner world's foundation, then we can talk. Diane didn't spend very long reconstructing his inner world. It was much less complicated than manipulating so many constitutions at once. Diane's inner world quickly expanded to 10 meters. After Diane's comprehension of fundamental runes increased explosively thanks to Junior's timely advice, he had the ability to build a world even larger than this, several hundred meters in diameter, in fact. The reason he did not was because he wanted to focus on quality and not quantity. In addition, he didn't want Saru and Lilith waiting for too long on their own any longer. Though they could withstand the suppression, that didn't mean it was comfortable to do so. Diane felt more assured if he stayed by their sides. Soon, Diane's cracked and dry lands became lush and green once more. In addition, with the connection to the heavens, Diane's Vajra body and primordial yang no longer floated within his inner world. Instead, they had relocated to his mind's eye. His nascent soul sat silently meditating with a crystalline chain wrapped across its body. Behind it, the large, looming form of his Vajra body stood to its back, a sea of gold beneath the both of them. Once he finished, Diane began to greedily absorb the dense Tao-grade energies that swarmed him. He didn't cultivate. Rather, he poured them into his inner world directly. In this way, he could segregate the chi from the heavens and fuse them as part of his own world. Like this, his chi could become separate from the heavens entirely. After comprehending the fundamental runes of the mortal plane perfectly, something like breaking down the creation and formation of Tao-grade energies was as easy as breathing for Diane. Making these energies his own was a simple matter. Just half a day later, Diane expelled a deep breath, waking up to a body brimming with power. Not only had his stockpile of bold type, light type, and holy type energy reached astronomic levels, but now he could completely deconstruct their fundamental runes. This meant that doing something like converting conventional chi into their forms was no longer a problem. Simply put, Diane no longer needed to return to the ancient battlefield to gain these special chis as he had had to do in the past. As long as he had enough conventional chi and enough time, he could do it himself. Diane finally turned his attention to Saru and Lilith, who were both patiently waiting for him. Before anything, Diane's soul quickly got to work. Based on his memories of Saru and Lilith's preferred styles, he constructed several hundred sets of clothes for them. Of course, many of these clothes were just exact copies of things they had worn before, so it didn't take too much creativity on his part. After he did this, he sealed off a portion of the cave and built a hot spring for them. Considering how dangerous the waters of the ancient battlefield were, it wasn't a surprise the two hadn't had a good bath in a long while. Considering they had chi, it wasn't strictly necessary, and they still had a light fragrance to them. But there were some things that were better done the old-fashioned way. Seeing how emotional the two got just by these two simple actions that took no effort on his part, Diane's guilt deepened. He allowed them all the time they needed to groom themselves. Since they had waited so patiently for him, How could he not do the same for them? Diane? Behind a foggy screen, Diane heard Saru's voice. Without even needing her to finish, he smacked his own forehead with a palm. Working quickly, he created numerous sets of undergarments for the two of them. Lilith's assets were comparatively fuller, almost comparable to Madeline. In fact, she was almost 6 feet tall, a height that outstripped his first wife completely. As for Saru, she was much more like Ri in stature, having a petite build and frame. I don't remember Lilith being so tall, Diane thought absent-mindedly, but he didn't think much of it. He really hadn't paid much attention to Lilith at all in the last century. Take these as well. Diane casually created a few half-immortal pills. Now that he had fully comprehended the fundamental runes of the mortal plane, he was no longer restricted to creating Grandmaster-grade herbs as he had been in the past. Even creating star-grade herbs was no problem. So, conjuring half-immortal pills from thin air was a simple affair. Since he didn't want to bother with a pill tribulation currently, he purposely lowered his skill to refine them to just the top grade. Words of thanks Diane waved off soon after sounded. Though taking a bath was great, removing dirt from themselves was an easy affair. What Saru and Lilith were really worried about were the accumulated scars on their bodies. It made sense for them to worry about such things. Even if Diane had yet to acknowledge them, in their minds he was already their husband. How could they not want to appear at their best? Still, they couldn't help but feel shocked at the majesty of Diane's pills. As for Diane, his own shock came when the two beauties finally came into view a few hours later. Both women wore traditional Chinese kung fu skirts, a style Diane was neither used to or expecting. Of course, he had been the one to create these for them, but he had done so absent-mindedly. He didn't even quite remember creating them, nor did he understand why he had. But something about their current outfits made his heart pound. Both had tight bindings around their torsos and waists, ending just below their chests and accentuating their curves. Delicate embroidered flowers danced across their neckline, the folds of their skirts wrapping around their legs as they stepped forward. Lilith's dress had a red top and black skirt, her binding a blemishless white. As for Saru, though her bindings were also white, her dress was a sky blue that matched her deep eyes. Diane didn't know what the odds were that he'd randomly create such a dress and that they would both choose to wear them, but he was far too lost in their beauty to think too deeply. "How beautiful," Diane said with a smile. "Are you two feeling better?" Saru and Lilith blushed lightly. They hadn't shared much intimacy with Junior, if any at all. Saru especially spent much more time with the real Diane than with Junior. Yes. Their shy replies made Diane feel heated for a moment, but he directly tempered down the feeling. It seemed that his male instincts were still riding high. In the last century, before he entered this place, he never spent too long without the company of at least one of his wives, barring the 4 horsemen trial. Now, it had already been 60 years since he touched a woman, coupled with his inexplicable feelings toward these two, and it was a recipe for disaster. However, Diane wasn't an animal. Just because he had these wants, didn't mean he couldn't control himself. "Diane, if you want to, I don't mind." Saru's voice was as light as the fluttering of a butterfly's wings. But Diane could still very clearly hear her. His cultivation was too deep. Diane sighed. "Saru? You don't need to say so much." Saru cut Diane off. "Whether you like it or not, Lilith's husband sacrificed himself for your sake. I left my family and waited for you for 60 years. We already see you as our husband." Diane choked on air, gazing dazedly towards Saru. The Saru he knew would never say these words. If it was Clara or Ri, he wouldn't be so surprised. But Saru was like neither of them. Lilith was even more likely to say such a thing than Saru, but even Lilith felt like finding a rock to hide under currently. Saru herself felt her heart fluttering wildly even though she tried to boldly meet Diane's gaze. The truth was that these weren't her words at all. Rather, they were the words that Junior told her to say. Originally she hadn't wanted to, but Junior was right. If she didn't say this, Diane would never accept them. Even if he didn't drop down and say yes right here and now, the seed was already planted. It would nag and gnaw at the back of his mind until they finally moved his heart. Diane's expression flickered several times. She was right. Lilith's husband was now gone because of him. Could he have her stay a widow for the rest of her life? Wait, why is Lilith still a virgin? Diane was speechless. Could it be that Junior had planned to sacrifice himself for so long that he had chosen this path? The conflict made Diane feel as though his chest would explode. Seeing him struggle like this, Saru immediately regretted her words, kicking herself inwardly. To Saru, she had at least hoped this would be an easy choice. She was certain that Diane's wives would accept both her and Lilith. When the truth of their past lives was known to them all, it would be even easier than it was now. But she had neglected the fact that Diane was completely unaware of this truth. And, even if he knew that his wives would be okay with it, he was still ridden with guilt. He felt that every time he made such a selfish decision, his wives accepted only because they couldn't bear to leave him. This wasn't something he wanted to lean on. What kind of husband would he be if he did? Maybe one day he would really push it too far and they would finally choose to leave his side. Such a possibility tore Diane from the inside out. It was a pain even his powerful Tao heart didn't seem to be able to handle. This was the reality. His resistance toward women like Lilith, Jade, never had anything to do with his own feelings. He felt that he had made it about himself enough. If Diane knew that there were only 9 of them, that these incomprehensible feelings would stop if he just brought them all to his side, then he wouldn't feel like this. But looking at it from Diane's perspective, it almost felt like as long as the women reached a certain level of beauty, he was likely to fall for her. Such a thought made him feel disgusted with himself. Since he had no idea what this number was, it had already become too many for him. Now it was Saru and Lilith, and maybe one day he would fall to Jade as well. That already made 8. What if there were more after? When would it stop? 10? 20? 30? More? He was only nearing 300 years old with a lifetime millions of times that. Who knew how many he would run into that stirred his heart? No matter how tolerant his wives were, how could they stand such a thing? How could he allow them to do so even if they were willing? Suddenly, Diane felt 2 soft touches wrap around him. He almost subconsciously hugged back, only to see that it was both Lilith and Saru who couldn't hold back any longer. They nearly broke down into a pool of their own tears seeing Diane in such a state. 9. Just 9. Lilith gripped Diane and spoke between her sobs. She knew that Diane hated himself because he thought he was too fickle. But only she and Saru were aware that his wives were women he had met across the course of trillions of years. How many women could have been born in that time? How many world-toppling beauties? Yet his heart was only touched 9 times. In addition, it was only after each of them died and left him. It was they who should feel guilty for being too weak to stay by his side, not Diane. Diane froze, suddenly remembering the time after he slaughtered centaurs. What had he said back then? 9 times. 9 times. Diane couldn't understand why, but his worry all but vanished. His grip around their waists tightening. Diane didn't end up doing much with Saru or Lilith. He didn't even so much as kiss them. Still, there was a subtle change in their relationship that left the 2 women feeling content. There were certain things that couldn't be changed with just a single conversation or moment. But it was enough for them to know that they were at the very least in his heart. Diane was surprised to see that cold, emotionless Lilith he had come to know was actually quite cheerful and carefree. A smile seemed to perpetually hang from her lips, and her every motion held a certain ease that could only come from a free spirit. Considering the first time Diane met Lilith, she had tried to kill him, it was no wonder such a thing was a surprise to him. He would never guess that her immortal Tao path was contingent upon this very carefree nature. Diane could only sit there stunned when Lilith wrapped both her arms around his, leaning her head to his shoulder with a bright smile that could topple cities. On his other side, Saru shyly gripped his hand. It was as though she didn't want to lose out, but didn't have Lilith's forthcoming personality. If it wasn't for him actively enveloping her small hand in his, hers would have already slipped out considering how weakly she had initially acted. It seemed that Saru had changed too. The Saru Diane knew always had a calm and pleasing demeanor. Diane had never thought that she could be so shy. Maybe this was less of a change and more so a hidden trait that only came out in certain situations. Being by the side of the man she loved seemed to meet this criteria. Diane honestly found himself in quite an awkward spot. The three of them still stood in the same cave den, but they held onto him like he was leading them somewhere. In the end, he laughed. Since he was done wasting his time overthinking things, he tapped his foot lightly to the ground, causing a surge of soul chi to spill out from him. The ground creaked and groaned, slowly morphing this underground cave under Diane's prowess. The ground creaked and groaned, slowly morphing this underground cave under Diane's prowess. Saru and Lilith watched on in interest, their beautiful eyes sparkling. This was clearly no normal creation array. Diane was actively changing the geography rather than creating a new landscape. This was fundamentally more difficult, especially considering the tough lands of the Immortal Plane and the Immortal Ancient Battlefield especially. This was, in fact, an immortal creation array of the lower venerable grade. Diane's soul had yet to break into the immortal realms, yet it was already capable of implementing arrays of such strength. It could only be said that Diane was not only a monster, but also that immortal arrays worked more like magic than mortal ones did. The truth was that Diane's soul hadn't been quite this powerful 50 years ago. However, the constant calculations and pressure his soul had to be under while he reconstructed his body, all to keep his consciousness together and stop the heavens from taking control, he had improved by leaps and bounds. It was quite odd that he still hadn't broken through. Soon, the underground cave had become more like an immortal cave. Before Lilith and Saru, several precious materials hidden deep underground were pulled up. Including energy stones, there were several ores the two of them had never seen before. But, considering their vibrant and sometimes oppressive auras, they couldn't have been normal. Other than the Dragon King, Reaper and the Soul Tome, Diane didn't have any other treasures on him. He left the Aurora Steppes to his mortal empire in order to easily fully awaken more Auroras. In addition, he had thrown the seal and Hell's right eye away from himself, so they obviously weren't with him either. Diane was an emperor, why would he carry about energy stones or treasures and the like? He left these things in a treasury to be used by his empire when they were needed. Unfortunately, that left him the poorest he had been in a long while. Not that mortal plane treasures were worth much on the immortal plane anyway. This aside, this immortal cave could be considered his first property here. He likely wouldn't stay long, but since he planned on exploring the desert bubble world for the next few years, it would be more convenient to have a place here. He created a few things for luxury and comfort before drawing arrays to light up the place and laying a few defensive and concealment arrays so those wild beasts didn't come poking around. After he was done, he looked toward Lilith's wooden sword and Saru's rock knuckle busters with a sigh. I'm not a weaponsmith, but I can definitely forge something better than this. Saru wasn't much of a problem, but Diane knew how much Lilith loved her sword. It was about the only thing he knew about her. It hadn't been of exceptionally high grade, only of the comet grade, yet despite having married the obviously wealthy junior, she never changed it. Diane didn't try to overwhelm her by creating the greatest sword ever. Not to mention he didn't have the skill. He felt it was best for Lilith to slowly find another sword she had such a strong connection to. In as little as 10 minutes, Diane formed a pair of black gloves for Saru and a long 7-foot bladed sword for Lilith, which blazed a fiery red that matched Lilith's eyes when she used her devil chi. Still, despite the short time it took, they were both half-immortal grade weapons. Though this was mostly due to the high-level materials Diane dug up from the ground beneath them, the two women still couldn't help but shake their heads. Was this really not being a weaponsmith? You know, you two could just stay in my inner world, right? It's a bit too oppressive here. Diane walked through the desert, his bare feet gliding across its harsh glass-filled sands. This place no longer bothered him at all, but he was still worried for Lilith and Saru, both of whom claimed either his left or right side, as though they were scared he would flee from them. In truth, he found it quite hard to gauge their strength, something that was definitely a weird feeling for him. With his immortal sense, and now his mutated eyes, there wasn't much he couldn't see through. He couldn't help but think this was related to why Junior sent them here. That said, Diane already believed he knew why they were sent. If it wasn't for a situation like this, would he ever have accepted them? Though he hadn't said so verbally, Diane had already reached a point where he had no ability to reject them any longer. One might think this logic was flawed. After all, why didn't Junior send Jade as well then? But to Diane, it made perfect sense. The only two women Junior ever mentioned to him was Saru and Lilith. So, obviously, after his sacrifice, Junior would want Diane to care for them both. What Diane didn't know is that Junior already felt Jade was a done deal. Diane had already crossed a line with Jade that was impossible to step back from. There would come a day he would have no choice but to take responsibility. "We're fine," the two replied quickly, cutting off Diane's means of responding. After getting a small glint of happiness from being by Diane's side, it wasn't a feeling they wanted to give up too quickly. Plus, it wasn't like they spent 50 years idling. In truth, 50 years was nothing more than a blink of an eye to a Tao formation expert, and especially an overlord like Saru. There wasn't much improvement a normal individual could make in that time. But not only were neither Saru nor Lilith normal, but they had been in a great training environment. Diane smiled helplessly. "It's fine, I'll just protect them in case anything goes wrong. It isn't too bad having two beauties by my side anyway. Don't kill me, Clara." Diane's steps paused. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his mind. With a flash, his soul chi swept out, enveloping the world of sand and glass in a flash. Every detail was greedily consumed by Diane. Every cityscape, every village settlement, every major landmark. After a minute, Diane's vision wavered as he grasped his head and gasped for breath. He truly wasn't used to this. Usually perfectly memorizing the things his senses swept over were as easy as breathing, but currently, Diane found that not only was doing such a thing here impossible, but he even found it difficult to maintain a perfect picture of things he thought he had already committed to his memories. Truthfully, this was just Diane's lack of experience. Though it was said that a true power couldn't claim control over a world without at least one spiritual sage, this didn't mean that said sage was always working. In reality, a spiritual sage only manifested their abilities in special cases. They acted as more of a deterrence than anything else. In addition, they learned how to selectively block certain things out when they spread their senses, lowering the resolution, so to speak. These were things that Diane would have to learn himself. Still, it was enough at this moment. As Diane expected, in a world like this, there were no others qualified to sense the spreading of his immortal sense. This world didn't seem to have even a single spiritual sage. In addition, their strongest experts were of the immortal saint realm. Not a bad starting place. I wonder if I should thank Emithius. That said, Diane didn't plan to stay here for long. In fact, he would already be making plans to leave if he wasn't still waiting on the Dragon King, who seemed to be taking his sweet time. 60 years and he still hadn't found this place. It humbled Diane with the knowledge of just how vast this immortal plane was. "Which city would you two like to go to?" Diane asked with a smile. "There are 3 prime candidates. They seem to be rival cities considering I counted 3 separate military systems and uniforms. Zanetta City, Blazon City, Metadata City. The first has the best economy, but it seems almost like a puppet state of both Blazon and Metadata. Not only are many of its industries occupied by citizens of its 2 rivals, but its military is also the weakest. I suspect that it's a pawn used in order to keep a veneer of peace. Blazon is located near one of the 2 main resources of this world. Volcanic or Metadata is near the other, Mist Glass. It seems that both are subordinate states of powers from another world, so they both have transportation arrays going out, but they don't seem robust enough to send living objects. So it's either I'm right, or they're importing and exporting from other worlds, something that seems far less feasible. Diane had his reasons for thinking this, but he didn't say them aloud. Saru and Lilith were both intelligent enough to understand why it was more likely that these arrays were used to send tributes and not trade. "Go toward whichever has the best alchemy guild," Saru suddenly said. Lilith smiled in agreement. "The best choice is to make money, right? From what you said, there aren't any arrays here capable of sending humans or beasts in and out of here, so we'll need to build one ourselves. Plus, my husband can't be too poor. How will he support my lavish lifestyle?" Diane laughed at Lilith's joke. Something about her demeanor made him forget his worries. "All right, Zanetta it is. Many hours later, a crude laughter entered Diane's ears. Since when did mortals dare to cross the endless desert? Maybe it was only now Diane felt he had forgotten something important. The segregationist tendencies of the immortal plane had completely slipped his mind. Diane had become very used to standing at the top of the food chain. When did he ever spare thoughts toward being considered a second-class citizen? They were a band of what could only be called desert pirates. There were about 12.5 of them, riding on large snakes that had their bodies half submerged by the sand and glass beneath their feet. These 3 large brown-scaled snakes carried large cube-shaped wooden containers on their backs. Those containers were likely what these band of pirates used for their living arrangements, and also likely what they stored their treasures in. Boss, what's the point of robbing these guys? They clearly have nothing on them. This so-called boss was a man of large stature. His skin was scorched heavily under the heavy sun of this world, and he stood on the head of the largest brown snake. Diane had expected the beasts of the immortal plane to be quite large, but they were surprisingly much smaller than he expected. Diane's own beast companions were kilometers in size already, but these brown-scaled snakes were only about 20 meters in length. The largest was only 30. However, Diane could still tell that they were a level above mortal creatures. His former self wouldn't be able to take any one of them on casually. What do you mean? Pretty boy like that would sell for quite a lot. He has quite a strong body, just judging by the fact he's made it this far without collapsing. Those young noble women are hellish fiends with no moral standards. They'll pretend to be prim and proper on the surface when they've already lost count of their number of male whores. Plus, look at the little flowers by his sides. An uproarious laughter shook the band of pirates. Usually, they instinctively disdained mortals, so they hadn't given the group of 3 a proper look. But, upon closer inspection, their eyes lit up when they saw Saru and Lilith. In truth, the 2 women had suggested to Diane that they were Veils, but Diane fiercely rejected them. Maybe in the past, before he awakened his Vajra body, he might have agreed. But his current self had no patience for such nonsense. Those who wanted to act on their beauty could just die. Good timing, actually, Diane said blandly. I was wondering how I would be able to afford the city entrance fee. I hope you're not too poor. Before they could laugh or even be stunned by Diane's words, his arms had already slipped out from Saru and Lilith's, appearing on the snake head the boss stood on. A tremendous weight descended from the skies. In that moment, gravity increased several-fold. The high, arching neck of the brown-scaled snake plummeting into the ground with a vicious boom. One didn't need to check to know that it was now dead. In the past, Diane's weight was already oppressive, but it was enough to cause such damage. Now, though, his body mass had actually returned to normal. However, he could change it at will. Mass and weight were 2 fundamentally different concepts. After entering the Fate Silk realm, Diane's mass remained the same, but he could change his weight at will. This subtle change in ability meant that Diane had grasped the strength of gravity, not only for his own body, but a limited portion of his surroundings as well. The boss' eyes widened. You probably should have stopped at calling me a pretty boy. I might have let you live then. You actually came at a pretty good time, all things considered. The boss caught himself from saying something embarrassing. This serpent is the property of the Sand Serpent Battalion. Yet you've actually killed it? Battalion? I think you misspoke. A band of scum could never claim to be a battalion. The disdain on Diane's face thickened. He didn't like the military much, mostly due to his parents' involvement in it leading to their deaths. So, he never cared much for it and only built his own armies out of necessity. And even then, he took on most of the hard tasks himself. But hearing mere pirates try to give themselves such a holy title pissed him off only because he knew his own father would have raged the moment he heard such nonsense. You're courting death. Just piss off. Diane's arm shot through the boss' chest, coming out the other side as though he had done so with a practiced ease. A mere lower immortal essence expert, why would it be an issue? The only reason they called this man boss was likely because of the half-immortal weapon on his person. They were in fact all of the lower immortal essence realm. It seems that weapons are pretty important here, I guess my first task aside from making money and waiting for the Dragon King is to fix up Reaper. Commander, won't let you off. Diane almost forgot for a moment that he was dealing with immortals and not mortals. A simple hand to the chest wouldn't kill so easily. Diane pulled his arm out and shattered the man's skull, grabbing hold of his nascent soul before it could run away and crushing it. Following that, Diane massacred what remained of the pirate band. In those moments, he felt a subtle brand attached to his skin that made him raise an eyebrow, but his strong immortal sense extinguished it. Diane easily found what he needed. Though it wasn't an obscene amount of wealth, it should have been enough to enter the city. But who knew? Mortals must be escorted and vouched for by an immortal to enter, and can only do so with appropriate collars and regulation leashes of no more than 3 meters in length. Those who attempt to break this rule will be killed on sight or sent to the slave couriers. It felt as though the whole world was looking down on Diane with disdain. Those behind him waiting to pay their fees, those ahead who had only just paid theirs, and the silver-armored guard that blocked him from entering the city gates that stretched into the skies. Diane's temper flared. It seemed he would have a very hard time managing his anger in this place. Come again. The silver-armored guard sneered and was already prepared to draw his weapon after hearing Diane's words. But he suddenly found that his hand was inexplicably trembling. Diane stood before him, his hands in his pockets. To either of his sides, Lilith and Saru stood with their arms wrapped around his. However, the gloomy expression that pervaded Diane's piercing gaze made it seem as though he didn't have such world-class beauties by his side. I could have sworn for a moment that you asked me to wear a collar and a leash. I misheard. Correct. Those who had been spectating with sneering expression filled with disdain suddenly felt their blood run ice cold. They had seen many mortals in their lives. In fact, there were several who had even tried to fight against the tide and regain their dignity. However, they had never seen one actually succeed. Usually, they simply ended up in an even worse spot than when they started. Diane's gaze swept over the guard who seemed to have lost the ability to respond. Directly ignoring him, Diane entered the city as though the rules were meaningless to him. Those around were too stunned to do much of anything about it. There maybe had never been such a result in the history of Zanetta City. Saru maintained her calm appearance, but Lilith couldn't help but giggle. Her light laughter was the only sound for dozens of meters. It would have been incredibly pleasing to the ear, but none of them dared look on too closely to see just what kind of beauty it came from. Diane didn't waste time, heading directly toward the largest alchemy guild. Though he didn't fear anyone, he would rather not have to leave the city the moment he entered. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could solo a legion of immortals. This wasn't the mortal plane any longer, after all. In addition, this bubble world did have a handful of immortal saints he had to be wary of. Still, though immortal saints were ants in the grand scheme of this plane, those who stood at the top of a world, no matter how relatively weak they were, always acted proud and aloof. They wouldn't step in for matters related to a mere mortal. The group of 3 was hardly noticed on their walk through the city. After leaving the range of the city gates, Zanetta was packed with tourists and businessmen. The same way no one cared to notice that Diane was immortal while he was standing in line to enter the city, everyone just assumed he was an immortal by the mere fact he was here. In truth, with Diane's immortal sense, he could stop anyone here from seeing through his status as immortal. It was just that, once more, he couldn't be bothered to. A part of Diane simply disdained the way of this plane. Another part felt that this bubble world was too weak to need such precautions. And yet another felt that if he wanted to improve himself quickly to return back to his wives, he needed to instigate some conflict so that he could test his upper limits constantly. Soon, having made their way through in silence, Diane, Saru, and Lilith made it to the Alchemy Guild. It was a much smaller building than one might expect, but by extension it had the largest empty space around it. Well, empty wasn't exactly accurate. There were several neat and tidy stalls which long-robed old men and women sat behind in silent meditation. It was a huge contrast to the bustling city. No one seemed to dare even breathe too heavily in this place. The previous roadside stalls Diane had seen on the way here were built shabbily. Some used splintered wood trying to cover their imperfections with ragged cloths matted with dust. In this place, however, Diane could see that each of these older individuals took meticulous care toward their appearance. Just the materials used were exceptionally expensive, while the jade bottles they had on display were even more so. What was the most pressing, though, was the fact that even the weakest here was of the higher immortal essence realm. Even the guards of the city were only of the lower level. What a weird place, Lilith muttered. It was only a soft sound, yet several heads turned toward her at once. The pressure would have been enough for her to tremble, had she not had such a sturdy mountain by her side. Mortals dare to speak here? A sharp-eyed old woman with skin so wrinkled that her nose drooped into a hook spoke. We pay so many taxes, yet this city can't even look after their dogs properly. She waved her hand as though swatting a fly, a wave of surging chi shooting forward. If they really had been normal mortals, it was no doubt that they would have been eradicated in less than a single breath with not even a drop of blood remaining. However, it's a weird place indeed, Diane said casually, neither lowering or raising his voice. My guess is that these old crows aren't good enough alchemists to step foot into the real guild nor gain any status, so they can only sell their dog shit out here. I find it even weirder that they dare to be arrogant about it though. How many millions of years of life have you lived only to still remain at this level? The hook-nosed lady's chi was stonewalled by an invisible force, causing strong hurricane-force winds to sweep through the once quiet streets. How dare you? A shrill, echoing voice roared out. Though the old woman was the only one who spoke, gazes of fiery rage all aimed themselves toward Diane as though seeking to tear him apart from their seats. However, they seemed to simultaneously disdain to take action themselves. As for the old hook-nosed woman, she hadn't used even a single % of her strength, so why would she fear Diane? If anything, she was only a bit surprised that a mortal could survive such a thing. Lilith couldn't help but look up toward Diane's side profile, her heart filled with an inexplicable feeling. Having grown up in Nightmare Palace, she had always had to fight for herself. She had countless half-brothers and sisters and only managed to rise to the top due to her talent. After her mother passed, giving birth to her 2 little brothers, there really was no one to look after her. Instinctually, when she realized she shouldn't have spoken, she had prepared to fight it out. It was almost a surprise to her that Diane took the initiative to shift all of the heat she was facing onto himself. It was a simple gesture, but her eyes almost spilled over with tears. Diane raised his hand from his pocket in a come-here motion, completely missing Lilith's whirlwind of emotions. To him, it was only natural he become her shield. Before the old woman could react, a jade bottle soared from her clean station and into Diane's possession. Maybe it was only now that the old woman's rage froze over. How could a normal mortal do something like this under her nose? Diane's thumb flicked the cap of the jade bottle open, releasing a strong fragrance that made one feel comfortable. Don't! The old woman tried to stop Diane, but it was already too late. The jade bottle was opened and her slight frame could only tremble with unwillingness and anger. I'll kill you, her aura surged. For a moment, the atmosphere became incredibly heavy, but the old woman suddenly panicked, restraining her strength immediately as though forgetting some sort of rule. At first, Diane was confused. Why was she angrier about him opening the jade bottle than him actually taking it? That seemed a bit backward. But after a moment, he understood. No wonder why you're so angry. Your pills are such trash that unless they're immediately consumed after leaving their jade bottle, their percentage purity will tank. Diane poured the pills out into his hand. Compared to his perfectly round masterpieces, these pills were so crude that his face couldn't help but twist with disdain. They looked as though they had been half-chewed by a cat or dog and spit out. Seeing this, the surrounding alchemists were shocked. They could tell that Diane wasn't putting on an act. He really did disdain these pills that even experts of this bubble world would fight tooth and nail for. Just who was this person? Are you trying to kill your customers? Diane asked. These pills are of the lowest low grade, barely at 20% purity. I guess you could call them lower venerable grade pills if your face was thick enough. But if any one person ate too many of them, they might as well give up their future road of cultivation. The old woman's face reddened with shame. However, she fiercely fought for control over her emotions. If she had killed Diane with one strike, it would be fine. But if she caused too much of a commotion, even if Diane died, it would be her who was punished. The enforcers of the guild should already be aware of what was happening. They wouldn't allow this mortal boy to flounder around for too long. However, she couldn't grip onto the saving grace of a thought for long, because a moment later, Diane's soul chi swept forth. It was so powerful that the old woman and several of the other fringe alchemists froze. Numerous miniature arrays appeared around the 5 pills in Diane's palms. They bombarded them, deconstructing them to a fine level and remolding them. The process took all of 5 minutes, yet what came out were 4 beautiful sparkling pills. Not a single hint of fragrance leaked out, but they only needed their eyes and senses to see exactly what this mortal boy had accomplished. No fragrance. Only the legendary top-grade pills could reach such a state. I could only manage to salvage 4 top-grade pills from your hatchet job. This is what a true immortal essence-gathering pill looks like. Diane tossed the pills back into the jade bottle and threw it back toward the old woman. She was caught so off guard that she only reacted last minute, putting her hand up frantically to catch it. Not expecting the speed or power, her forearm broke beneath the impact, her weak graying bones piercing through her sagging skin. Still, when she shrieked out in terror, it wasn't due to her pain, but rather because the pill bottle and pills themselves shattered under the impact, falling in a rain of dust. Like a mad woman, she scrambled, trying to pick the remnants of the pill off of the ground, completely forgetting the state her arm was in. In that moment, it was impossible to tell who was the true mortal. Diane shook his head at the pathetic sight. The truth was that he hadn't exactly tried to injure the old woman. It was just that she was so frail and close to death to begin with that without the protection of her chi. Any immortal level strength could do that to her. Diane knew that his concoctions would be incredibly expensive. Top-grade pills of any kind were fought over everywhere. That much Diane had long since learned on the mortal plane. However, it seemed that concocting immortal-grade pills was even more difficult. This made sense, though. The common to star grade was only foundational. Only half-immortal grade pills began to truly use techniques and could be considered the start of true alchemy. He has an innate aurora. One of the long-robed older alchemists trembled, waves rippling through his wrinkles. He nearly fainted under the agitation. Had it not been for the old man's words, Diane would have nearly forgotten that his innate aurora was most definitely not a normal thing. He had practically been surrounded by many soul path geniuses on the mortal plane, so it hadn't clicked for him that his existence was shocking to many. That could be useful. Just as Diane was thinking this, the heavy clinking of armor emitted from the alchemy guild. Tall double doors slid open to reveal a small squad of 5 guards, each covered in glistening bronze plates of armor that sizzled under the high sunlight. Scanning the area, their gazes landed on the madly scrambling hook-nosed lady. In unison, they acted as one, marching to her side and lifting her up. No, my pills. I'm sorry, my pills. They're mine. They're mine. It seemed there was a reason she was too scared to make any noise. However, her madness over Diane's pills had dulled her judgment. She was likely the closest to death in this place, so she was aware that she didn't have much time left. In reality, for immortals, advancing in cultivation didn't extend their lives. What it did do was give them a stronger connection to the heavens that would allow them to deepen their comprehension. Once they did this, they could strengthen their Tao hearts and thus live for longer. So, even though advancing to a new realm didn't guarantee living longer, it definitely increased the chances. The hook-nosed woman had once been a top-tier beauty who stepped into the peak immortal essence realm. Yet, after being stuck there for tens of millions of years, she turned to alchemy, hoping to find a way to break through. After investing tens of millions of years more, she had barely managed to consistently concoct low-grade lower venerable pills. However, such pills had no ability to help her progress to become an immortal saint. For that, she would need at least higher venerable pills. But she had no time to reach such a level. The guards took her away, kicking and screaming. Diane found it odd they didn't directly kill her, but he thought nothing of it. Maybe the city killed mortals on sight, but immortals who had committed crimes got a fair trial. I always thought that one would grow tired of living for so long after a certain point, Saru said softly. But it seems that even immortals fear death. Dian remained silent for a moment. He didn't feel any pity for the hook-nosed old woman, but Saru's words still resonated with him. Then I'll make sure we just don't die. Dian's words were simple, but they filled the hearts of the two women with a reverberating shudder. They knew things Dian didn't, and they could also feel his undying conviction nonetheless. The bronze-armored guards hadn't even sent a glance toward Dian, while the remaining older alchemists looked toward him like fiendish, hungry hounds. Dian smirked. It seemed they were all eager to capture him to either refine pills for them or were competing to see who could snatch and refine his soul first. The mortal plane might not have had the ability to do it, but Dian didn't underestimate the immortal plane. There were definitely individuals here who could snatch his soul in an attempt to take his innate aurora for themselves. The soul arts of this plane were far better than those of the mortal plane. Good luck, Dian said casually. Seeing his smirk, they shuddered. They could only watch as Dian ignored themselves, strolling in after the bronze-armored guards as though he owned the place. Even the stone-faced guards couldn't help their expression flickering. They had ignored this little mortal because they couldn't be bothered to raise a hand against him, yet he dared disregard them like this? Maybe in the outer city, mortals were forced to wear collars and leashes. However, in this inner city, mortals running errands for their masters were commonplace. After all, since when did the rich and powerful follow the rules? So they hadn't put Dian in their eyes. However, the issue was that Dian didn't respectfully wait for them to disappear. Instead, he strode into the guild building as though they had been there only to open the doors for him. In fact, even when they stopped in shock, he swept a glance in their direction before walking past and into the quiet lobby with just a single receptionist. It was only then that they realized Dian wasn't wearing a collar. Not having the leash was fine, but the collar was the bare minimum. Only this way could the owner be identified and take responsibility for any mistakes. Dian made his way toward the circular desk that manned the lobby, his expression indifferent. However, the female receptionist, seemingly sensing the presence of a mortal, continued to file her nails. She was actually quite decent to look at, it was just too bad her nose was practically angled above her gaze. How one managed to look down on people while sitting in a chair was beyond even Dian. Unfortunately for her, Dian didn't have much patience for her antics. His palm slammed into the table, the reverberating impact sending a violent boom that was louder than even the old woman's shriek had been. In fact, even that same hook-nosed old woman, still hanging from the arms of the guards, snapped out of her maddened state to look at Dian as though he was crazy. The violent winds blew the receptionist's hair back, her hand pausing on its file as she looked up in shock to see a shallow handprint in the desk before her. The sound of swords being pulled from sheaths sounded behind Dian, but he hardly reacted as he stared toward the receptionist. Dian's expressionless gaze met that of the receptionist's. If it wasn't for the fact his palm still lay on the table, one would think he had not a thing to do with the sudden loud boom. As if others weren't shocked enough, though, a second sudden boom followed. In fact, it was several times louder than Dian's own palm strike. Still, even then, it was completely eclipsed by the roar of anger that came barely a split moment later. The stunned receptionist panicked. She knew that none of this was her fault, seemingly having forgotten her rude attitude of just moments ago. Yet she was fully aware that she would be blamed, nonetheless. Who did it? I'll rip you limb from limb. Dian's lips quirked as though to say, not bad. Of course, this had nothing to do with the voice's alchemy skill. To Dian, screwing up a batch of pills and even causing a cauldron explosion just because of a little noise was just proof that you weren't very skilled. Had Dian used a swarm of chi, he would have been more forgiving in his conclusion considering how precise the control of energy was needed for immortal pills. But he obviously hadn't. The reason for his not bad evaluation was because of the strength of the hidden alchemist's roar. He seemed to be of the peak immortal essence realm just like the hook-nosed old lady. But the difference was that he was clearly full of vitality and much more powerful. Moments later, a furious black-faced and wild-haired man flashed into the lobby. his aura causing the tiles beneath his feet to shake and quiver. It was clear that he didn't feel the same need to control himself in his anger that the hook-nosed old lady had. The venerable peers. The receptionist stuttered, her haughty expression turning an unhealthy white. It was obvious to anyone with a keen eye that this venerable peers was quite a handsome middle-aged man under normal conditions. It was just too bad these weren't normal conditions. Not only had his face twisted savagely in a rage, but it was covered in dirt and soot. There was nothing comical about his appearance. The truth was that cauldron explosions were incredibly dangerous, especially when they were unexpected. He hadn't chosen to come down here in a rage, forgetting to first clean his face. The truth was that he had truly suffered terrible burns that would definitely not heal easily. Depending on the batch of pills you were working on, and the quality of your alchemy furnace, an explosion could very well kill you. Certain combinations of herbs at the high temperatures of a resulting explosion could be incredibly toxic and corrosive. In addition, if it was a high-quality cauldron that exploded, it would be comparatively better at protecting you, but this was only to a certain point. Past this point, if a high-quality cauldron wasn't able to withstand most of the blast and broke down, then the results would be even more devastating. All of this was likely the reason the Alchemy Guild required a strict level of quiet, but Diane found this more amusing than anything. In such a big city, you didn't have a single person capable of laying a silencing array? Even one of the star grade would do. It didn't have to be of the immortal grades. What this essentially told Diane was that these people called themselves array alchemists, yet they didn't have the faintest understanding of how the two concepts were meant to play off and build off one another. Diane preferred to call himself an alchemist. This much was true. But the reality was that his knowledge and skill in formation theory was no less robust and profound. He just didn't enjoy its use as much. He only used it as a means toward concocting the best pills imaginable. It was obvious that Venerable Piers was trying to figure out just what happened here. When he saw the hook-nosed woman being carried by 2 of the 5 bronzed armored guards, his first instinct was to unleash his rage onto her. It seemed obvious that she was the culprit, especially since he had heard her screech earlier. It was actually because of that screech that he was put in a precarious position to begin with. If it wasn't for that, Diane's actions wouldn't have so easily influenced him. However, when his gaze landed on Diane's amused expression, a baleful aura billowed from his body. Immortal dared laugh at him? His peeling and singed skin trembled, revealing tender and bleeding skin beneath. His black face was quickly turning red for a reason other than his emotions. However, Diane actually spoke before he had a chance to unleash his rage. If you'd like someone to blame, you can blame your receptionist. The young woman gawked. And no, Venerable P. I came here to take your certification exam, yet after standing here for so long, she actually ignored me. Don't tell me you're unaware of the consequences for such a thing. The young receptionist was stunned once again. How could one person be so shameless? He had barely stopped at her desk for more than a second before his palm slammed downward. How was this considered standing here for so long? But, when she heard the latter half of his words, a deep shudder ran through her frail body. Maybe the most shocking thing was that it ran through Venerable Pier's body as well. Pill Sword Mountain. It was a hegemon that stood amongst the topmost hegemons, ranked at the very highest god tier. It had stood for countless trillions of years, having a history almost as long as the existence of the immortal plane itself. This name was quite odd at first glance. However, it was written this way on purpose. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons. It was among the simplest and most difficult to use at the same time. It encompassed the magnitude of nature and the complexity of the heavens. Even those who chose to use weapons aside from it appreciated its majesty. A mountain was the embodiment of stability and sturdiness. It was steadfast and long-standing, an existence with a foundation that reached endless depths and a height that pierced through the skies. Some of the oldest structures of the immortal plane came in the form of mountains, those ancient existences that had stood since time immemorial. And yet, simply put, the pill came first. There was no grandiose explanation aside from this one line. However, when the receptionist and Venerable Piers heard these words, It wasn't because of the lauded Pill Sword Mountain, a reality that would have baffled those who didn't understand the legends. Many trillions of years ago, Pill Sword Mountain stood above many. Very few could match its power. However, everyone was aware that the greatest alchemist of their immortal plane was not the head of Pill Sword Mountain, but rather a man no one dared breathe the name of. Much like other hegemons and immortals, Pill Sword Mountain was exceptionally elitist. There was a point in time where mortals were not even allowed to take their certification exams. Even those rare few unlucky enough to be born with mortal bodies, but lucky enough to have innate auroras, were instead killed to have their soul talents snatched away. When that man rose to power, he found out about these things. It may have been shocking to many that it took so long, but he simply hadn't had a mind to focus on anything but his own strength. He never considered joining a Pill Sword Mountain because he relied on no one else but himself and his master to rise. Plus, it was he who created array alchemy, evolving it from the normal, piddling alchemy that ruled Pill Sword Mountain. So, when he learned that those birthed with a talent he created were being used and abused by Pill Sword Mountain, how could he not be pissed? No one dared to touch Pill Sword Mountain. It wasn't just because of their power, but also because of the resources they represented. If one offended them, they could forget about consuming another pill in their lifetimes, if they lived long enough to regret such a thing, that is. However, this man didn't care. He slaughtered his way into Pill Sword Mountain, single-handedly killing every single so-called expert that dared to consume the innate aurora of another. In the end of it all, the only way Pill Sword Mountain managed to appease him was by swearing a heavenly oath that promised to treat both immortals and mortals fairly in the certification process. It was an event that shocked the immortal plane and one that reverberated even to this very day. A heavenly oath, especially one sworn on the foundational faith of a hegemon, is even more binding than a soul contract. Should there come a day where Pill Sword Mountain ever broke this promise, their hegemon that had stood since the beginning of all would crumble before their eyes. This was exactly why the receptionist and venerable peers both trembled beside themselves. Even though there were rumors that that man had passed, the heavenly oath still stood strong. If Pill Sword Mountain found out that they were disobeying these rules, their establishment was Nameless, simply known as an alchemy guild. They didn't have the right to be bestowed a name as names held power, which would require Pill Sword Mountain to share some of its faith with them. In addition, not every alchemy establishment was under the control of Pill Sword Mountain. That man's actions had caused them to greatly weaken, allowing many weaker hegemons to grow. However, what stood as fact was that the alchemist ranking system was overseen by Pill Sword Mountain. This was how a pristine standard was held amongst all alchemists. So, even if not all alchemy hegemons were bound by the same rule, they had to follow it nonetheless for fear of Pill Sword Mountain's retaliation. So, when Diane said these words, everyone in the room felt as though an axe was looming over their heads. It took several moments before Venerable Piers recollected himself. When he finally settled himself down, he forced down his anger and replaced it with a sneer. He unfortunately had no idea that Diane wasn't aware of this story at all. His previous threat of consequences was just as a result of his confidence in himself. If they dared to try to reject him, he would go to another Nameless alchemy guild and build them up to the point of crushing them. But it seemed he didn't have to do any of that. Are you aware of the penalty for failing the lowest certification exam? Diane, who had a curious expression on seeing their reactions, raised an eyebrow. Oh, penalty? Do enlighten me. Venerable Piers' sneer deepened, believing himself to have caught Diane. He believed Diane had thrown out the idea of a certification exam to save his skin, but that he had no real skill to speak of. It was unfortunate that the very same time Pill Sword Mountain established their rules of equality, they also added a new rule as well. The penalty is death. Do follow me. With a spin of his heel, Venerable Piers turned. Diane chuckled. He didn't know the story behind all of this, but he was good at reading people. Venerable Piers had felt fear toward his words, so there was definitely something forcing his hand to accept his certification exam. In addition, it seemed that he believed the fact Diane didn't know about the death penalty meant he had used whatever was forcing his hand as a last effort to save his life. Interesting. I wonder what the story behind that is. Dian regretted not asking his grand teacher more about the immortal plane. But the reality was that he simply hadn't been very interested in it originally. His focus had been entirely on raising his strength to defeat the entity. But it was fine, he would slowly figure these things out for himself. On the bright side, though the penalty for failure here was death, the trade-off was that Dian didn't have any fees to pay. It was quite convenient. In reality, for others, it was a terribly nerve-wracking experience. Most of the old folk who had set up stalls outside hadn't dared to take the step, which was why they could only stay outside. The light ringing of a bell suddenly snapped Dian out of his thoughts. He realized that Venerable Piers had already disappeared and was likely the one who caused this change. What Dian hadn't expected was for the sound to travel across the city. "Oh, I guess we should go." Dian pulled along Saru and Lilith, ignoring the sneering face of the young receptionist who seemed to think he had paused out of fear. Despite not following Piers himself, Dian's gaze easily saw through the network of arrays in the hidden hallway. Finding the most recently used one, he stepped in, disappearing to appear on a rooftop exposed to the sun. Such fanfare for a mere lower venerable title? Dian raised an eyebrow, finding all of this to be too over the top. The rooftop was actually quite simple. There was just a single platform in the center surrounded by several meditation platforms. Robed alchemists began to appear one after another on these circling platforms. In the end, 20 of them sat cross-legged, facing Dian, Saru, and Lilith. However, this wasn't all. This was seemingly a great attraction for those of the city as well. Flying was impossible both due to city rules and the fact their cultivations were too low. But there were several projections and some who even boldly hopped onto the tops of buildings after paying certain fees. This isn't bad either. It probably would have been a pain in the ass to get anyone to buy pills from Immortal. But with this level of spectacle, things should go my way. "What's going on here, Piers?" One of the robed female alchemists furrowed her brows, looking toward Dian as she spoke. It was no wonder her expression was weird. Firstly, there were 3 mortals before her. Secondly, one of them, the man, was dressed as though he didn't have a care in the world. What were those baggy pants and simple shirt? Who dared appear before them like this? Thirdly, he actually brought 2 women with him. Her disdain deepened. Piers was stunned for a moment. He had been waiting on Dian to follow him, and when he hadn't, he sneered and entered the formation himself, hoping to use Dian's non-appearance as a reason for failure. Never did he believe that Dian actually had the ability to follow him, let alone take these 2 women with him. "This boy is here to take his certification exam," Piers said after clearing his throat to hide his surprise. Dian smirked and didn't say a word. "I'm aware of what the bell means." The female alchemist's nose twitched as though she couldn't bear a smell. "But since when did we allow helpers for such an exam? And did you properly explain the penalty of death? I'd rather not waste my... Hey lady." Dian's gaze set in on the female alchemist, his smirk disappearing and his eyes becoming dull. "Say less words and maybe you'll be able to keep your life." Calling Saru and Lilith helpers. How could he not know what she meant? For implying that his women were prostitutes, she was lucky he didn't separate her neck from her body. A stunned silence overcast the city, leaving only the delicate sounds of a bell to resonate over its streets. Dian walked to the platform and sat Saru and Lilith to his sides. He had no intention of leaving them for even the smallest moment. It was for the good of the city that he acted like this too, or else he wouldn't mind raising it to the ground if a single hair on their heads was harmed. "Can we begin now? I'd rather not waste my time." The words she had wanted to speak felt like stinging bees to the female alchemist's eardrums. It was only after she fantasized about being the one to take Dian's life when he failed that she finally calmed herself. "I, Venerable Talene, swear a heavenly oath to judge the certification of this." Dian smirked. Dian Sicharo. The female alchemist and her peers all shuddered at this name. None of them seemed to know why, but it had become an instinctual reaction that none of them even noticed. It was like a veil had covered the entire city, fogging their minds from the truth. Dian Sicharo fairly and impartially. "I, Venerable Piers, swear a heavenly oath to judge." One after another, they spoke those fateful words. Saru and Lilith sat on their knees silently, each one to Diane's side. But they seemed to be more serious than even the man who supposedly had his life on the line. Sitting between them, his legs crossed, he stretched his back as though he was already tired of being there. The first segment of the certification test tests your foundation. The mortal grades are piddling but are still required for any respectable venerable. Diane was too lazy to respond to Venerable Talene's obvious jab. He only dully met her gaze as though to tell her to get on with it. Venerable Talene pretended not to care about Diane's disregard, taking out a few formation plates. These formation plates are disseminated from Pill Sword Mountain themselves. Each represents a section of the exam. We are only overseeing these matters, but your pass and fail grades will be decided by them. Of course, we're also here to monitor cheating. With a soft toss, the first formation plate spun through the air toward Diane. It was at a speed that would startle most middle Immortal Essence Realm experts, let alone Immortal. Diane's interest was finally piqued. Obviously, it wasn't toward this petty competition of his courage, but rather because he couldn't see through the formations etched into the plate. As expected, the formation plate never actually reached him. It stopped in the air as it was meant to, unfurling into what seemed like a miniature night sky. It was quite beautiful. White motes of light sparkled and spread, thin lines of energy connecting them as they folded out from themselves. By the time the process finished, Diane's interest waned. The formation plate itself was at least of the high-level Empyrean grade, but the exam it actually held was boring beyond belief. Diane could have breezed through this exam even before he dedicated 80 years toward rebuilding his array alchemy foundation, let alone now. Venerable Talene had every intention of explaining to Diane how he would have to go about doing this exam. After all, she had sworn an oath to be impartial and fair. There was no circumventing this. It was just that she had been waiting for Diane to ask the question first. Who knew that Diane would start without regard for her or the others? At first, she sneered, thinking that this was the best possible outcome. Not only would she not be blamed, but Diane would die. However, such an expression froze much too soon. What made this exam difficult wasn't just the questions, but the abstract method in which they were presented. After array alchemy was created, formation theory became inextricably linked to alchemy. Still, regardless, this was an alchemy exam. It didn't touch upon formation theory. It was like a silent resilience Pill Sword Mountain had toward the man who humiliated them all. That said, Pill Sword Mountain was still aware of how important the combination of these two were. If they completely ignored it like they wanted to, there would come a day where they could no longer stand atop of the alchemy world. As such, they compromised. The questions were purely related to alchemy, however the exam itself was written with the runes and array nodes of formation theory. If one didn't understand formation theory, no matter how deep your alchemy knowledge, it was impossible to answer even a single question. It was the job of their vice deputy, Venerable Talene, to both explain this to the examinee and provide a treasure tool that could be used to manipulate the formation and thus answer the questions. But who knew that Diane would not only not be in need of these hints, but he completely disregarded the need for the treasure as well. He sat silently, nothing but his eyes moving. His irises flickered so quickly that they blurred, almost completely hiding their golden glow. Like this, the Venerables had yet to even notice that Diane had an innate aurora. In reality, this wasn't exactly the reason. It was just that the Venerables were so stunned by the quickly moving array nodes and the light-pleasing tone it played whenever an answer was answered correctly, that they didn't have time to send a gaze toward Diane. Foundation Mortal Theory. Perfect. Lower Venerable Botany. Perfect. Lower Venerable Herbology. Perfect. Lower Venerable Soul Control. Perfect. Lower Venerable Splicing. Perfect. Lower Venerable Alchemy Theory. Perfect. The certification should have taken several days. Each segment was grueling and heart-wrenching, so stringent that even those who had studied for tens of millions of years didn't dare to take the exam. Yet, in just a single hour, a mortal with a lazy gaze blazed through them. The array nodes flew around so wildly that one would think he was answering randomly had it not been for the calming bell that sounded for every correct answer. Eventually, Diane's pupils stopped flickering and stilled. He had come to the end. There were no more questions to answer in this lower venerable pill recognition segment. He could only look up toward the venerables as though telling them to get on with the next part. However, they all sat frozen, finding it difficult to speak or even breathe. They simply couldn't wrap their heads around what they had just seen. Had there ever been someone to perfectly complete the theory segment of the certification exam? The next segment is the practical part of the certification exam. Choose 3 lower venerable grade pills to concoct. The ingredients and cauldron will be provided to you. That's right, there's still the practical portion. Even if this mortal boy is a genius in theory, mortals who can sustain their soul chi long enough to concoct even 1 immortal pill are too rare, let alone 3 of them. Venerable Talene had no idea that her thoughts were nearly identical to Venerable Peer's. Unfortunately for them, the disappointment would be just as profound. You choose, Diane said with a shrug. What? Not just Venerable Talene, but all of the Venerables were shocked beyond belief. Which of them hadn't drilled themselves, slaving over the same 3 pills for countless years? Before they even set foot into their certification exams, they had had this list of 3 prepared. Yet this mortal boy actually asked them to choose? What they didn't know was that this would truly be Diane's first time concocting immortal-grade pills. If what he had done for the hook-nosed old lady was ignored, that is, there simply weren't any immortal-grade herbs on the mortal plane, so where would he? He would have used simulating the hands of a deity, but he had to lay his eyes on the real herb before he could do so, and for obvious reasons, Diane wouldn't have been able to meet this requirement. If the Venerables knew this truth, they likely would have laughed uproariously, finally believing that they had cornered him. But they had no ability to read Diane's mind even if he had gotten rid of the seal. His soul was too much more powerful than their own. I'm only thinking of your establishment. If I name some obscure pill, what are the odds this small place would have all of the ingredients? Diane's sly words lit a flame under the Venerables, but at the same time, they bit their tongues. Piers had indeed been planning on naming one of the more difficult pills of the lower venerable grade, but he just barely hid his blush of embarrassment when he realized they simply didn't have the heavenly herbs needed for it. Venerable Talene's delicate jaw set, suppressing her rage once more. Since you look down on our little establishment, I will name 3 for you. Heart-cleansing pill, chi coagulation pill, and the soul replenishment pill. The Venerables sucked in a cold breath. They were certain their alchemy guild didn't have these things. Talene most definitely took them out of her personal collection. And, when the difficulty of concocting these pills was known, it was obvious why. Of them, the chi coagulation pill was the easiest, but even it was a tall mountain to climb. The immortal essence gathering pill was the easiest among the lower venerable pills to concoct and was often chosen for this exam. However, the chi coagulation pill was several levels above it despite having similar functions. The simpler of the 2 helped gather chi at a faster rate. However, the chi coagulation pill condensed gathered chi, improving its quality. What made this pill so difficult to concoct was the fact it had to be perfectly calibrated to the one consuming it. If the chi coagulated too much in a weak body, the meridians would split and become crippled. If it was too little in a strong body, you would be left with an unsatisfied customer. After all, it had to be remembered that repeatedly taking the same pill lowered its effect. As a result, an alchemist had to give their clients a satisfactory result. This wasn't too much of a problem in an exam since Diane didn't have a client. But what was difficult was that since Talene was providing the ingredients, she would most definitely provide the modified list of herbs for the high coagulation pills. This version had difficulty comparable to a middle venerable grade pill. The heart cleansing and soul replenishment pills were even worse. The former created a pill that targeted the Tao heart, increasing comprehension and extending life for some weaker immortals. The latter was essential for alchemists, allowing them to replenish their soul stamina mid-concoction. The areas of the body they targeted were incredibly sensitive. By extension, their concoction methods were unique and stood apart from their peers. Most peak venerable grade pills weren't as difficult to form. Hold on. Diane's words caused Talene's sneer to deepen. What is it? Don't tell me you've changed your mind? This is a certification exam, not a playground. I've already inputted your choices. Or is it that you believe my small establishment can't take these things out? Diane smiled lightly, shaking his head. No, I'm sure you can. I can see that you're no longer a virgin, yet your soul isn't bound to anyone. So you aren't married, nor do you have a Tao companion. A beauty like you could surely trade for these things. What did you just say to me? Talene's aura rampaged, causing the stunned civilian observers to retreat several hundred meters. Unfortunately for her, her reaction caused many to look toward her skeptically. I was only speaking the truth, no need to get angry. I only had a simple question. These pills I concoct, can I keep them? Talene's chest rose and fell with alluring and violent rolls, her visage a deep shade of red. It seems Diane had struck a nerve. Who asked her to try to insult Saru and Lilith before? As if she could afford these ingredients by normal means with her meager skills. I hope for your sake that you don't fail. A bloodthirsty aura wafted from the vice deputy. It was clear to them that this wasn't only a warning to Diane, but a warning to them as well. If she heard anyone spreading rumors, their death would be imminent. Unfortunately, it was impossible to undo what Diane had already done. Absolutely impossible. It was a secret that the vice deputy and the guild head had an ambiguous relationship. However, who would peek into such a thing? They all wanted to keep their lives. Besides the deputy and the guild head, Talene's standing was the absolute highest. Not only was she a peak immortal essence expert, but she was also of the higher venerable grade, a step away from the peak. She wasn't someone they wanted to cross. But it seemed that her rise wasn't so organic. Diane smiled. I'll take that as a yes. Turning toward the crowd, Diane's grin widened. If you all want to buy pills from the youngest venerable on the immortal plane, be ready to open your wallets. Talene's pupils constricted, but she said nothing. As a mortal, he couldn't live for very long, so he very well might be telling the truth. It was just that she couldn't see through him. With a wave of her hand, Talene threw a plain gray cauldron to Diane. With another wave, the first set of ingredient appeared before him as well. First, they were analyzed by the formation plate set for this segment of the exam. After checking that there was nothing untoward happening, the array nodes flashed, signifying the start of the exam. In the distance, those who had come to spectate felt their blood boiling. On the one hand, Immortal was the last individual they wanted to buy a pill from. But, on the other, even as laymen, they knew well that Diane's performance to now was impressive beyond belief. And that feeling only grew wilder when a golden soul chi suddenly shone forth. Innate aurora. The venerables almost fell from their platforms. For 10 minutes, Diane didn't move. But his soul chi was so oppressive that no one else dared to either. The only two who seemed to experience any sort of comfort were Saru and Lilith. In a blaze, Diane's eyes opened, a goldish-red flame appearing to his palms. Fire, calming breeze. Seeing this, Talene and peers relaxed a little. Everyone knew this technique was one for beginners amongst beginners. In addition, Diane's pill flame didn't seem very impressive either. Even if he had an innate aurora, as a mortal, how could he afford to practice? This was nothing but a farce. Unfortunately for them, it had only been 10 minutes ago that Diane started meditating, but he had already concocted the heart-cleansing pill countless times over. Not only had he circulated, simulating the hands of a deity, but he had split his mind thousands of ways, each concocting on their own. Seeing the ingredients before him was all he had needed. With his foundation, for such a low-grade pill, why wouldn't it be easy for him? Diane was said to have taken 80 years to rebuild his foundation, but what was the effective time? With how many ways he could split his mind, his 80 years was worth more than 80,000 years. In fact, even 80 million wasn't an exaggeration. The reason Diane used this weak pill flame wasn't because he was hiding his innate flames, but rather because this pill cauldron was too weak to handle them. This flame, it was enough. Diane's overwhelming soul strength lifted the cauldron to hover into the air. His hand seals quickly shifting from one symbol to another as a beautiful red and green aura wrapped around his body. His hand struck the cauldron, a beautiful ring echoing as he entered a rhythmic tempo. The venerables were stunned once more. This wasn't just fire calming breeze. One with self. Diane had only just started, but the hope they had in taking his life was already gone. When he passed this exam, he would become a lower-grade venerable. With such a status, his life was protected even more so than it was now, especially from other alchemists. The penalty for killing one of their own was staggering. Only an Empyrean could kill a venerable without consequences, but Diane had another layer of protection. If he was truly as young as he said, even an alchemy god wouldn't dare lightly lay a hand on him. His test results would cause too much of an uproar in Pillsword Mountain. The gray cauldron blasted apart, revealing 2 beautiful pills. But Diane acted quickly, coating one in a concealment array. Though he enjoyed being reckless, revealing his endowment of multiplicity was just asking for trouble. If news got out, he'd be hunted down by even immortal gods to refine pills for them till his arms fell off. If he kept it hidden, though, he could raise his fame and get people to come to him with pill orders. Then he could pocket the extra pill and make a fortune. The presence of a top-grade pill obviously shook the venerables to their core. Talene slouched from her meditation platform, a dark expression covering her brows. Her mood only became worse as Diane subsequently concocted top-grade chi coagulation and soul replenishment pills. It seemed effortless to him. Every time the inferior-grade cauldron exploded, Talene and Piers would hope against hope that the pill would be damaged. But every time their aspirations were dashed. In the end, 3 gorgeous pills sat on Diane's palms. We need a symbol. How about a crown? Diane's arrogance shone forth, his soul chi sweeping out like a blade to etch each pill with a vibrant crown that was almost brighter than the pill itself. You! Talene bit back her words. Etching a crown onto your pills? He was asking for death. If that man found out, he was finished. Pillsword Mountain didn't take kindly to such slights. After that event all those years ago, they were especially sensitive to protecting their face. In truth, Diane actually wanted to use a scythe, but he felt that associating his pills with death wasn't good for business. Now, shall we begin that auction? I'm a busy man. Diane quickly sold his pills for exorbitant prices to merchants who would likely attempt to sell them for more. Like this, he made 300 lower crystals. In this place, that amount was enough to buy a small city. That was too dangerous. You shouldn't do things like that anymore. Saru looked toward Diane with a slight frown, her demeanor carrying a seriousness to it. You mean calling out a peak immortal essence expert for being a whore was dangerous? Diane teased, pretending to be shocked by this realization. Diane! Seeing the petite Saru place her hands on her hips, Diane couldn't help but think that she looked like a cute little wife. At the moment, they had taken up a room in the Alchemy Guild. It was supposed to be a refinery, a place that was essentially custom-built to maximize the efficiency and quality of pill concoctions, but it doubled as a personal residence as well. Though the guild looked quite small from the outside, its interior was oddly large. This wasn't because it had spatial technology built in, but rather because it was simply well designed. On top of the fact there were very few venerables worthy of having a place here as well. Spatial technology on the immortal plane was simply too rare. The reason Saru and Lilith had to leave so many of their things behind was because their spatial rings from the mortal plane couldn't survive here. Anything they had within them would be destroyed along with the space within the ring. Manipulating space on the immortal plane was simply far too difficult. As a result, spatial rings were several levels more rare and expensive here. So, the 2 women could only take what they could hold in their hands. And, due to the danger of teleporting into Diane's collapsing inner world, the fewer things they took, the better. Even now, Saru wore her gloves on her hands and Lilith carried her red-bladed sword on her back. As for Diane, he obviously didn't have this problem. Not only did he have his inner world, but he also gained the ability to store treasures within his mind's eye. Though those were only treasures with souls bounded to his own like little Chibi and Reaper. Diane scratched his head awkwardly toward Saru's stern attitude. He almost forgot that she was a princess who had to take on quite a bit of responsibility since the time she was young. Unlike Ri, who was forced to leave those responsibilities behind, Saru was forced to take them on as her burden. Don't worry so much. Diane smiled lightly. I won't do anything too overboard. But Saru didn't know how to continue. Don't you think something fishy is going on here? How could she possibly be a higher venerable? They even say that she's close to the peak venerable realm, but that's most definitely nonsense. Lilith, who was listening over to the side, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Think about it this way. Here, there are only 3 alchemy realms. The venerable realm, the Empyrean realm, the God realm. However, there are 5 cultivation realms. The immortal essence, immortal saint, immortal celestial, immortal law, and immortal God. My comprehension of what realms you have to enter to reach a certain proficiency in alchemy is kind of skewed if I'm honest. Lilith and Saru looked at each other and giggled. Those words were an understatement. They believed that Diane could gain certification as a higher venerable right now if he really wanted. But his soul was still in the mortal realms. As for his senses, it was on a complete other level. There weren't individuals as good as him even in high-tier bubble worlds. But they understood what he was trying to say now. Still, no matter how skewed it is, I can see how ridiculous it is for her to reach such a level while still being an immortal essence realm expert, especially since she doesn't have an innate aurora. I can see through her soul strength with ease. She's at most better than the average lower venerable, close to a middle venerable. By my estimation, only immortal saints should be able to become higher and peak venerables. Only after entering the immortal celestial realm would you have deep enough cultivation to become Empyreans, and likewise only immortal law experts could become higher and peak Empyreans, leaving alchemy gods as a realm exclusive to immortal gods. So what do you think is going on? Saru asked. This venerable Talene character definitely used some underhanded means to gain her standing. I wouldn't be surprised if the only immortal saint of this alchemy guild was involved. After all, from the context clues, she seems to be his lover. I actually wouldn't have bothered to care much about this, honestly. I plan for us to leave this place once that Dragon King finally gets his life in order and makes it here. However, she decided to piss me off, so she can only blame her bad luck. How is it possible for something like that to be falsified, though? Saru knew how stringent Pill Sword Mountain was. How could this small place manage to dupe them? That's the only part worth investigating, Diane said with a smile. No matter how great the power, they're not infallible. I may not yet be able to draw or completely understand Empyrean grade arrays, but I can already think of several methods to trick their system with a single glance. Even if Talene is a fool, that doesn't mean her backer is. And even if he is, they had millions of years to think about it. If Pill Sword Mountain really cared about not being duped, they'd draw God-grade arrays for them all. But clearly they don't mind leaving these loopholes behind. I haven't even met anyone of this Pill Sword Mountain, but for some reason, I have an instinctive dislike for them. We'll see where this goes. While Diane was casually deciding whether or not to make enemies out of one of the most powerful hegemons on the immortal plane, he likely didn't realize that he had set the plane itself on fire. That morning, Pill Sword Mountain was quiet as usual. It was a place no one dared to make much noise in. Despite it having well-mapped silencing arrays unlike the Nameless Alchemy Guild, it was more a matter of culture and propriety instead of necessity. However, compared to Pill Sword Mountain, its affiliation hub, a place known as the true center of the alchemy world, was abuzz with life. For lack of a better descriptor, this place could be considered to be a classy bazaar. There were numerous merchants and bargaining was a common occurrence. But everyone was dressed like nobles and the cobbled roads were pure and without a speck of dust. In fact, if one looked closely, it was easy to see that the roads were paved of an Empyrean grade marble more valuable than even many venerable grade treasures. In such a place, it was rare for an alchemy god to appear, but it was simultaneously the most likely place for them to appear as well. If one wanted a small chance at getting their hands on a legendary god pill, this was one of the few places on the immortal plane that it was possible. However, for the everyday cultivator of noble birth, this place had a different beauty to it. Getting a god pill was next to impossible, but this place had all sort of entertainment outside of this. Not only did it have the largest supply of Empyrean pills, but it was also the home of the Alchemy Division. The Alchemy Division was a competition board for alchemists all around. Not only did it hold a record of spars between the greatest alchemists to ever live, but it housed the leaderboards held in the highest regard. Young alchemists came here all of the time not only to hone themselves against worthy opponents and sell their own creations, but to also purchase the recordings of these spars. Or rather, rent. There was a certain fascination with seeing alchemy gods who rarely stepped out into the public concoct pills. Still, maybe the greatest attraction were those very leaderboards. The venerable rankings, the Empyrean rankings, and the god rankings. However, there was still one more leaderboard, a leaderboard reserved for youths younger than 1,000,000 years old stepping into their first certification. It weighed not only age, but your score in the written exam and the pills you concocted in your practical exam. These three facets were taken, weighted based on difficulty and performance, and then ranked amongst all the youths across the immortal plane. And it was due to this very list that an uproar that spread across countless bubble worlds. Theo, I heard you entered the top 1,000 of the certification ranking. I guess it should be Venerable Theo now, huh? A youth teased a friend of his. But Venerable Theo didn't look very happy with this result. Top 1,000 seemed impressive, but only the top 100 were maintained across generations. Anyone below the top 100 were purged after 1,000,000 years of being on the list. The glory he held now would be purged soon enough, a reality that left him with an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. In fact, this was how all of the lists worked. Only the top 100 could rest on their laurels. Everyone else had to prove themselves constantly, lest they lose their prestige. As a result, there was a massive gap between number 100 on every ranking list and number 101. So, top 1,000 might sound impressive considering how many trillions of youths there were on the immortal plane, but it wasn't enough for Venerable Theo to feel happy. Venerable Theo gave his friend a fake smile, looking up toward the towering monuments with a bitter glint hidden in his eyes. He eventually found his name, sitting tidy at 986. It had the faint silver glow names between 101 and 1,000 had, but even that didn't fill him with any sort of happiness. 986. Theo Lucine, 254-623. Middle Venerable Nascent Soul. Written Exam. 3671-10-000. Practical Exam. Wind Warping Pill, 82%. High Grade. Qi Coagulation Pill, 84%. High Grade. Soul Tempering Pill, 76%. High Grade. With results like this, he'd never be poor a day in his life. To have a middle venerable nascent soul at not even 300,000 years old made him one of the foremost talents of the immortal plane, especially since he was born with a lower venerable nascent soul. But it seemed he was destined to be inferior. If only he was born with Empyrean nascent souls like those scions in the top 100. Why was life so incredibly unfair to him? Why weren't his parents more powerful, allowing him to skip the line and become a great genius revered by all? It was at that moment that the certification ranking glowed, the lines of names beginning to slowly shift. This didn't happen often, but it wasn't exactly rare. So though many looked over in curiosity, it wasn't to the point of losing their minds. However, after a few moments, everyone was confused. The glowing stopped, but they couldn't seem to find the new name. It was then that their eyes began to slowly travel upward and toward that lauded top 100 spots that hadn't been touched in billions of years. In that moment, the entire immortal plane was lit afire. 3. Diane Sacharo, 286. 6th-stage star grade soul. Written exam. 10-000/10-000. Practical exam. Heart cleaning pill, 100%. Top grade. Qi coagulation pill, 100%. Top grade. Soul replenishment pill, 100%. Top grade. A stunned silence filled the air. Venerable Theo stood frozen for a long time, unable to move an inch. 6th-stage star grade soul? He was immortal, only 286 years old. 100% purity every time without fail. Venerable Theo felt that his heart had leapt into his throat. The only reason this performance was ranked third and not first was because number 1 and 2 were less than half Diane's age and concocted pills ranked far higher than this Diane's in difficulty. In addition, since they both had been born with higher Empyrean nascent souls, They managed to concoct 4 times refined pills 1 time each for their best pills, while their weaker pills were at least 2 times refined. What would these people think if they knew the reason Dian hadn't concocted more complex pills was simply due to the fact the Alchemy Guild he took his exam in was too poor to bring out the ingredients for anything better? And the reason he hadn't refined any reinforced pills was because he wanted to get the exam over and done with as soon as possible? However, despite the fact Dian ranked 3rd, there were a few things that were undisputable. In this generation, he ranked number 1. The number 2 and 1 on the list had long since ascended to the alchemy god grades and had lived for trillions of years. They were old men with a foot in the grave already. Secondly, he was the only mortal in the top 1,000, let alone top 100 and top 3 even. His performance was so impressive that it bordered on blinding. The Pill Sword Mountain's bazaar fell into silence for several minutes before exploding. Several individuals ran every which way, spreading the news like madmen. It was maybe the first day in history that a mortal had gripped the hearts of the immortal plane so thoroughly. Master, master! Huh! A wrinkled old man with vibrant white hair startled awake from his rocking chair. His eyes, almost pressed together by some sort of glue, slowly opened, revealing whitish-gray, opaque depths. The young woman who had called his name had vibrant white hair of her own, but it wasn't due to old age like that of the old man's. Rather, she was so youthful and beautiful that the air seemed to still around her. Gorgeous brows, elegant curves, delicate hands that gripped her master's own with a soft touch. She was a woman who had gripped the hearts of countless men and even women. The first white mother looked much better than she had in the past. Ever since her master called an end to the war, she had slowly regained her health, becoming even more beautiful than she had been in the past. Though, the fact her organs were no longer hanging out from her torso and her arms were now firmly attached most definitely helped with this. What is it, little white? Seeing her master like this, the first white mother felt a pang in her heart. He isn't dead, he isn't dead. I don't know how, but he suddenly appeared on the immortal plane. His name just appeared 3rd on the certification ranking. What? Abraxas abruptly sat up, strength that seemed impossible for his frail body pouring outward in a torrent. The assault of chi was so abrupt that the first white mother felt her knees tremble, almost falling to the ground. She could only grit her teeth and withstand it. She was an immortal god too, yet her master was actually still so much more powerful than she was. It was no wonder he could end a war of immortals with a word. Abraxas wasn't shocked by Dian's ranking. He had known that Dian's alchemy talent was obscene for a long time. In fact, if he was surprised about anything related to that list, it was the fact he wasn't first. He was certain that had Dian known the list existed, there was no way he would settle for anything other than first. Unfortunately, the young man knew too little about the immortal plane. He had even called himself the youngest venerable, which was obviously not true both historically and currently. It was just that those of his current bubble world were too close to the fringe of the world to know to correct him. What Abraxas was shocked about was the fact Dian had lived. Much like after Dian's battle during the world tournament when Zabia almost killed him, Abraxas sensed the epistemic key separate from Dian. So he had thought Dian actually died. Such a thing left him in a depressive state for the last 60 years. He had even been wishing his old body would give out already so he could cross over to the other side. But, hearing that Dian was actually here on the immortal plane, he was elated beyond belief. He smiled so brightly that the world seemed to smile along with him. He was truly an adorable old man. What should we do, master? After calming down, Abraxas sat back down, regaining his frail appearance. Ah, whatever. Let the youths do as they please. But he'll become a target now. There is no way they'll allow a mortal to hold such a spotlight. A baleful aura erupted from Abraxas, causing the first white mother to have no means of breathing. She felt that her life could end at any moment. They know not to touch one of my own. As for those weaker stragglers, the baleful aura dissipated with Abraxas' light smile. Dian can give them a headache on his own. First white mother blinked, finally able to breathe. She hadn't seen her master have such confidence in anyone since. Skull stood high in the sky on the head of a brown-scaled snake. It was much larger than the ones Diane had killed, looming even above the city gates by a small margin. From Diane's estimates, it was easily about 50 meters long and had a trunk thickness of 5. Seeing this scene, Diane's seriousness vanished and became a chuckle. "What is it?" Lilith asked. "That little gang is attacking the city." "A gang? Attacking a city?" Saru blinked in shock. "I know. I was a bit surprised too. It seems that maybe they weren't too off calling themselves a battalion. Not that they're any more worthy of the title now." "What do we do then?" "What do we do?" Diane grinned. "Absolutely nothing. Let these oh-so-elitist immortals handle their problems themselves." Saru and Lilith looked at each other and giggled. But then they blushed a moment later, realizing how scantily clad the other was. They really hadn't grasped how revealing their outfits were till now. But they found it inappropriate to cover themselves at the same time. Luckily, Diane pretended like he saw nothing. "They'll never believe a little mortal like me was the reason their shipment was stolen. Whoever they're searching for doesn't exist while I'm right here. Plus, it's not like they'll ask a little weakling like me to fight, right? And even if they thought I wasn't weak, I'm an alchemist. Who's ever heard of an alchemist going to the battlefield?" Seeing that Diane really planned to push all responsibility away from himself, the two beauties began to feel a bit bad for Zanetta City. At that moment, a knock came from Diane's door. Raising an eyebrow, Diane snapped his fingers, creating a one-way concealment array that blocked Saru and Lilith from view. This sort of sight way something he'd only allow his own eyes to lay upon. Anyone else could forget it. Diane's action, however, made Saru and Lilith blush even more profusely. It seemed that Diane really had noticed the state of their dress. "Yes." Diane opened the door, finding Venerable Piers on the other side. The latter peeked in, but finding a screen he couldn't see through, he felt an odd bit of dissatisfaction in his heart. It was usually an unspoken rule amongst powerful men to allow sneak peeks toward their women in this way. Some would even trade their women freely just to get a taste of something new. Initially, Piers hadn't given Saru and Lilith a single look after sensing they were mortals. But during Diane's certification, he had finally spared them a glance, only to see that they were beauties beyond his imagining. He never knew mortals could become so beautiful. Seemingly having found a new sort of a fetish, he went to the slave market, trying to see if he could find any others like the two of them. Yet he had failed. It was a reality that let him realize that it wasn't that he had been wrong about mortal women in the past, but rather that there was something special about Saru and Lilith in particular. So, when he got the assignment to come and receive Diane, he had thought he might get a peek to satiate the curiosity in his heart, only for him to be completely stone-walled. However, in the end, he could only do his best to bury the dissatisfaction in his heart. At the moment, Diane's standing was even marginally above his own despite being immortal. With how perfectly he completed his certification, it was only a matter of time before he advanced once more. In fact, he was likely to become one of the few mortals who managed to become immortals on this plane. Shaking his head, he recollected himself. "First, congratulations, Venerable Diane Sacharo. I've brought you your identity badge." Piers passed over an exquisite box. It was absolutely impossible for a small world like this one to produce something on this level. The box alone was a half-immortal treasure. Inside, Diane could sense a venerable grade treasure. It was certain that this was sent by Pill Sword Mountain themselves. Diane ignored the obvious intent in Piers' heart. As long as he didn't cross a line, Diane didn't care if he lusted after Saru and Lilith. But the moment he did, Diane didn't mind ripping the latter's heart out of his chest. "Thank you." Diane accepted the box. Piers' gaze flashed with a weird light. He remembered nearly fainting with excitement when he got his identity badge. In fact, his badge had taken far longer to get here than Diane's years, in fact, as opposed to the few days it took for Diane. Yet he still felt ecstatic. This didn't even mention the grade of the treasures. But Diane treated it like it was air. "The second thing I came for is related to the coming battle." Diane smiled a meaningful smile. "It can't be that you want me to fight, right?" Piers waved his hands. "Of course not. We alchemists have extremely high standing. However, we still need to do our part. We need to support the soldiers by concocting pills. We work on a system of concoctor and runner. We have a special station on the battlefield we concoct pills from. Once our pills are complete, our assigned runners deliver them to those who need them most. All venerables must participate according to a deal our alchemy guild has with the city lord. Diane's lips pursed slightly. What a moronic system. This was his first thought. It was just too ridiculous. Runners? So they had people assigned to sprint through the battlefield and deliver pills? Why didn't they prepare a stash of pills for battle purposes? The only reason Diane could think of was that they had never expected for Zanetta City to enter a battle. From the very beginning, it was a puppet state anyway. But, even then, wasn't this a little too irresponsible? Even if Diane hadn't been aware of how powerful that pirate gang had been, there was no way they hadn't. Shouldn't they be prepared for this possibility? Something else is going on here. There's something diverting their attention from protecting this city the way they should. But what is that? All right, I'll be there in a moment. Diane closed the door without allowing Piers to respond, looking at the box in his hand. Opening it, he found that it was a small spatial treasure. Oh, how rare. Diane knew how rare spatial treasures were on the Immortal plane. Yet Pill Sword Mountain handed one out to all of their venerables? No, that shouldn't be it. There's another reason. From Piers' reaction, this reward wasn't normal. That means someone was aware of his performance and it seemed he did pretty good. Not bad. The box had a space of half a cubic meter. It was very small compared to what Diane was used to, barely the size of an average box. But there wasn't much in it to begin with. There was a robe, a badge, and a small golden cauldron that looked like paperweight with the number 3 branded on it. Diane was completely confused by the paperweight cauldron. It was exquisitely designed and he faintly felt that it was the most precious thing within the small space. But it didn't seem to have any functions. It wasn't a real cauldron, nor did it have any abilities. Diane's first guess was correct. It really was just an over-the-top paperweight, the kind rich people with too much money bought. 3? What's that supposed to mean? Diane took it out and rolled it over in his hand. It was extraordinarily heavy too. Even he found it hard to hold it up. If he bashed it over someone's head, it would probably have pretty good results. If those who knew how valuable this paperweight was knew that Diane took it for little more than a good brick, they'd probably faint from anger. In the end, Diane couldn't figure anything out, so he set it aside, pulling out a beautiful set of white robes. How pretentious! I like it. Diane grinned. The robe was woven of delicate silver-white filaments. It had wide sleeves, enough to fit 10 arms, and came with a golden belt that actually housed a larger hidden space within it. After checking, Diane realized that it wasn't just one hidden space, but 10. Each was extremely small and only had the height, length, and width of a slightly larger than average palm. But they came with pill preservation arrays that were actually quite potent. Diane could actually see himself using it. This robe also seems different from what these venerables wear. If they had something like this, I don't believe for a moment that they wouldn't wear it at all times. By now, if Diane didn't realize that something was weird, he wouldn't be Diane. He realized that he must have made a major splash. It seemed the storm he had stirred up could come to collect at any time. He had to stay on his toes. Finally, there was the badge. It was shaped as a golden branch with a singular golden leaf on it. One leaf represented a lower alchemy venerable, 12 would represent a peak alchemy god. But once again, the branches and leaves he had seen to now were all black, completely unlike his own. Diane snapped his fingers and got rid of the concealment array around Saru and Lilith, only to realize they had clothed them. He could only hide the disappointment in his heart. Suddenly, Diane grinned. Seeing this smile, the two women could only shake their heads. It seemed just like Madeline before them. They knew trouble was coming when Diane smiled like this. They sent me all of this stuff. If I didn't show off a little bit, wouldn't I be looking my nose down at their kind intentions? Saru and Lilith blushed as Diane unabashedly stripped in front of them. His body seemed carved of glistening bronze. But this time, it had nothing to do with his constitution and was just his natural skin tone. They had to look away to slow their own heartbeats. But, when they gathered up the courage to look back, they found themselves speechless once more. It was easy to ignore Diane's looks when all he wore were sweats. But, when he wore robes like this, he seemed to outshine everything around him. The gorgeous white robes, the golden belt around his waist, the delicately forged branch attached to his lapel. It was the perfect image of a young demigod. Little Chibi. An excited chatter suddenly came as a light flew from Diane's forehead. An adorable bouncing cauldron with a chubby little girl peeking from its lid came out. "It's about time you let this great auntie out. I want to have some fun too." Chibi's adorable voice made the two women smile beside themselves. As though to play up his arrogant air, Diane clasped his hands behind his back, a light smile playing his features as he exited his room with Saru and Lilith to either one of his sides. When he left the range of his silencing array, the sounds of the battle became more than just vibrations. For the noise to travel this far into the heart of the city where the Alchemy Guild was located, it could only be said that the Battle of Immortals was truly on a different scale even if they couldn't fly. Diane slowly walked out of the Alchemy Guild to find the surroundings in a hot mess. The alchemy apprentices who had set up stalls were scrambling, not because they would be concoctors, but because they wanted to be assistants by the side of the Venerables. The Venerables were stunned by the sight of Diane. How could they not immediately see the difference between his robes and badge versus their own? Venerable Taline's gaze flashed with an imperceptible light, but she managed to control herself and look away, remembering the words of Venerable Zabel. Diane swept a glance around. It seemed that this guild had 20 alchemists including himself and excluding the guild head. There were 5 with 2 leaves, and only Taline and another man who must have been the deputy had 3 leaves. Though compared to Diane's golden leaves, theirs were only black, and their robes were gray as opposed to white. The deputy, a man by the name of Gunter, observed Diane with a deep gaze. Much like Zabel, he too hadn't attended the certification, leaving it up to his vice-deputy Taline. Gunter hadn't believed much of what he had heard from the other Venerables until he saw Diane at this moment. He could tell that Diane hadn't randomly pulled out these robes. They were most definitely given to him by Pill Sword Mountain. For his accomplishments to be rewarded so greatly, that cauldron! Gunter felt his heartbeat speed up wildly when he saw little Chibi bobbing above Diane's shoulder. Could that be a gift from Pill Sword Mountain too? Just how well did he perform? All right, that's enough silence. Gunter turned away from Diane, trying to control himself. In an instant, the surroundings fell deathly still. Only the sounds of the battle in the distance were still raging onward. As you all know, our Alchemy Guild is the largest of our world. However, the South, North, East, and West guilds are always seeking to usurp us. As apprentices, we allow to use the land of our Alchemy Guild. It's your turn to lend a helping hand. Each Venerable will be taking on 2 assistants. You will help with any miscellaneous tasks we Venerables have and also will be the line of communication between us and the runners. Form up. Quickly scanning, Gunter pointed toward 2 apprentices. You 2, come with me. The rest of you pick as you see fit. It was then that something the Venerables never thought would happen occurred. Diane, who had been passively watching the changes, was suddenly swarmed. Pick me. No, pick me. Please, Venerable. Pick me. I may be getting older, but I'm willing to do anything. I have experience those 2 young birds can't possibly have. Diane's lip twitched. He had to admit that the mature aesthetic that the middle-aged woman carried wasn't bad. But 2 baleful auras erupted from Diane's side. Lilith all but drew her sword. As immortals, none of them ever thought they'd feel such pressure from 2 little girls. But many of them couldn't help but take a step back. Lilith glared at Diane. You're only allowed to pick men. Diane was speechless. What happened to my smiling, carefree Lilith? Plus, does she think that I'm some sort of sex fiend? He looked toward Saru for help, but she seemed to not notice his gaze. She looked off into the distance as though finding the skyline's rising sun very interesting. Diane scratched the back of his head. All right, only men then. Quickly scanning, Dian's immortal sense easily saw through them all. In truth, he didn't need assistance. They would only slow him down. But when he heard that he could use them to communicate with the runners, he decided against rejecting them. Something told him that interacting with these runners as a mortal would make it very hard for him not to come out of this with his hands bloody. It was better for them all if he experienced the least number of annoyances possible. Since these apprentices had already experienced his alchemy prowess when he put that hook-nosed old lady in her place, he, of course, didn't have to worry about their descent. The other venerables, completely oblivious to what had happened, sat completely stunned. What had Dian done in such a short amount of time to gain this level of fanaticism? Even Deputy Gunter, who hadn't gone very far with his two assistants, stood frozen. He spared a glance toward them, only to see a very well-hidden reluctance in their eyes. His assistants would actually rather go with Dian? What the hell was going on? Venerable Talene clenched her jaw tightly, chanting to herself inwardly in an attempt to calm down. The brighter he is, the easier he'll fall. The brighter he is, the easier he'll fall. Maybe what those watching were all equally surprised about was just how much control the women by Dian's side seemed to have on him. They had never heard of a powerful man bowing to his lovers in such a fashion, especially not in public. Maybe they'd only make a few concessions in private. Finally, Dian chose two, a middle-aged man by the name of Emery, and another who seemed to have a foot in the grave by the name of Bellin. Following this, he made his way to the barracks of the alchemists. The city walls were very thick. Built of brown stones, there was a 5-meter diameter from front to back. The alchemists were each given a section of the wall to control. As a member of the strongest guild, Dian controlled a 5-mile radius of the northern wall. Since there were only battles of a few thousand to each wall, though, he was only responsible for about 100 people. For a mortal war, something like only having 100 people to a 10-mile diameter was bordering on ridiculous. However, for a war of cultivators, and especially immortals, such a density could actually be considered quite high. Still, it was basically child's play to Dian. What was more annoying to deal with than anything else was the strong reaction his runners had to realizing they were working for Immortal. It seemed the greatness of his certification exam, despite being watched by so many, went over the heads of those too stupid to understand what had happened. To make matters worse, unlike other alchemists and experts who immediately understood how special his robes and badge were, to these so very intelligent runners, it just proved he was a fraud. Dian's runners were two burly men who seemed to have carved their own bodies out of gravel. They had a rustic and especially tanned appearance that made it obvious their skin tone was definitely several shades lighter than it was showing now. They were a pair of twins known as the Rock Brothers. Dian really hoped they didn't choose this moniker themselves, or they'd be able to give his daughter a run for her money in a competition of terrible naming. But Dian wouldn't put it past these two. He could almost see the pebbles that made up their brains rolling behind the reflections of their eyes. "Deal with them," Dian said to Emery and Bellin. "I'd rather not have these annoyances flying around." Hearing these words, the Rock Brothers exploded with rage. They had yet to say a single word, yet Dian dismissed them offhandedly. To Dian, however, he had seen everything that needed to be seen. He could already sense their disdain and displeasure. Their mouths were quirked as though there were words they were waiting to say on the tips of their tongues. Why would he give them the time of day? Yes, Venerable. Emery and Bellin surprised the two brothers by following Dian's words without a hint of hesitation. "Please," Emery showed the Rock Brothers out. "Deliver us the list of needed pills and we will return the completed order to you once they are done. The Venerable is busy." Hearing Emery describe Dian as busy, while he was very clearly just a few feet from them smiling and chatting with Saru and Lilith, practically made steam come out from their ears. However, though these pair of brothers dared to disrespect Dian due to their overblown biases, what they didn't dare to do was slight an alchemist. They had no concept of the difference between venerables and apprentices. They could barely afford the pills of apprentices every once in a while, so how could they dare to disrespect Emery and Bellin? They could only glare in Dian's direction and be shut out of the camp. Dian himself had long since thrown them to the back of his mind. He was instead focusing on the battle situation, occasionally saying a few words to Saru and Lilith. It seemed that this gang was going all out, clashing with the armored guards of Zanetta City. The battle itself was completely disorganized. Diane couldn't be bothered to count how many times they randomly swapped opponents. He couldn't even find where the line of defense was supposed to be or even where it actually was. They're not taking advantage of the fact they're the defending party at all. How ridiculous. On the bright side, though, maybe in only such a battle could the concept of runners actually work. Venerable Sicharo, the First Order is in. This one isn't from our border, but it's rather from a station a few ways down asking for support. They need 20 half-immortal essence gathering pills and 10 half-immortal bone mending pills. Half-immortal? So we won't be concocting venerable pills. Bellin smiled politely. For a talent like Venerable Sicharo, it's possible. But the battle could be finished before anyone else succeeded in refining just one venerable pill. Plus, venerable pills are far too precious, and the herbs they're concocted from far too rare to be used like this. All right. Diane nodded. This made sense. It seemed he brought out Chibi for no reason. Then, we can get started then. Seeing Bellin and Emery hesitating, Diane looked over with a curious eye. Something seems to be wrong with this order, Emery finally said. The battle is too young for other posts to be swamped already. And Emery placed down a box that contained the ingredients Diane was meant to use. However, without even opening the lid, Diane could already smell the rancid odor. In a pill concoction station about 20 miles away, the sounds of snicker and laughter could be heard. One would think that instead of being at war, they were all in the middle of a cocktail party. This station was controlled by a member of the Northern Guild, a woman who went by the name of Venerable Green. For me to share a wall with a mortal? What a joke the Central Guild has become. She snorted, her high-bridged nose surprisingly arcing somewhat elegantly. Her two assistants and runners fawned over her like lapdogs. They didn't particularly care about the consequences of their actions as long as they could please her. Plus, it wasn't like Zanetta City would really fall, right? The city lord was too powerful. A brilliant move, Venerable Green. An apprentice bowed. If one looked closely, it was almost possible to see her tongue hanging out just like any other dog's would. That mortal rat is unaware that the herb resources of this northern wall is provided by our Northern Guild. He can forget about meeting his quotas. Venerable Green smiled to herself, feeling quite pleased. Passing off an official request for help was especially brilliant. Once he fails, he'll have to answer to the city lord himself. At that time, his status as an alchemist won't protect him in the slightest. And as a mere mortal, his leash is especially short. Green. At that moment, another voice came from the outside. It obviously hadn't come from the five of them, so they all simultaneously turned to the source. Seeing that it was another venerable, the two apprentices and the two runners lowered their heads respectfully. "What are you doing at my post, Vargas?" Green replied emotionlessly. "Do you think I wouldn't be able to find out what you did? Why did you order the servants to gather up the disposed herbs and deliver them to you? Are you trying to provoke the Central Guild? Do you think that the Central Guild would fight it out with us over Immortal? The difference between us isn't so large. No, they won't fight it out with you." Before Green could complacently smile at these words, Vargas continued. "But that doesn't mean he won't." Green was stunned before she burst into a fit of laughter. "You want me to be afraid of a mortal rat? Is that what you traveled all this way to tell me? That sense of superiority is exactly why you'll never enter the immortal saint realm. For those without much talent like us, we should be reserved and humble. Unlike you who disdain to do so, I personally watched the recording of his certification exam. He's better than us by a large margin, and Pill Sword Mountain will reward him as such. Not to mention you, he doesn't have to fear even the city lord because his standing has been recognized by a hegemon. You know nothing of the outside world because it hurts your pride too much to step out of this small bubble. But I know well what kind of impact his performance has had on the whole immortal plane. There are immortal gods who know the name Diane Sicharo right now. How many know the name of Venerable Green?" Green's face shifted through all sorts of shades. blacks, whites, even greens and reds. Vargas' words enraged her so much that she felt her throat swelling. Eventually, she took several deep breaths, calming herself. You think I know nothing of the outside world, but I know plenty. I know enough to know that this attention of his you think is oh so great is actually nothing but a death sentence. I know that the city lord is even more aware of this than I am. And I also know that for the slight of insulting Sister Talene in front of so many eyes, this is the smallest punishment he deserves. The next moments happened in a flash. It all happened so quickly that even Vargas was stunned silent, like Green, who was the one directly affected. It started as a small shadow in the skies that quickly grew bigger. After a moment, it became obvious that it wasn't a single object, but rather a bundle of them falling in unison. However, whatever image they portrayed was completely overwhelmed by the terrible stench they exuded. The dome of protection around Green's camp was shattered into motes of sparkling light, allowing the pile of objects falling through the skies to continue on completely unimpeded. Green couldn't react before she was completely buried by them. Her elegant appearance, her refined aura, her arrogant air, it was all washed away by a steaming pile of garbage. In the next moment, a few jade bottles gently fell from the air, landing neatly on an untouched table before the eyes of them all. By them, there was a neatly folded note that read, "Glad I could be of help." It was obvious that these were the very same 30 pills Green had asked for not even 10 minutes ago. And that chicken scratch of an excuse for handwriting could only have been done by Diane Sicharo. Green looked down at her trash-covered body in a moment of silence before a screech that crossed the city and battlefield left her lips. Green shivered from head to toe, heavenly herbs leaking foul liquids and growing terrible molds falling across her figure and to the floor. Vargas sighed, shaking his head. Out of curiosity, he picked up one of the jade bottles Diane had sent over. Opening the lid, he smiled bitterly. Not an ounce of fragrance was leaked. Most definitely 100% pure top-grade pills. He didn't know how Diane concocted them without ingredients, but this was enough for him to be beyond impressed. The highest grade pill he had ever concocted in his lifetime was of the high grade, just barely above 70%. He had never sniffed the top grade, let alone 100% purity. If he had known that Diane manifested these pills from thin air, creating even his own herbs, maybe he would faint from shock. In truth, Diane could have used even those rancid herbs to the same effect. However, he clearly felt he had a much better use for them. Green's assistants looked toward the pills as well, their bodies shivering from head to toe. Even if they weren't true alchemists yet, there was no doubt that they could recognize a top-grade pill when they saw one. "I'm going to kill him." A surge of immortal essence shuttled through the air violently, incinerating the herbs and garbage around her. Under her violent heaving, her relatively flat chest showed some substance, undulating like a low ocean tide. "And what are you going to do exactly? Go and attack him?" Vargas said blandly. "While even if your scheme succeeded, he would still have a chance to live. If you really attacked one of our own in the middle of a battle like that, even Venerable Talene's man couldn't save you. The city lord would put your head on the chopping block without hesitation. And you know that I definitely would have no method of saving you." Green trembled before clenching her teeth. "I'm going to clean myself." "But your station," Vargas called out. "Since you want to pretend to be a good brother at times like these, you cover my quota for me. Plus, it isn't like your illegitimate mortal son didn't just completely fulfill what I needed for today." Illegitimate mortal son? Really? Vargas looked toward his sister's back and felt a headache coming on. It was like she had learned nothing. "The Venerable, how did you do that?" Emery stood speechless. "Do what? Cover an annoyance in garbage? I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And no, I mean, how did you form those pills from nothing?" Bellin was also incredibly shocked. He felt that his old heart might stop beating any moment now. "Oh, that is not really something I can teach you. Just pay attention to the process. Assuming that my concoctions start with the herbs already broken down into their most important parts, and it will be easier to understand." "But," in the end, Emery shut his mouth. He could feel that Dian was much nicer than other venerables. If he had made the mistake of asking such a thing to anyone else, he might already be a corpse by now. He shouldn't push his luck like this. Don't worry. If we ever manage to get any actual heavenly herbs delivered to us, I'll slow down so you two can gain something out of this. Dian patted their shoulders with a light smile. Though he knew these two were only acting like this because they had seen his ability, he also knew that those who believed they were above others wouldn't be able to humble themselves so easily. Just look at Green. She should already be aware of his level. Yet did she humble herself like they did? Regardless, it wasn't easy to do what they did. So Dian didn't mind completing a cycle of karma with them. It wasn't like he had anything better to do anyway. As Dian was about to recline and relax, another guest came by. This time, it was surprisingly a venerable with a shipment of good quality heavenly herbs. I've come on behalf of my sister and the Northern Guild to apologize. My name is Vargas. I hope that Venerable Sacharo will accept this apology. Dian raised an eyebrow. It was normal for his assistants to call him Venerable Sacharo, but usually peers of the same level or higher would call their lesser counterpart by their name. At best, he was expecting to be called Venerable Dian. Another humble immortal? And this time it was a higher venerable? How rare. Only lower venerables like Dian received quotas for half-immortal pills. Higher venerables were kept in reserve in case a lower venerable pill needed to be concocted. What was even rarer was that this higher venerable before him was just a sliver away from entering the immortal saint realm as well. Unlike Talene, he was a true higher venerable. Curious. Definitely curious. Dian reached out a hand to shake Vargas' own, his demeanor showing that it wasn't at all a big deal. As the two settled their disputes, the rumbling of the city grew fiercer. It seemed the immortal saints had come out to battle as well. The larger the battle became, the deeper Dian's internal thoughts sank. Every battle had to serve a purpose. Territory, resources, something to this effect. Not only did it have to serve a purpose, but the gains couldn't lose out to the losses, or else it would be meaningless. But this gang was putting so much on the line due to the death of one person? Dian probably wasn't the best person to be thinking such a thought considering how he'd react if one of his own died at the hands of an unknown enemy. But something made it obvious that this wasn't what Skull cared about. So what was going on? Old Bear died. A baleful aura filled the underground base. A man with a towering presence sat on a throne forged of beast bone and covered in their furs. Yes, Commander. We found their corpses strewn in the wasteland. And the sand serpents? Dead. A skull commander clutched in his hand shattered, a gloomy expression practically coagulating. He didn't need to ask to know that the shipments were also stolen. But he really couldn't think of who could have done this. He had hushed deals with Blazon and Metodii City. Of course, there were some who weren't fond of these deals, but they shouldn't have dared to act so brazenly. Especially not with his temper. Calm? Call me Skull. The subordinate giving the report shuddered. There was only one particular circumstance their commander asked to be called by this moniker. Commander Skull, I don't think this enemy is simple. The remains show that there was only one of them, but no one lasted more than a single strike. Even a middle immortal essence expert wouldn't be able to do this. They would have to be at least of the higher immortal essence realm. Skull looked toward his subordinate dully. Gather up the men. The target is Zanetta City. It seems that those on the sidelines have forgotten how dangerous I am. Just as the subordinate feared, those words came. Launching an assault on a city as a mere gang was something only a madman would do. Yet, whenever Commander insisted on being called Skull, this was precisely what happened. It's just unfortunate that Dian didn't have enough mental energy to check the situation underground, or else he would have realized that though Zanetta was a puppet state just as he deduced, there were still 3 centers of power in this place. Be but Commander Skull. Do you want to die? Go and execute my commands. The subordinate gritted his teeth and managed to stop himself from falling face first into the ground for but a moment before his cheek was firmly plastered to the coarse floor. I don't mean to refute Commander Skull. I only want to remind Sir Skull that the next shipment will be due soon. If Zanetta's economy is halted, it may not be possible to recover the quota. If we fail even once, there won't be anyone to protect us from the void creatures for another 100 years. You know nothing. Piss off and go prepare. With a wave of his hand, Skull's subordinate had half his body destroyed into a bloody pulp. Trying to lecture me. I've been around since before you were born. How can you know things that I do not? The tributes will soon be obsolete. Mount Volari is about to erupt. Skull coldly glanced at his subordinate crawling out in a trail of his own organs. Shadows. Skull suddenly spoke. Go make sure they're preparing properly. I want to be laying siege to Zanetta by tonight. What's the matter, Talene? Why are you in such a state? Talene actually looked just as refined and arrogant as she usually did. As the vice deputy, she was used to her lofty status, so of course she wouldn't allow herself to sink too deeply. However, what this unknown man was referring to was the gloomy expression on her face and the deeper frown lines that now made it difficult to hide her true age. Hubby, you're sitting here without a care in the world while your woman is having her face slapped in public by a mortal rat. Are you very comfortable? What? This man was obviously the head of the Alchemy Guild, Venerable Zabel, a lofty immortal saint. With his status, there was no need for him to personally oversee a certification exam. He spent most of his time in seclusion, refining his craft. Occasionally, he would indulge in some woman like Vice Deputy Talene. After hearing Talene's story, Zabel was both enraged and apprehensive. It was only after a long while that he spoke again. Don't provoke him again. In fact, it would be for the best if you could make amends. His tone was serious and brokered no path for refusal. Talene was stunned. A moment later, a deep grievance welled up in her heart and she began to cry. It didn't seem fake, but actually seemed to be her true feelings. It's all your fault, she said between choked sobs. I've waited by your side for millions of years, tending to your every need. Yet you've never taken me as your wife. Now a mortal rat all but calls me a whore to my face and you sit here and do nothing. Zabel felt a strong headache coming on. Have I not treated you well? Is there anything you ever want for? Any resources you're ever lacking? There's no need for this. Please stop crying. So you think I'm a whore too, right? Talene gasped for air, her throat choking up. These resources, this money, you think that's enough to shut me up, right? Zabel squeezed his forehead beneath a palm. Silence. A torrent of energy strangled Talene's sobs to a complete halt, leaving her stunned. Despite the disparity in their strength, Zabel had never actually raised a hand to her, nor had he ever oppressed her. This was the very first time he crossed that line. A strong wind pulled Talene to Zabel's lap. He seemed to have no intention of apologizing, only allowing her to curl up like a kitten, laying her head on his chest. I've told you many times before, if you can reach the immortal saint realm, I will take you as my wife and meld our souls as one. You spend the most time with me. Have you ever seen me touch another woman? Many know of our relationship, but have I ever disrespected you in that way? They are all very aware that you are my one and only woman. We are immortals. My hesitancy is something we all understand. Why are you allowing the words of a mortal with no perspective on such things to bother you? Talene didn't respond, only meekly lying there and listening. You have to put your anger aside. The fact he's so skilled likely means he's already seen through the fact that you can't possibly be a higher venerable. Talene shuddered, biting her lip. It seems I don't have to say much more. Spend more of your time using the resources your status as a higher venerable net you. That knowledge will one day help you become worthy of your status. So don't take it for granted. There's also no need to bury your anger too deeply either. If his performance is really as you said it was, neither you or I will need to take personal action. You're unaware of this, but there is a leaderboard for the certification exam. This was why I had you pass the initial exam yourself before helping you reach the higher venerable title. If you have cheated on the first, it would have been too obvious. This boy likely entered at least the top 1,000. He's also probably the only mortal in that range. Even if there's no one who comes to snatch his innate aurora, there are many more who would want to take him down a peg. Though Zabel was more informed than Talene, it was clear that even he didn't know much. He knew Diane's performance was good, but in his mind, there was no way a mortal could crush immortals to such an extreme. As a result, despite knowing Diane's test results, he just assumed that other immortal geniuses could do what he could too. But even with this being the case, he was still correct. It was just that Diane had no idea. Truth be told, even if Diane was aware, he'd only be pissed that he didn't know earlier. Not because he was scared of the coming backlash, but rather because he couldn't stand the idea of placing third. If he was going to be targeted anyway, why would he suffer through such a thing for a measly third place? Will he really face those consequences in this place? Talene finally spoke in a soft voice. Even I've escaped scrutiny by staying in this small world. How will they know he's here? As a small sliver of protection, if it could even be considered that the location in which the certification exam took place was hidden. This was why no one was able to verify that the reason Diane chose such poor pills was because of the restrictions of the land he was in. They will. Mount Volari will be erupting soon. Talene froze. What? In all likelihood, our overseers will be making their way here to reap the rewards. With the arrogance of that boy, we won't have to do much of anything before he exposes his fangs. Even if he's smarter than we give him credit for, a few well-timed sentences will be enough for them to connect the dots. Once the world realizes that he's the Diane Sicharo mortal who appeared on the leaderboard, there won't be any bottling it up anymore. But shouldn't we tell the people? No one is preparing for this. There's nothing that can be done. When that devil erupts, half of this world will be covered in a sea of lava. It's not possible to move so many people. And, without a spiritual sage with enough prowess to scan deep underground, it's impossible to tell where exactly it will erupt from until just moments before. Mount Volari was just a single mountain peak. However, it was a deep interconnected network of underground volcanic activity. When it erupted, it didn't just spell disaster for its main peak's vicinity, but also for whichever lived around the volcanic nodes that were unable to bear the pressure. This bubble world was nameless. But if it were to be given one, it wouldn't be a world of desert, but rather a world of lava. The last time Mount Volari erupted was several million years ago, but it seemed that its next eruption was rapidly approaching. However, with this eruption came opportunity. The two main resources of this land, volcanic or in mist glass, were easy to ignore for higher-level worlds. But it was a different matter when Mount Volari erupted. The resources buried too deep to reach by normal means would bubble up and shoot the surface. Those even deeper than that would finally come up enough for reaching them to be viable. As a result, as a subordinate world, this bubble world's overseer would most definitely send some of their own here to take advantage of the situation. At that moment, Diane was unaware of this world's coming doomsday. But it was hard to say whether he'd care much if he did know. It wasn't like it was his job to save everyone. As long as Saru and Lilith were fine, he likely wouldn't blink an eye. Maybe in his youth it would have affected him more. But these days he felt numb to such things, disconnected, almost. Either way, the Diane of now still didn't know. So he sat in his abode planning his next steps. Saru and Lilith were with him, but they were meditating, probably cultivating. Looking toward them, Diane could only smile bitterly. He definitely still had some complicated feelings about them. And them cultivating around him in nightgowns like this, looking so vulnerable, definitely wasn't helping. There was a raging fire in his belly every time he failed to stop himself from glancing at the two small bumps that poked through Lilith's braless gowns and towering chest, and every time he saw the defenseless Saru cross her legs without a care as though he couldn't see her panties from this angle. The blood rushed to his head as he tried to calm himself down. He was certain these two were doing this on purpose. He really was innocent. In truth, Saru and Lilith were innocent too. They were only wearing what they thought they should wear to accompany their husband to bed. Seeing that Diane wasn't resting anytime soon, they began to cultivate. In order to cultivate, one had to enter a state of emptiness. They simply weren't aware of how enticing their bodies were currently. They felt safe enough around Diane to not mind such things. But if they were alert enough to feel his gaze, it was certain they'd be blushing profusely. Sleep wasn't exactly strictly necessary for them, but it was still a great way to relax. It was more of a luxury than anything else. Since they knew Diane wanted to stay here for a while, why not? Diane took a deep breath. Clearly, having beauties around you had both its good and bad notes. His self-control wouldn't be able to take this for very much longer. Looking into his inner world, Diane found a few things to distract himself. The spoils he took from that gang of pirates. As far as he could tell, the vast majority of it were actually volcanic ores and mist glass. Diane took out a volcanic ore to study. It was an irregularly shaped rock with a color palette that varied from deep red to magenta. If a normal mortal was holding it in his or her hands, there was no doubt they'd lose their arm. In fact, they might not even be able to get close enough without burning to ash. As far as Diane could tell, the specific heat capacity of this ore was obscenely high. But he immediately dispelled this thought. Specific heat capacity should measure how fast you can gain and lose temperature. It was a holistic measurement of both. However, this volcanic ore needed very little energy to shoot up in temperature, but could retain said temperature for a very long time even in a cold environment. It was truly an anomaly. How interesting, Diane thought. As far as he could tell, this ore was probably a dream for fire Dao cultivators. On top of this, it was a top quality ore for making weaponsmith hammers and alchemy cauldrons. Of course, Diane had chibi, so he didn't need an alchemy cauldron. He also wasn't a blacksmith, so he didn't need their tools either. Plus, he didn't really consider himself a fire Dao cultivator, though his flames were powerful. And even if he did, he could tell that these ores were too weak to withstand the full brunt of his flames. Losing interesting in the volcanic ore, Diane brought out a shard of mist glass. It was a black glass material, similar to obsidian except even more reflective. However, despite being reflective, it oddly showed no reflection at all. It was as though the light bouncing off of it was coming from a different place entirely. As far as Diane could tell, no one in this world actually dealt in mist glass. Instead, they exported it either because they didn't know what it did, or because they didn't have the means of making the most of it. Either way, if Diane wanted to know what it was useful for, his simple observations wouldn't be enough. Just as Diane planned to focus his immortal sense on the small shard, a violent boom suddenly shook the city. Saru and Lilith startled awake as Diane's eyes narrowed. Zanetta was being attacked? He was 95% certain it was a puppet state. So who was attacking it? Diane swept his senses out, eventually locking onto a scene that made his eyes widen in surprise. Zanetta City was completely surrounded. From the north, south, east, and west, warriors' number in the few thousands blocked the city gates. In the sky, a man wearing a mask formed of bone radiated out with a pressure no immortal essence realm expert could exude. I'm going to start leveling this city. If the one who killed Old Bear doesn't step out, I don't mind flattening the whole of Zanetta until it's nothing but a hole in the ground. Sure, I don't mind if you watch. Diane lowered his gaze from the skies above, looking toward Vargas. Though Vargas tried to hide it, Diane could see the skepticism in his eye. This wasn't due to his questioning Diane's alchemy talent. He had long since been convinced of this. Rather, he wondered why Diane would be pretending as though he could see the battle above them. Even he, as an immortal essence expert, wasn't qualified to. How could Diane, as a mortal, be able to? On top of that, the so-called battle above them was actually the result of immortal saints leaping high and over the battlefield before landing and jumping once more in quick succession. Due to that, the battle was even more impossible to follow since they had no ability to fly. Vargas didn't think too much about it, though. Every youthful talent was arrogant. It wasn't a surprise that Diane would try to appear more capable than he was to cover up for his failings. Even if he was posturing now, at the very least, his alchemy skill couldn't be faked. Diane didn't bother to correct Vargas. To him, not only could he see the battle, but they were moving exceptionally slow before his gaze. Even if immortal celestials were battling before him, he would be able to see every strike with absolute ease. Sure, let's begin then. What's our true quota, Emery? Replying to Venerable Sacharo, we have the responsibility of exactly double the order of the help Venerable Green placed. 40 half-immortal chi gathering pills and 20 half-immortal bone mending pills. All right, then let's begin now. Dian tapped empty air with a single finger, his soul chi surging. Numerous miniature arrays began to appear and form up, swirling around each other with a gentle light. In the end, even as they continued to spin, they formed an ironically formless cauldron standing at a meter tall and 2 wide. No furnace. Vargas' eyes widened. So this is the innate aurora. Vargas' gaze couldn't help but travel to the small bobbing cauldron above Dian's shoulder. Just what level had this young man reached? If he wanted to concoct a half-immortal pill, even he had to meditate and adjust himself for a moment. At the very least, he would find a place to sit down and quiet everything around him. Yet Dian hadn't done any of these things. If his pills could be so perfect even like this, what would happen if he went all out? What if he used that cauldron over his shoulder? With a wave of his hand, the crate of herbs Vargas had brought opened, bringing its contents out to float into the air. When breaking down and preparing an herb for concoction, it's important to understand its fundamental structure. The mistake most make is assuming that just because an herb shares the same species as one another, they can be broken down the same way. But this is fundamentally untrue. Humans are the same species as well, but are we not all different? We have different talents, bloodlines, thoughts, feelings. Every herb, even if they share the same name and family, also functions similarly. If you aren't first analyzing your heavenly herb to see the best way to approach it, you've already failed in the very first step. At these words, even Vargas' pupils constricted into pinholes. He had never heard of such a concept. He thought that simply studying and memorizing the properties of every herb was enough. Let alone him. The apprentices felt waves going off in their hearts. The herbs flew into Dian's spinning translucent gold cauldron. They were immediately sheared apart, becoming gorgeous motes of light of pure medicinal strength. Once the herbs are analyzed and broken down, the next steps come down to adjusting your alchemy formula. Since not every herb is the same, there are of course differences in concentrations between their medicinal efficacies. Think about it. If you are working from a formula, but you've gotten the measurements wrong from the very beginning, how could you succeed? How do you do that? Bellin trembled. As the closest to the end of his life between them all, of course he was the most impacted by this lecture. Maybe this was his chance to continue to live. If it was someone else in the middle of concocting, he wouldn't have dared to make even the slightest noise. But Dian was on an entirely different level. The methods are incalculable. This is where the true study of alchemy lies. The number of unique solutions to these problems and how many you can apply on a whim is what decides the skill of an alchemist. In this particular case, the chi-gathering pill uses cleansing lotus aloe. There's a medicinal agent within this heavenly herb that opens pores. When applied properly, it can decrease the density of chi within the meridians, thus resulting in chi naturally flowing quickly toward a practitioner. It's a simple concept. However, if this medicinal agent is too large in quantity, it has the opposite effect. Any chi you accumulate will end up leaking, making the pill near useless. With the batch I just created, the cleansing lotus aloe had a particularly high concentration of this agent. In order to combat it, I've purposely kept some impurities within the aloe and didn't fully purge it. This weakens the agent overall and creates a more robust pill. And just like that, Dian clapped his hands. The formation ended in the blink of an eye, 40 perfect pills laying at the bottom of the large translucent cauldron. The 3 observers went numb from shock. Keeping impurities on purpose? What kind of backwards logic was this? Was he lying to them? He had to be, right? Or else how would his pills still be 100% pure? None of it made any sense. Saru and Lilith looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Their man was terrible at explaining things. It was no wonder despite how large his heart was, he only took on 3 disciples. Aside from that, the only one he actively trained was his daughter. All 4 of them were all obscene-level geniuses who only needed a few words to understand something. Of course, Dian had spread out his clones through his mortal empire to teach as well. But most of his students in name had been other innate aurora wielders. They were obviously high-level geniuses too. In truth, if it wasn't for researcher Lin's education system, their progression wouldn't have been so fast. The talented really had no business teaching the untalented. Venerable Sacharo, I don't quite understand. Keeping impurities? Aren't you purposely ruining your pills? I have to admit that your words are correct. The idea of treating each herb differently and thus adjusting the alchemy formula accordingly sounds so perfect to me that it can't possibly be incorrect. But I can't wrap my mind around the idea of keeping impurities. Hearing Vargas' words, Diane frowned slightly. He thought he had explained well enough. After thinking absent-mindedly for a moment, something clicked in Diane's mind. Venerable Vargas, when you concoct lower venerable pills, are you not already capable of purging all of its herbs completely of these impurities? Vargas blinked. Yes, I'm sure that I am. And what is the best purity percentage you've reached, then? Vargas blushed. Not even 80%. Then what do you think the problem is? If you believe you already purged the herbs of all of its impurities, why is your pill still imperfect? Further than that, if 100% purity is considered 100% pure already, then how is it that 1 to 9 times refined pills can exist? Realizing that Diane wasn't trying to insult or embarrass him, Vargas was both surprised and curious. For a moment, he really didn't know how to answer. He had truly never thought of this. No, rather, he had just assumed that he was making mistakes later on in the process. Was this the difference between a genius and him? Or was it that he had simply not practiced enough to realize something so simple? When you consume a rare herb in the wild, have you ever considered its impurity? Diane continued. The truth is that there is no such thing as pure and impure. An herb created by nature can't possibly have impurities. There are failures that can occur during the alchemy process that can introduce impurities. For example, pollutants in the air, flame, or cauldron. But these impurities never come from the herb. What alchemists mean when they mention impurities are the parts of an herb that don't directly improve the pill being concocted. An herb can have many main and subfunctions, but only a few of those are needed for a pill, and sometimes the same herb can have completely different functions in completely different pills. However, these so-called impurities are what gives herbs the perfect balance when they appear in nature. Their existence is the reason why one doesn't worry about impurities when consuming an herb in the wild. By the same token, they can be used to both neutralize or boost certain aspects of an herb to allow the unique proportions they naturally come in to be perfectly adjusted to the pill that needs to be concocted. Do you understand what I mean now? Vargas stared at Diane with a gaze so heated one would have thought the latter was the most beautiful woman in existence. But after a few moments, his emotions calmed, and he smiled bitterly. I don't know if I can ever accomplish this even if you've now told me. The level of genius needed to do this is far beyond my means, but I will take these words of wisdom to heart. I believe they are the most valuable I've heard in my lifetime. In the end, Diane managed to explain it as simply as he could. But understanding what he meant and actually executing it were two completely different concepts. Diane was essentially telling them that each and every pill he concocted was entirely different from the last. Not only based on the herbs he was given, but maybe even based on the person he was concocting for. To make so many split-second decisions and complete so many complex calculations, all while perfectly maintaining your flame and arrays. Just what kind of person could do this so easily? Not to mention Vargas. The apprentices especially only watched blankly as Diane completed the last batch of 20 pills. The entire process took not even a third of an hour. Despite watching it personally, they found it hard to wrap their minds around it. This sort of situation continued for a long while. After Diane's first explanation, they no longer asked questions, instead straining their eyes to point of fatigue trying to catch every detail of his refinement process. For the next week, those three hardly moved an inch. Their only regret was that Diane hadn't concocted more pills. No, maybe their other regret was that Diane was too good and finished concocting them too quickly. On the 8th day, Diane finally remembered a question he had been meaning to ask. Venerable Vargas, what can you tell me about these? With a light toss, he threw a piece of mist glass over. Vargas' eyes widened. Maybe it was only at that moment that Diane realized that maybe it wasn't such a smart idea taking the mist glass out. Put it away. Quickly. Vargas threw the glass back toward Diane. a slightly panicked expression coloring his handsome features. Dian didn't understand what was going on, but he acquiesced regardless. He was certain that this mist glass was the main resource of Medieval City. How could something be both the main resource of a major city and taboo at the same time? But when Dian thought more deeply about it, he realized there was something he overlooked. While it was true that when his senses swept over, he had sensed many people importing and exporting this mist glass, and even discovered many both open and hidden deposits, he hadn't checked to see whether it was being distributed amongst the normal population. In the distance, on the battlefield, the clash of Skull and a man with a dull gaze raged one. You've insisted on this battle for over a week already, Skull. Do you really believe that if I had what you wanted, I wouldn't have given it to you? Do you think I want to be wasting my time like this? The man with the dull gaze seemed to be complaining lazily, but he rebuffed Skull's attacks without much effort. It gave the illusion that he could end the battle whenever he wanted, but this was little else other than his demeanor. He had no luxury to not use his full strength against Skull. Less bullshit, Ro. Give me the man who killed Old Bear, or you can sit here and watch your whole city crumble. You might not care about the people here, but I know you most definitely care about the money it makes you. How else are you going to get the resources you need to cultivate the immortal Saint Realm without it? Either you learn to take a step back, give me the life that deserves to be ended and the shipment that was stolen, and we can go our own separate ways. Or you'll suffer greater losses. Considering the kind of man Skull was, for him to be willing to speak so many words, it was obvious he held this Ro in high regard. And also judging by these words, this man was very likely the city lord of Zanetta. I've told you already, I had nothing to do with it. Ro yawned, blocking another strike. I would much rather be sleeping right now than battling you. Why would I antagonize you now? Skull sneered. Maybe because you know there's a good chance this city is going to go up in smoke soon. If that's the case, there's no problem with you sacrificing it a bit early, now is there? Ro's eyes narrowed, but he didn't bother to respond, regaining his lazy appearance. I'll find out sooner or later what happened, Ro. Do you think I would leave such a shipment without protections and fail-safes? Seeing Ro's face remain expressionless, Skull began to wonder if Zanetta City really had nothing to do with it. Or maybe Ro was confident in his methods enough that he wasn't worried. No, that couldn't be it. His method could be hidden from those even with the sharpest senses. It had nothing to do with how sharp you were and everything to do with how much you knew about the characteristics of the items in question. And Skull was certain no one knew more about mist glass than himself. As for the volcanic ore, he didn't care as much about it. Suddenly, the expression of both men changed drastically. In a tacit understanding, they both simultaneously stopped battling and fell to a single knee, placing a fist across their hearts. The skies trembled as space tore apart. The fluctuations of a powerful Empyrean-grade treasure spread across the battlefield. But the two immortal saints didn't dare feel a shred of greed. From the void, three figures stepped out. One was a beauty that captivated the heart. The remaining two seemed to be refined gentlemen, all of whom wore red robes. The fluctuations in their energy made it obvious that all three were immortal saints. But, compared to the aged appearances of Ro and Skull, they were all in the prime of their youth. It was either they had an impossible amount of talent, or unlike Ro and Skull who had to work their way up from the lower immortal essence realm, these three had a lineage so robust that they were directly born as immortal saints. As Skull's head was bowed, he suddenly felt a ripple go off in his heart. The mist glass. His body trembled, but he didn't dare to move. Neither Dian nor Skull realized their sudden connection. Dian had taken out the mist glass before, but it had been within a concealment array he personally drew. Even Skull's means couldn't penetrate it. But this time, he had done so within an array drawn by a formation master of Zanetta City. Their difference in quality was too stark. It's about time. Should happen any moment now. One of the three youths spoke without bothering for the kneeling warriors all around them. Even as his voice landed, the earthen sands filled with shards of glass began to tremble violently. Boom! 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 All across the horizon, fiery pillars of red lava shot into the skies, pouring down in a deathly rain. Diane's gaze narrowed. It seemed he needed to deal with this lack of mental energy problem as soon as possible. For him to miss such a big brewing event was unacceptable. Finding a method to quickly improve mental energy is too tall a task. I need to change how I use my immortal sense instead. Diane was too used to his senses being infallible. In truth, learning to economize one's senses was one of the first things a cultivator should learn. But Diane had never needed to. In fact, that day he concentrated his divine sense into a line to find out that his constitution's world was the ancient battlefield was the only time in his life he could remember ever doing so. Saru, Lilith. Without hesitation, the two closed in on Diane, finding a place by his sides. What's going on here exactly, Vargas? Vargas' face was even paler than when he had had his hands on Diane's mist glass. It erupted. This bubble world is finished. Diane ignored Vargas. Clearly he had lost his cool. Trying to get any information out of him now would only waste his time. Oh! Diane's senses locked onto the three youths in red robes, observing curiously. A deep sneer coated his features when he saw all the kneeling warriors. Regardless of the side they had fought on, they put down their weapons without hesitation. Someone's trying to lock onto me? Good luck with that. Diane sensed Skull trying to find him. But compared to Diane, he was far too clumsy. An immortal saint still locked into using divine sense would never have a chance at finding him if he didn't want to be found. Due to the fact soul cultivation split into two paths after entering the immortal realms, even the alchemists of venerable grade and even many of the Empyrean grade couldn't be considered spiritual sages. One of these days, Vargas would realize that what was truly limiting him in seeing heavenly herbs and analyzing them the way Diane did were his weak senses. Then, he'd be even more shocked to realize that the man he knew as a mortal was actually already a spiritual sage. It seems things are getting interesting. Diane smiled to the two women by his side. I wonder if the old lizard will get here in time for the fun. Saru and Lilith felt incredibly comfortable by Diane's sides. But others were sweating to the point of drenching their clothing. It wasn't just because they were scared, but also because the heat was skyrocketing to obscene levels. Soon, it would be impossible for even Tao realm mortals to survive in it. Venerable Sicharo, you can't stay here. I can bring you away. Someone like you can't die so young. Seeing his other assistant and Vargas nod along with Belen, Diane found them to be quite adorable. It seemed they were so panicked they didn't realize that he was the most relaxed of them all. Diane tapped each one of their shoulders once, a faint glow of gold covering them. The temperature of their bodies immediately regulated, falling back down to normal levels. They could only look toward Diane in shock. Oh? A mortal with such attainments in formation theory. Diane didn't need to look to know that the one who spoke was one of the three red-robed youths. Why don't you become one of my servants? You'll live a good life. I can line up endless immortal women for you. Diane sent a glance up. The three of them stood on a silver disc which had a rotating edge. On the ground chasing after them like loyal dogs, there was Skull and Roe. Not interested, Diane replied dully. Vargas, Emery and Belen held their breath, finding it difficult to breathe. Just standing around normal immortal saints was difficult, let alone those born as immortal saints. Their air was fundamentally different and they were far more beloved by the heavens. The thought of rejecting their offer never crossed their minds. It was an untold truth that the only option was saying yes and the other path was death. In the distance, rushing toward the city wall, one could see various individuals who had sensed the spatial fluctuations, including Zabel and Talene. Having heard the exchange through the loud booming of lava, Talene found it hard to hide her excitement. It seemed that Zabel had been correct. The young man who spoke frowned, but before he could speak, the young woman cut him off. Your robes are white and your alchemist badge is gold. Could it be you've entered? What is your name? The Rock brothers were the most excited by this line of questioning. Exposing the arrogant mortal for his fraudulence had been their dream for the past week. But, for some reason Venerable Vargas had said nothing about it, leaving them depressed. His name is Diane Sicharo. Please excuse his rudeness, esteemed ones. Venerable Zabel spoke up for Diane as though he was scared he'd give the wrong name. Diane raised an eyebrow, his internal sneer deepening. So it really is you? The young woman's gaze narrowed, looking Diane up and down. You'll come back with me. I've yet to take a husband and I'm also a virgin, so I won't be disrespecting you. You more than meet my requirements. The faces of the two young men who came with her suddenly twisted even as Diane's lip twitched. What was wrong with these immortals? Were they all so flippant and shameless? If you're worried about your other women, I don't particularly care about this either. You can keep them if you wish, but I will of course be the main wife. Diane was speechless. It wasn't only him, but Talene and Zabel, not to mention the Rock brothers, who had hoped this would go a much different way, could only stand in shock. Zabel would probably have been better off letting Diane report his own name because he initially had no interest in doing so. She hadn't even bothered to report her own name before interrogating him as though he owed her something. As for the young man who offered Diane immortal women in exchange for becoming his servant, his face was all but green. How could the women he had planned to hand over compare to this young lady? Miss Nightwell, this isn't really the time to figure these things out. If you like this man, why not observe him for a while? We'll be going to that place soon. Just take him along. If he can't protect himself in such a weak world, he wouldn't really be worthy of his reputation, right? Your words have merit. Miss Nightwell replied emotionlessly. You can come with us, but it truthfully doesn't matter much how well you perform. I've already made up my mind. By now, the faces of both the young men were green, but they couldn't say much else. While they had been born lower immortal saints, this Miss Nightwell was the foremost genius of their dark flame bubble world, having been born a peak immortal saint. Even in their long history, no such genius had been birthed before. Even they, who were the two best geniuses of their collective generation, were too far behind. Over time, they had caught up to her cultivation, leaving them all as peak immortal saints, but this was only due to the difficulty in entering the immortal celestial realm. She was still a large measure better than them and was only a step away from entering that realm. My name is Christella Nightwell. It's nice to meet you, Venerable Diane. Christella's tone was slightly warmer, as though she really was already thinking of Diane as her husband. Though, warmer in her case was more like neutral to anyone else. Diane could only scratch his head awkwardly. It was easy to reject people when they were being demanding and controlling, but Christella wasn't being like that. Maybe another woman who wanted to take him as her husband would have tried to slaughter Saru and Lilith where they stood, yet she hadn't demanded anything other than being first wife.